Yeah. No.
Okay,
Definitely
cool.
not a straight 48-hour broadcast. Never.
Yeah.
In the middle of nowhere.
If the runners can't make it through 48 hours without any issues, then why would we expect it?
Yeah. That's true.
That's unfair.
So if those in the chat could just confirm that our audio levels do sound all right, give us
Give us a thumbs up.
an emoji. Give us an emoji.
Smash that
I don't care,
thumbs up.
whichever one you want.
Or, I don't care. Give us something.
Yeah, pick your favorite emoji just to let us know that our audio levels are all right.
I do agree with the person saying everything is not good because no one ordered pizza. You're not wrong.
So while the feed was frozen, fortunately the chat was still going, which is interesting.
Yeah, thank you everyone for staying up. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your banter keeps us alive in these late
I
hours.
love to chat.
We are switching to stream 3 right now. Nobody needs to do anything.
Don't panic.
Stay right here. It's going to flip on over.
It'll do it for you.
All right, Dan got the first one in the chat on stream 3. Said sounds good. Live tracking is pinned to the top of the chat. So while we were frozen, we unfortunately we missed Ludo coming through Chapman.
These runners are too darn fast.
Hopefully we'll get an update. So he was in and out of Chapman in 2 minutes.
Wow, which
he
is
came
like,
through.
really incredible for like a 10-mile section. He still only spent 2 minutes in aid after that.
Ludo's dialed. We're working on getting video going at Chapman. I know it's in the works. Yeah, hoping to get video and a field commentator going at Chapman. We'll try and get a so he's again, Ludo is like right on course record splits. Just for reference, the course record in this direction is 21 hours and 45 minutes.
Somewhere at like 17 and a half. And he went through mile 82-ish a couple minutes ago.
That's a good question. Is Ludo the best athlete in the world at 49 years old? Like, are there any other 49-year-olds that are... How old's Tiger Woods?
I don't know how old most
That
athletes
might,
are.
like, legit be
Can you
the... Like,
Google 49-year-old athletes. Is that a list somewhere?
oh, Tiger Woods happens
Wow.
to be 49 years old.
But would we consider him
An athlete?
Now
No.
we're gonna get into the debate of
Is golf a sport?
Oh,
no.
Tiger Woods is 100% an athlete. He just happens to be really good at golf. Like, he changed golf. He changed the sport of golf.
Is golf
yeah,
a
through
sport?
his athleticism. Yeah.
That's the real question.
You don't... It's not a...
is golf,
Not all
is
sports
golf
are about
more- okay,
speed.
so is golf more athleticism or skill?
We're
Oh,
going to
sweet.
Graham.
We're going to
At
come back to
Chapman.
that. We're going to go to Graham at Chapman.
Can you guys hear me?
All you, buddy.
Brett, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yep.
I guess we can't hear Zach. Graham, yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
Awesome. It's going good. We just Ludo come through. He kind of didn't say a word, sat down, took care of business, was in and out in like less than 2 minutes. He looked good. He looked really, really good and flying.
How's the weather over there? You look a little bundled up.
I mean, we're standing around here and there's no sunshine, so it's probably like 50, but it feels like about 35.
Mm-hmm.
Was Ludo rocking some layers? What was he wearing?
I don't know if they can hear you, Zach.
How did was Ludo rocking any extra layers, or was he just in his normal kit?
He was wearing a long sleeve, but he was still in shorts. He had like the European long socks going, but he was still dressed pretty light. And I think for the uphill, that's smart. You don't want to sweat super hard. But yeah, he was dressed still pretty light.
Yeah, I mean, everything must be going to plan for Ludo at this point to be in and out of this one in 2 minutes. You know, did it look like he had to like pivot anything when he was there?
No, he looked like he was doing everything like he had been doing earlier in the day. And I think he came in, and don't quote me, but I think it was at 11:18, which would be just 2 minutes off of course record pace.
Yeah, I think that's right.
With the tracker says he came in at 11:22 to Chapman.
11:22.
That could
Pretty
be
close.
right.
Yeah, so he's battling the ghost of Francois right now.
Yeah, for sure. And then we did hear
And
Mathieu
who-
had come over the pass as well. So we're waiting on him, but we think he'll be here in the next 10 minutes or so. And then there's another pair of lights up on the pass behind that.
Okay, so probably Germont. Do you have an idea of like about how long it takes for them to come up from over the pass to hit your aid station?
So they said it's a 5K, but a very steep one. So they said it takes usually about 30 minutes for the front runners.
Okay, cool. Good to know. So we're expecting M2 Matthew Blanchard probably in the next 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, Graham, we got a question for you. A really, really
Okay.
deep question. Is golf a skill sport or an athletic sport?
Oh, boy.
Super relevant.
I am not a great golfer by any means. So let's go skill sport.
I agree.
But either way, you still called it a sport.
There's a lot of things that
But
can be a
where's the
sport.
athleticism? And
I
it's
think if you're
athlete.
walking the
You said
course,
most
it's a sport.
athletic. So we're having an argument, Graham. I don't know if you heard this earlier. We're having a discussion, a lively discussion. Is Ludovic Pomeray the most, what did you say?
What did the chat say?
Athletic.
You said the most athletic 49-year-old. And
Yeah.
then he
He
went
brought
on
up
to
Tiger
claim that
Woods.
Tiger Woods was the most athletic. Now, by judging his sport of golf, I would call that more of a skill sport than an athletic sport.
Do you play golf, Zach?
I do.
So
I
you know
actually
how
took- I
strong
actually-
you need to be on the PGA Tour.
I know how strong you need to be.
And what are strong people usually?
Okay, so
Athletes.
Okay, so now if we're going to judge off of strength, which is a unit of moving,
A unit of
right?
athleticism.
Sure, a unit of athleticism. So then by default, world strongmen would be the most athletic people out there.
Yeah.
Not.
The
Yeah,
strongest
I bet-
49-year-old is
Yeah.
probably not Tiger Woods.
I bet it's close, and I bet it's also probably Ludo on the squat rack. It's probably them two and nobody else.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna
going
have
Ludo
to
is the
say that
fittest
golf
49-year-old out
is
there.
a sport. I'm not going to
Yeah.
take anything away from it, but I would not call it an athletic sport. I'd call it a skill sport. You need to have strength to be good with that skill and develop that skill.
You also
You
have to
can't just
have
have
a
the
lot
raw
of
strength.
skill to be good at trail running.
Absolutely.
You can't have just raw athleticism, or else we'd see some of the top marathoners in the world just be winning Hardrock.
Well, they're going to get a lot more money winning marathons than they are going to be doing winning Hardrock. So there's a
I'm
bit of an
gonna argue that they
incentive
just
there.
didn't want- they
I
haven't
think
made
they
the
actually
move
could
over
do
yet.
pretty well.
I don't
I don't know. What does the
I don't
chat
think they
say?
could.
What's the chat saying?
I don't think they care that much.
A lot of people are saying Tiger isn't winning anymore. Tiger Woods is broken. Why is Tiger Woods even in the conversation?
Yeah, which is a good
I
point.
mean, the chat's
like,
going to be a little skewed
Tiger's not
towards
winning a
ultra
ton
running.
of stuff. Ludo's winning a ton of stuff.
Yeah, we are coming with it.
What it boils down to is I'm going to have to
Community
say
of
that
runners.
Ludo is
Kelly
a phenomenal
Slater is
athlete.
actually a great.
Kelly Slater.
That's
I
a
would give
good
that one. I would give that one.
He's 53, and he's like still winning
Yeah,
stuff.
we need specifically 49-year-olds.
Yeah,
you
you're
would
right.
s-
Ineligible, too old.
I mean, I would definitely say that Ludovic Pomeray is
Absolutely
one of the most
best.
gifted athletes in the terms
Yeah.
of long distance endurance running. That is just, I mean, we've also had another great out here, and Jeff Browning was here this weekend, and he's been running around. Like, also a phenomenal athlete, period. But then when you factor the age into it and just the natural, like what happens to your bodies after the
Yeah,
male
I mean,
body
someone
after
recently
40.
today told me that 39 is super old, so.
39 is old.
Bummer.
It's getting old. Graham, you got anything to add to this? Let's bring you in. Let's bring you in, buddy. Join in. This is just a live conversation. We're just enjoying your
I
presence
agree
on
with
screen
Kelly
there.
Slater
You're
is an
half a blue
amazing
body
athlete
in
as
the-
well.
in the dark.
He's a crazy surfer. But yeah, I don't know a lot of other 49, 50-year-olds who are doing what these guys are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Ludo is in a very like elite cohort of 49-year-old athletes.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that
apparently.
I actually appreciate about Ludovic is what he's done over the last few years has just gotten better. That's the scary part, is as he's aging, he is continuing to get better.
It's cool, like
Well,
comparing.
and I
like,
heard
he's competitive at UTMB,
that
but
Ludo
he's never
hadn't
really actually been
gotten
like
really in the
super close
sport
to winning it since his
until he was
like
25.
2016 win. But the altitude here, like he must be like, I would love to study like him as like a hyper responder to being at altitude, because it seems like bumping the altitude up a couple thousand feet like totally levels the playing field. Like if Hardrock's course was at a lower elevation, like would Ludo even be going faster, or is like the altitude somewhat of a non-factor for him?
It's a non-factor for him while it drags everyone else down a little bit. and
Yeah,
affects
it's
everyone
it's
else.
super
That's an
interesting. I would love to learn
conversation.
more about like if he did a VO2 max test at 10,000 feet versus sea level. What's the actual
Graham, what
difference?
elevation are you at out there at Chapman?
I think it's
What's
right
your
at
watch tell
10,000.
you?
I didn't look, but I think it's 10,000.
Casual.
Yeah,
10,000.
casual 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ludovic is just crushing it at 10,000 feet consistently. He's been up. What's the average of the race? Like
11,
11?
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's up there.
And he's just casually handing it to people half his age right now.
You love to see it
Love to see it. Gives me hope in my
in
my
your
aging
advanced age.
years.
Yeah.
It
But I
gives
want to
me no
clarify to the
hope.
chat, 39 is not old. Zach just said it was because he's 39.
I said I'm feeling old.
Yeah.
Graham,
Well, I'm
if
43.
only we
and
aged like you,
39
buddy.
sounds pretty young to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's old.
Quit taking away my excuses, guys. I need to cling on to something to give me a reason. I will say, there's something about this course that gives some legitimate, like... Sorry, I was talking over
Well, he's really quiet in mine. Just need a little more. I'm not getting a snare in my headphones. So we're just awaiting M2 Matthew Blanchard through Chapman.
Test.
Oh,
there. Yeah,
yep.
we got you.
All right, good. We lost it for a second.
So what's the aid station rocking right now, Graham?
I
What's
heard
on
they
the
have
menu?
donuts.
Yeah, what's on the menu tonight?
I didn't get any donuts, but I need to get over there when we get a lull in the action. But they've got a bunch of stuff, coffee, tons of Coke. There's all kinds of food. I don't think they're cooking yet, but this is a solid aid station for being as remote as we are.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised at how long it took to get here from Telluride. I think it was like 40 minutes, and it was just because it was very slow roads at the end.
Was Chapman the aid station that Debo slept at for like 3 hours, or was that going the other direction?
Yeah, no, this is the aid
was.
station, and the aid station captain that yelled at him to go back to sleep, and that whole story. His name is Bill. He's a great guy.
Nice. So they've got there's a good setup going at Chapman. So like good cots, nice sleeping quarters.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a tent that's lit up. I think that's where you would sleep if you were gonna have to sleep. I mean, there's only probably 6 tents here, and it's small. It's a small aid station, kind of in a small clearing. But yeah, I mean, you could absolutely sleep in that tent over there.
Well, I think Debo's a little scared to go back to that aid station because he stopped his pacing duties before he had to head into Chapman. So
That's probably true.
he didn't want to revisit the puke piles of years past.
Too
that he's
ashamed.
left there.
Too soon. Too soon. Someone in the chat doesn't know what brisket is. How do you describe
That's
brisket?
so sad.
A smoked
It's like slow
Meat.
cooked
beef. Yeah, it's a.
It's
beef.
delicious.
Now I'm questioning. I was like, you're right. I don't know what brisket is.
How
either.
do you describe
I don't
brisket?
need to know. I know my heart knows what brisket is, and that's really all that's important.
Yeah, I just like brisket is brisket.
You just it's self-explanatory. Just
Yeah.
it's like a hot
It's
dog.
just
I don't know.
brisket.
Like what is it? You can't describe it. You just know what it is when you see it.
Graham, are you able to describe what brisket is?
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing. It's smoky. It's a meat. It's tender. Put barbecue sauce on it. It's amazing. I mean,
I think it's cow,
more
right? I'm
getting
explanation
hungry
needed.
It's
now.
beef. Yeah, it's a beef.
Yeah.
It's beef brisket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think I can find brisket at midnight in Silverton? No.
Can
Hard
you find
Lots of
no.
anything
luck with
past
that.
8 o'clock? In
No,
Silverton?
exactly.
Ludo is a brisket. You know, Ludo's only a few years away from like potentially being able to win Hardrock and also get like a Denny's Grand Slam senior price.
On his
And
way
that's
home.
what's important.
Like he's not that far away.
You think Ludo's been to Denny's?
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, he spent a lot of time in the U.S. You'd think that at some point
This
he's
part
gone
of
to
our
Denny's.
culture. I feel like he has to experience that.
There's like the classic American breakfast diner that does that
Denny's,
that doesn't really
IHOP,
exist in Europe.
Waffle
I think it's like
House.
more of like bakeries.
God, I want to go to
My
Waffle House.
experience has always been that like outside of the U.S., there's not that like big breakfast. It's like pastries and
Yeah.
It's a light
eggs, and then you get like fresh breads and coffee.
Like other people in the world don't like eating this super heavy meal and feeling like crap for the rest of the day.
I don't know why
They're
they
not going
wouldn't.
like stacks of pancakes.
Shitty coffee. Mm.
I love it. I mean, the breakfast guilty pleasure, chicken fried steak.
Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
I love me
that's
a good
not bad.
chicken fried
That
steak.
is definitely like a hard move, like a Brenner move.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a dinner breakfast.
Yeah, I love chicken fried
I just
steak.
want like a pile of hash browns the size of my head. Well done.
What does that
Specific.
mean?
What do you mean?
Like crispy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll take that. So Graham, are you going to be camping out over there? You hanging out with us all night long, bringing in the top 3 men up to the top 3 ladies?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to stay out here. I'm going to leave when the top 3 ladies come through, but I'm thinking that'll be around 4 a.m.
Yeah, as I say, you should go duck in, get warm, and tell Zeb to leave that camera rolling, and whenever some action happens, we bring you right back on.
Okay.
Unless you wanna
that
talk
sounds
about
good.
brisket
I'll
more.
talk to you guys shortly. Is that?
Oh, this is great. We're covering some like really good ground right now.
The
In
one thing
regards
that
to breakfast food, or
for those who are watching who are split screen here on the left, we've got governors. On the right, we've changed. What do we got on bull shots? Governor and Chapman. There
yeah.
we go. We've got Chapman, then Governor for your readers left to right.
No, we're actually not sure where the right camera is. Oh, Telluride on the right side of the screen. We're actually looking at someone go through Governor right now. This is exciting.
Yeah. And so, like, what we were looking at earlier is Chapman's, like, where Ludo has just gone through is he's made his way out of Telluride up and over Oscar's Pass, which is a pretty iconic pass in the race. And going the opposite direction, it's probably one of the best, in my opinion, the best shots of the day from, like, a videographer standpoint. Getting that shot going up and over Oscar's is absolutely beautiful. Grand Swamp is also another amazing, like, iconic shot. But in between that lies Little Chapman Aid Station, and it's a pretty big haul to get from Telluride up and over Oscar's down into Chapman. So the fact that Ludo just and then to leave going up and over Oscar's into KT, just be able to handle that in 2 minutes. Like, oh no, I've got a few hours. I'm prepped.
Yeah.
I'm prepped for a few hours in the mountains.
I think he's thinking course record.
Yeah.
And how close he is to get it, he's going to have to, like, shave time in aid stations. I don't think he's at a point, and he's not moving in a way where he's going to shave time through his effort. It's going to have to be through tactics.
Yeah, he's not like super far up. I mean, I don't even think he's up on the course record. He's like right on it or just slightly behind. So it's like
He's one potty stop away from it, from not having it. So
yeah, it's gonna be close. This is gonna be exciting. Get your coffee ready.
Folks, stay tuned. We are anticipating that around 4:30 in the morning is when we're going to see Ludo.
A
Yeah.
short few hours away.
Just a few hours away. Until then, you get to enjoy us, our banter, our camaraderie. We got Claire Farrow on the mic. We got Brett. I can never say your last name correct.
Hornig.
Hornig. Thank you.
Zach's gift is not names. And we also have Zach Marion.
Same
Yeah,
initials as
that's
Zach
me.
Miller.
Yeah. Basically the same
Because
person.
they keep talking about ZM.
Well, we got handsome Zach and we got fast Zach. I'll let you guys decide which one's which.
Well, I
But-
don't know. 2 weeks ago that you said you were fat and short, so I don't know which one you are.
Ouch.
You said it.
Some things are said in confidence, Claire.
I don't think it was
Confidence.
in confidence.
You
There
were
a lot of
confident
people
about
around.
that statement.
I was very confident about that statement in the moment.
So going back to the course, one thing that you said was interesting about, like, setting up some of these like really pretty shots, except it's dark right now. That's one of the cool things about how Hardrock switches directions.
Yes.
Like, we have seen pictures of like the leaders on the course at all points when it's light out, because we just have to like wait a year.
Yeah,
for it,
we'll get to
but-
see it again. We'll just see it next year. We'll get to see all of this stuff in the dark, which, I could never say that there's one direction that I think is more beautiful than the other, because I think they all offer amazing shots. And we're here at Mountain Outpost. We're really grateful for the opportunity to come out and try to tell the story of what Hardrock truly is. This is my first year being out here for Hardrock. I've never, ever been in Silverton for Hardrock. I have come to Silverton once and to Ouray a couple times, and I guess Telluride a number of times. But to be out here and to like experience what this is it's a pretty special, awesome thing, awesome place. And I'm stoked for the opportunity to just kind of share this, because I was never drawn to Hardrock the way some people were, because I just never got to see it. And I'm a very I like to see it. Like, I love Bryce 100 because it's a beautiful course. I love Telluride 100 because it's a beautiful course. And I've seen it. And you see the live streams, or you see the pictures, the photos. And you're like, man, I really want to go there. I just haven't seen as much from Hardrock because it is so remote. Like, once a year I get spammed by Howie's Instagram of some like amazing photos. And I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. And then the next thing happens. So I'm stoked for the opportunity to kind of showcase a little bit more of Hardrock every year, and it's been a slow progression, but I mean,
The
you
drone
can't
shots are
deny.
so cool this year.
What's that?
The drone shots this year.
Getting some drone shots was pretty awesome. We're grateful that Hardrock is working with us and allowing us the opportunities, and it's a pretty cool experience. It is awesome to bring this level of beauty, and I guess why everybody just puts in for a decade to actually run this race.
This is unrelated, Zach, but someone did ask if we all have any pets, and Zach does have one of the best dogs I've ever met.
Rosie.
She's a gem.
Good old Rosie.
Don't tell my dog I said that.
I will not tell Bo that you said that. But Rosie's a sweetheart. Most of the stream knows Rosie. They've seen her at some point or another.
Gotta get Pip
Post
on.
might just post a photo of her right now.
You should. Rosie's also a very accomplished runner in her own right.
Yeah. So actually, the last time that I was in Silverton, Katie and Rosie ran 25 miles from Maggie's back down into Silverton on the Colorado Trail.
Yeah.
And
Rosie
had
runs
like
more than a
champ.
lot of humans.
Yeah. She had a great day out there. As long as she's got a few streams to hop in, she's happy.
Streams maybe a few nerds clusters.
I think she did have a few nerds clusters.
I've seen her
for
eat
sure.
nerds clusters for sure.
Yeah, Katie doesn't tell me that part.
She needs fuel.
Do dogs need carbs on long runs?
I would
maybe
be very
more
interested. I'd be
protein,
interested to
but-
see what their breakdown is.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, I don't know what
Are
they're
they glycolytic? Are they going?
fat.
They're like
Do we have
a
any
a
vets
classic
in the
fatty
chat that
captain.
can chime in there?
Yeah, because I am actually somewhat curious about this now.
I know my brain's spinning a little bit. I mean, the metabolism's high.
Yeah,
I feel like
but,
dog food is mostly protein. So,
Proteins and fats, yeah.
yeah. I don't know how carb heavy they are.
That's why Rosie gets her clusters, her nerd clusters. So do you want to give us a recap where we're at, Claire? What's going on in this race? What's
We've
happening?
got one runner through Chapman so far, which is Ludo, still hanging right around course record pace. And now we're waiting for M2 and 3 to come in to Chapman. We have one woman through Telluride so far, I believe.
And 2 through Kroger. Well,
Yeah, we're waiting on a few more to come in from Kroger to Telluride.
So it looks like we are anticipating is that Mathieu Blanchard is getting ready to come through, which is going to be our second place with Germain Granger.
great accent.
Yes.
See, I can do that one.
That was good.
That was way better than Hornig.
it was okay.
Katie's also still, I think, 40-something minutes up on course
Yeah,
record?
she was 40 to 45 minutes up on course record at
Brett, I gotta know,
Telluride.
like you usually stock the field quite well, and you're pretty fair with your predictions. Is there anyone in the top 10 that you're just like, oh, geez, I did not see that happening, or is it shaped pretty much how you thought?
For top 10s, I always struggle at this race because it's not a big race. So it's like beyond even like 3 or 4. I'm like, it could be any of the next 40 people moving up into
Correct.
the top 10. So, yeah, I don't know if I could really say for the top 10 if there was any surprises, but right now things are kind of almost actually just playing out how I thought they would. Like, I guess I wasn't sure if it would be like Manon or Katarina in second or third, but like where they are respectively, like with where Katie is, it's not really surprising me yet. So it's like maybe we just need 25 more miles of racing to see things shake up. But like
a lot can happen at night at elevation. With that much fatigue, I would never say that Katie's got it in the bag. No one does at this point.
no, but like no huge blow-ups yet. Like the
Yeah.
only like Katie was like maybe blow-up eligible, but it seems like she's brought it back. Like
She's
Zach
been eating. She
going
doesn't
up
look-
over
she's been
Kroger was
puking.
like, it seemed like his stomach wasn't doing very good, but it seems like he's brought it back.
Yeah, it makes sense that your stomach's going to have a turn at these elevations with that level of effort.
The person I'm like nervous about right now is David Ayala, who, spent a fair amount of time working on his feet at Telluride. So I'm like, slight red flag for me.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
there's still a lot
curious-
of running left.
I've kind of seen this common theme here. Is this we've got some action here before we dive into that over at Chapman Aid Station. let's get some confirmation. I mean,
Is
the
that
light is
Chapman? I
just.
think
No, I think we're not at
that's-
Chapman.
No, that is not Chapman.
That's Telluride because that's Menon.
Yep.
Oh, that's Manon.
Yeah, so that's our second woman into Telluride.
Okay, let's
Can
check.
keep an eye on her, see what is happening there.
Check those splits.
Something really unique about the Telluride aid station is that they've given a lot of privacy to the runners and separating runners and media there in the actual aid station.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been given we've been granted some access as long as we just make sure we stay out of the runners' way and out of their crew's way. So we're really grateful to Hardrock for allowing us to showcase that, because I think there's a lot that happens in these aid stations, a lot of story to be told. Obviously, we don't want to crowd or stress or put any undue pressure on a runner who's already going over a lot. But it is very interesting and unique to see what's happening in these aid stations and, everybody's game plan, how they kind of execute in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of story to be told there.
Yeah, we like how we got to see Zach Miller getting that quesadilla and banana and sandwich.
That is a unique combo.
Yeah. I don't think I
I've
can
never
handle
considered a cheese and banana combo.
that. No, actually. And I don't want to.
Don't know that one needs to.
No.
But it's
no
Zach.
interest.
I mean, I've seen Zach do some insane things with nutrition. The year at UTMB that his family went and picked up 2 pans of cinnamon rolls from Moody's.
I wish I could do that.
And that's like, he's just like, yeah, I just housed two like industrial sized pans.
I want to do that not running.
I mean,
Just
that's
like
just like,
in
that's
general.
a Tuesday for me. It's the running part that's the challenge.
Yeah. I need to train that.
So let's keep an eye on her and see kind of how she is rolling through this aid station here. Looks like she's getting
More bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
some foot care there. Yeah, what I was alluding to earlier is I think that there's been, and Brett, I don't know how you feel about this as someone who analyzes the sport quite a bit and like the ever-changing science of it. A lot of attention has been put towards nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of like the gut bombs and the highs and lows of nutrition and fueling, now that we're in our post-spring nutrition era, I feel like a lot of those issues are like, it's like heat training over the last 5 years has just completely evolved, and we see less heat blow-ups. Not impossible, but less. I think nutrition is going through kind of a renaissance right now in the ultra running space. So to talk to your point earlier about getting the foot care, I think that is something that like everyone's focused on, like nutrition, the heat training, the specific training for the courses, and maybe not high mileage, maybe high mileage. Like everyone's got their thing, but I think people forget a lot about like the small details that turn into big details, like foot care.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just so much more customizable than it used to be. Like, before, if you wanted to win this race, you had to fit a particular mold. Like, you basically, you had to eat this stuff, you had to wear this stuff, and if you could operate the best under those circumstances, you could win the race. But now, it's like, you can have this nutrition perfectly dialed for you. You can have your footwear perfectly dialed for you. You can have your apparel perfectly dialed for you, and that opens up the door for so many different types of runners to have success at a race like this,
which I think is like evolution of sport, right? I think it just happens with all sports. It's been a lot of fun. I've been in the sport since 2011 was my first ultra, and like to see it evolve from that 2010. Oh my
yeah, it's
gosh,
super
2010.
different.
It's so much fun to watch.
I think with feet too, though, there's also, when you get blisters and stuff, those aren't just going to resolve the same way that stomach issues can.
Correct.
That is kind of, you're stuck with that for the rest of the race. So like that's one of the things where you can't kind of go back in time and fix that.
And the only thing you can really do is just legitimately throw some duct tape on it. And you're like, this is going to be a miserable experience post-race.
Yep.
But this will get me
That's
there.
future youth's problem.
Yep. That's something I got to worry about in a number of years. So let's go through the top ladies there. Katie Schide has made it through Telluride. And we've got our second in Telluride here. Yeah, not a whole lot of light out there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is midnight, so that is
Yeah, and
how
that
the
is
sun
part
works.
that's part of the wild and tough that is Hardrock 100, right? Like that's something that, contractually when we talked with Hardrock about doing this is that we weren't going to overproduce it, which means, we're not going to have drones at every aid station. We're not going to have a bunch of cameras everywhere, and we aren't going to throw like industrial lighting in places that we would actually when we had light. I'd love to see what's going on there a little bit more. But Hard Rock is special because it is a little bit more wild. It is a little bit more out there. And we kind of want to, respect the history of that. So bear with us.
You can still
So
see.
as we're watching F2 Manombard get ready to exit Telluride, the tracker's showing Matthew Blanchard has made his way into Chapman. So he should be, I think he's in there right now. I don't know if we've got eyes on that. Could maybe split screen eligible this thing. We haven't done one of those in a while.
You mean the shot we were just on with the two screens?
Mm-hmm.
Bring that back.
It's been
Bring
at
that
least a
back.
few minutes.
Throw it
Yeah.
back.
My memory's real short.
Someone in the chat asked if the moon is lighting up the course pretty well. I think it was right near full moon for this year's
Yeah.
race, so it
Yeah,
should
that's-
be bright out there if there's no cloud coverage.
No, it's a huge. This has happened before in this race, and it's something that I have learned specifically from Hal Kerner talking about being chased in this race. The year that he ran, this is the same year that he ended up running Javelina and Hard Rock, and I
Whoa.
crushed
Maybe
both.
2012.
Yeah, I was gonna
Two
say, it
really
was like-
similar races.
Yeah, I mean identical, right?
Yeah.
Which I thought was hilarious. Everyone's like, "Oh, he's just a fast runner," and he's like, "But wait, no,
Bet.
watch this." But he talked a little bit about being chased, and when you have a full moon out like this, and you've got someone behind you, and I don't know, Brett, if you've been in this position, or Claire, but when you see a little dot in front of you, you have something to chase. It gives you something to look forward to at night. Without that, you kind of just get lost into the ether, and you kind of like, for me, my mind kind of drifts a little. But when I have that light bouncing in front of me, that carrot, I will continue to push hard and surge to try to catch that. But when you have that full moon, you're on like a hard climb, you have the opportunity to
Turn that headlamp
turn that
off.
headlamp off. And that was a move that Hal did when he ran this race, and I believe he learned it from Scott Jurek, good friend. And that's something that I used in 2014 when I ran Uray 100. It was the same thing. We had a full moon, and I was being chased by some lady in silver basketball shorts, Courtney DeWalter.
Never heard of her.
And I was getting so frustrated because no matter how fast I moved, she would like turn a corner and I would see her headlamp start bouncing and running towards me. And finally I was just like, you know what? Let's like push hard for the next half mile, turn our headlamps off. And she said to me after the race, she's like, man, you just disappeared in the middle of the night. Like, I don't even know what happened. I was like chasing you, you were gone. And I laughed because like I could see you the whole time. Your headlamp was the same distance behind me the entire night. And it was just
good tactics.
It's a great tactic out there, and when you have a full moon like this, you get to play some of those games.
Yeah.
Which I do. I don't think that
Check.
Ludo
check,
is
check.
afraid at this point, being chased, but it would definitely
guys
be
hear that?
a
There's my
fun
hand.
game to play.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hand it
Yes,
over to
I
Graham.
hear that.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Hey,
Yep.
Graham.
Hey, yes, we just saw Matthew Blanchard come in. Man, he looked good. He was smiling, jokey, got a bunch of food, drank some Coke, got kind of everything that he needed and was out of here within kind of like Ludo, a couple minutes, and he was gone. So, yeah, he looks very dialed.
Nice. So just checking the gap to see.
Graham,
about
one
40
I
minutes.
noticed that you had that sick feed jacket on right now.
Yeah.
This
You
is it
added a
swimmer's
layer.
jacket? This is like the swimmers get out of the thing, just throw
Oh
that
yeah, no,
giant
that looks
jacket on.
warm.
Is it pretty
That's
chilly out there?
It's exactly what it is. It's it's not super chilly, but it's starting to get just the tiniest bit breezy. And since I'm going to be out here for a bit, I figured throw it on now. That way I don't get cold.
You're just gonna have a new layer every time you come on.
Every time I'm going to have a different jacket.
Yeah.
Is there like a new feed jacket every time he pops on? Is that like in his contract?
Yeah.
I
It's in my contract. I have to
Good
do it.
guerrilla marketing.
I love it. But we do also have to say thank you to the feed. Thank you to Ultra Footwear for giving us the opportunity and for supporting this, being presenting sponsors here. We are grateful to them, definitely, for what they've contributed to make this happen. We couldn't happen without them. So we are grateful. But I do want to throw it back to you, Graham. It is not all about Corinne and the feed. So we're going to shift gears here. Mathieu, when he came through, did you notice like a change in his demeanor from when you've seen him earlier in the day, or is he just still on his mission?
He was really positive, upbeat. I was surprised because Ludo came in and he was super dialed but very quiet, didn't say anything. And Mathieu was talking to his crew, joking a little bit. He was looking really good, really positive.
Did he have a pacer with him?
He did.
Do you know? Was it Marianne?
It was not Marianne. It was a guy. I did not recognize him though.
She said she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to return the favor after he made her puke at Western States, but dang, I would have loved to have seen that.
That'd be a quick turnaround time.
Yes,
man.
that was an epic puke.
That was a master class in puke. But let's go back a few hours and remind ourselves of the epic water booties that Mathieu decided to utilize crossing some of the earlier streams. He wasn't still wearing them, was he?
He was not still wearing them. I saw that video and I thought, yeah, man, I don't know. That seems like a lot of time wasted. But when you watch it, he gets them on so fast and then takes them off so fast. I was like, well, maybe it is worth it to keep feet dry.
Well, yeah, we talked about those foot issues earlier and like how that can derail a race, especially like this when you've got so many crossings where your feet are going to stay wet. That tissue, that soft tissue is going to break down a little faster. And yeah, I think it was a smart idea, and I don't think it cost him any time.
I don't think so either. And especially with a race like this where the downhills are so steep, I think you get a lot of friction on the bottom of your feet. And if they're really wet, it can be a really problem.
That's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
I have intimate knowledge of what that's like to have wet feet with friction like that. It's not good.
We can definitely look at Graham for the intimate foot knowledge. We're getting to Aerovipe after dark time.
I'm just saying, I have pictures of my feet after Western States where the skin on the bottoms of both my feet just had fully detached and folded. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, we don't need to go into that territory.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Did Mathieu, did he grab any of the like aid station food, or was he strictly on his own, whatever he was bringing in?
No, he did get a bottle of that, the knack dry soup that they put water into. But that was the only thing that I really saw him take outside of just, I think, either water or some type of mix that was in it.
Nice.
So again, another runner like pretty much sticking to the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, what's that like?
So then that means we're awaiting Germont as our next runner to your aid station over at Chapman. Probably in the next 10
And we
minutes.
could see headlights coming down the pass, so he's on his way.
Okay.
Awesome. How far out can you see from Chapman up towards Oscars?
You can see to the very top. It's really cool
That
because
is
like
cool.
people around here will kind of pick them out of the top of the pass and kind of clap and cheer, so you know when someone's coming over.
Okay, so how long does it take to get from that pass down to you guys?
So they said about 30 minutes. It's about 5K, and it's just a steep
Okay.
downhill.
So you can start grilling up the grilled cheese once you see them, make them fresh.
That's right.
I don't think the leaders are enjoying any of that. But man, when I come through, I
never
want
know.
pancakes.
I mean, again, Zach in fourth grabbed a quesadilla.
I absolutely have zero doubts that Zach Miller is going to grab handfuls of just whatever is
Yes.
warm in front of him at that point.
I can't hear him either.
Should we use this brief break in the action to introduce our new commentating team to take us through the evening?
Yeah, I think the audience has heard enough of us for
Yeah.
the evening. I mean, y'all will be back. I'll be on and off all for the
You
whole
live here.
48 hours. We don't sleep here. But yeah, I've enjoyed my time here. I've enjoyed talking with you guys. I'll hand it over to you to outro and to bring those guys in.
All right. Well, it has been a pleasure chatting with you these
Yeah.
last
Last
6 hours.
Really quick, brief 6 hours.
I mean, we did get to watch a lot of some
Yeah.
really fun
I
racing.
feel like time flew by.
It was actually blast. I mean, I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to continue to
No,
watch
no,
this
definitely
live
not.
stream.
I mean, lying in my car bed on my phone.
Yep, absolutely. I guess replacing us will be Skylar Hall and Corinne Chavoy.
Chavoy.
They're just getting their notes ready, doing their last minute
We're on camera
homework
for the
and
first
cramming.
time.
We exist. We're real people. We're in the Silverton gym. Got a nice basketball hoop behind us.
Yeah.
But I'll be back in 12 hours, actually.
Brave.
I think it'll be myself and Mr. Jeff Browning
Nice.
will be back on the live stream at noon tomorrow. So with that,
I think we're going to hand it over to Skylar and Corinne.
signing off.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at The Feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at TheFeed.com.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the late shift on the commentary team. Skylar Hall joined by Corinne Chavoy. Corinne, how are you doing?
I'm awake, which is surprising because usually I'm very much not at this time of night. I didn't get any sleep today. I planned to. You probably didn't either because I saw you running around in Uray.
I caught like an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
That's solid.
Yeah.
I got 20 minutes right here on the cot before I started.
Warming it up for the med team, which is what we always love to see.
Yep.
We can't complain because even though we might be tired from being up since the start, so are these 120 some odd runners that are still on course.
Yeah.
And they've actually been moving the whole time. So super excited to bring all of the action from the front to the back to you all here on the live stream until 6 a.m. And then other folks will hop in and we're going to bring it all to you tomorrow at the cutoff. 48 hours of absolute fun here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and the Feed. Corinne, what's been the most exciting part for you thus far in the last 18 plus hours?
I think that one of the most exciting things is that, I mean, we just are seeing kind of Ludo do Ludo. And I'm really excited for him because I kept hearing people say, is he going to be able to hold it? Is he going to be? And it's appearing like that might be the case. Just hugely impressive for him to come back and kind of have what appears to be a repeat performance from last year, which he said was an amazing race. But we'll see. There is time left. You never know what can happen in these races, but that's been impressive. We are seeing the French men kind of carrying the podium for the most part here. And then Zach Miller hanging on to a solid fourth place and raging, trying to make up some time when it's cool. So they've been fairly close to one another, that second through fourth, even fifth, back to David Ayala. So that's been exciting. I mean, Katie Schide just running phenomenally as we would have expected, but also looking like she's worked through some stuff, which is it's exciting to see.
Absolutely.
What have you observed, Skylar?
I mean, you did a pretty good job of wrapping it up. I think the attrition, sort of like just across the entire field, has not been what I expected. Based on when we started, the air quality and the AQI was not phenomenal.
Bad. No,
it wasn't great in Silverton. It was worse in Uray. At least by the time that the leaders came through, a significant amount of that had cleared up. But I know even I was doing some jaunting above Uray, can still sense it. So the fact that these runners are still out there and we haven't had a lot of I'll say late course drops thus far. We haven't had a lot of people who've made it to Animus or Engineer at this point who've called it a day on their own volition. Everybody's still grinding. So I'm super excited to see how sort of this top end of the race on both the men's and women's side continues. If we're going to see sort of the continuation of the pace and the flirting with course records and, this could be the most men ever under 24 hours at this rate. And then on the women's side, obviously, like that's still a pretty heated battle. Katie is out front, but not safe by any stretch. And then the density behind her, anything is possible for that podium to still switch around.
Totally. And I think some people wanted to know a little bit more about the women. Sitting in second place is Manon. If I try to say it French, I think you maybe don't pronounce the last end. We're going to go with Manon, who is an incredible French runner. French, I believe. Yes. And then behind her is Katarina Hartmuth. I actually saw Katarina in Uray doing a solid aid station there. And then when she left, one thing that I thought was just, I don't know, can we cuss on the Late Show? Badass. Totally badass is that she didn't have a pacer. She left without a pacer. And she's going into the night, and she's about to go up Virginia's Pass, Kroger's Canteen. Like, no pacer. I don't know. She's just so hardcore. It's amazing. And then, Stephanie Case was actually getting into the Urea aid station when I was getting ready to head over here to Silverton. And there were a lot of cheers. There were a lot of people down there. Just I love to see it, just people showing up for that front, top four of the women's race. So it's been cool. It's very cool. People want to know about our running experience. Tell us about your running experience.
It ain't this. I'll tell you that right now. My running experience, I'll tell you specifically for this course. We talked a little bit about this on the preview show.
Yeah.
Tried to chase Killian down Bear Creek once. That didn't end great for me. I've paced Jamil once from Ouray to Telluride, so I actually know this.
That's
that Camp
a
Bird
solid
croak.
stretch.
I was unaware of how solid of a stretch it was when I signed up for it. It
Yeah.
was quite interesting for my sea level body trying to take on that, and then completely getting demolished on the descent into Telluride as Jamil chased down his brother Nick. And I was somehow stuck in the middle of a sibling rivalry. And then just random camera duties.
Fantastic.
So very familiar with the last 4 miles of this course, which we will be experiencing here on the live stream in just a few short hours based on the current projected times of Ludo. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. But more importantly, I'm bringing this very weathered voice on the live stream. So that's what you guys get to enjoy. Don't worry about what I've done with my legs. Worry about what I can do with this voice.
You've done some fast stuff with your legs, Skylar. You're a speedy dude.
A younger version of me did. This is dad bod coming to the fore right now. But you are actually still a crusher on not only on this course and very familiar as a local, but you're still putting down some pretty elite times across a.
I mean, I'm trying. I think, I didn't start really running ultras till I was about, 35 after I had kids. And yeah, it's been fun to build up in distance and try to figure out things like the 100-mile distance. Still unsure if I've actually done that, but I had a pretty good run at Javelina 100 last year. And this course, I grew up in Ouray, Colorado, have been over most of this course. I don't think I've actually seen every step of this course myself, but most of it I have been on, and I think the thing that just boggles my mind is how fast these runners run on this course, because this is not buffed out trail. This is scree fields. This is huge rocks. This is game trails. This is, very exposed cliffs. This is very much mountain running, and for people like Ludo and our front men and our front women to be running this pace on this course is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's no joke. Like the underfoot conditions cannot be like overstated in how dynamic they are, from scree fields to, I think there's still probably a few snow patches in the section that our leaders are currently going through, and everything in between.
I followed Zach Miller about a mile down the Bear Creek descent.
Yeah.
And it's shale underfoot. It sounds like glass when you're running over it. It's very loose. And then off to the side, you've got a, 300-400 foot descent that you don't want to take a wrong step on. And they had the light for that. Many of these runners are going to go through that in the dark. So it's just, it takes a lot of focus, and it takes a lot of just incredible, strength overall, to traverse this. So yeah, we have Chapman, and we've had, just to catch people up, I guess, on who all has come through and where they're at. We have had Ludo and Mathieu come through Chapman, and Chapman is mile 84.4 of the course. They still do have to do the KT climb. And this is a bit of an unforgiving direction because there's a ton of climbing in the last third of this race. Going counterclockwise, if you're unfamiliar, the Hardrock switches direction every year. So on odd years, you are going counterclockwise, starting in Silverton, making your way to Cunningham, Maggie Gulch, Pole Creek. You'll go to Lake City, and out of there you'll go to Sherman, over Handy's Peak. You hit a 14er. You'll continue on down Engineer and Bear Creek into Ouray, which is mile 58. Then you'll continue on to Kroger's Canteen, the famous aid station in the notch up above Virginia's Pass. Then you'll head to Telluride. You'll be there about mile 75, and then you'll make your way back around to Silverton to finish. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, so for context, Ludo had about a 40-minute gap on second place Mathieu Blanchard through Chapman. And as you mentioned, it is a beastly climb. From Telluride to Chapman, you climb 4,500 feet and descend just over 3,000 and into that Chapman aid station. And then you still, as you mentioned, go up KT. So those two gentlemen are on a section where you climb nearly 3,000 feet and then descend 2,500 into that KT aid station. So historically, that's a section that our top men, including Francois, when he set the course record in this direction, ran in about an hour 45 to 2 hours. So given the fact that Ludo went through there about an hour ago, we would expect a KT hit somewhere in the next 45 to 60 minutes on the front of the men's side. Meanwhile, on the front of the women's race, we do have our top 2 through Telluride, as you mentioned, Katie Schide, with a healthy lead over Manon Bohard. And then we have Katarina Hartmuth, who's sitting in third, is through Kroger's Canteen. Split that. Let's see if that's actually updated on my on the sheet. That's one of those ones that's, again, kind of a ham radio situation. She should be on her way down into Telluride, and we would expect to see her sometime, hopefully in the next half an hour to 40 minutes or so, depending on how she's feeling. So,
and do we still have a camera at Telluride? Do we? I'm not sure.
I believe one of these is...
Yeah, I think that lower one might be.
The joys of
Yeah.
of low light in the night.
I know. But we do have cameras out there in some places that we never have had them before, like Chapman, I think, which is pretty cool. And then we are, this is, what is this right here?
On our big screen, or the big of the tri-box, is Governor's
Gov
Basin,
Basin.
which is 64 and a half miles into the race. So we'll continue to see sort of the front half. We currently have 16 individuals who've cleared Governor, so we have over 100 to go. But of course, we have runners of all varieties who are out here taking on the course. We had 145 starters, and we have 127 who've at least made it into Animas Forks, which will be our next major cutoff here in about 2 hours. We will have the cutoff at Animas Forks, so that means we have another, love public math, just over a dozen individuals. I'm going to just pontificate.
That was good.
That are somewhere between the that Burroughs aid station at 32 and a half miles and Animas Forks at 42. So if you are watching the live GPS map, which I believe is pinned in the chat, we have 2 different races happening. There is the front of the race when folks are racing for the podium, and then there is the infamous snail. So if you see the black ahead of Kyle, given that 20-minute ping delta, and assuming that Brian's not moving at half a mile per hour. So, just as for best practice at home, if you're following a runner of choice or just any runner out there vibing, continue to check the last pings or the timeline of the last pings. That'll help you get a better approximation for exactly where folks are and whether true leapfrogging is happening in this race.
I don't know if we've talked about any of the kind of runners. They did have the opportunity to complete a runner response with some questions. So I was just pulling up Mathieu Blanchard, for example. So second place runner right now. He is from France, Les Deux Alpes, France. His qualifying race for this was Diagonal de Fou Grand Raid. That is no slouch of a race. So I believe he actually won that race to qualify here. And he said, we asked runners, what motivates you to do your best at Hardrock? And he said, to make a dream come true. That's pretty cool. One thing people would not guess about him is that he raises wild pigeon.
Huh.
And that is very interesting, but like I was talking to a friend of his who he stayed with when he went to run UTCT a couple years ago, and said, Mathieu he's a fascinating individual because he is so diverse in his abilities. He'll do things like he's going to do some kind of, like boating expedition across a major body of water after this. He's done just really like things on the bike that he seems to just want to be an adventurer as his core, as kind of his core, I don't know what he loves to do. So if I weren't running ultra races, I'd be an underwater explorer. I was told he's a diver as well. So he's bringing a really unique skill set into this event. And let's see, his running idol is Tom Cruise. Shout out to his wife, Alex, who takes good care of him. These are just great responses. What's your favorite Hardrock memory to discover the myth that is this race? I think so. We'll maybe pop some of the cool responses from people as we talk about them if they gave us info.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going through those runner surveys is always entertaining, and we're glad to be able to bring the story of not just the front of the race to you all, but everybody as they make their way through this course over the next 30 some odd hours.
Yeah, 48-hour cutoff for the entire race. There will be runners that will come in likely in that golden hour. Usually
definitely
happens. But as long as they make it under 48, they can kiss the rock. And will have completed their loop.
Indeed. You see the rock right there on the big screen of the tri box. That is the goal of all of our runners here, to get around and have the opportunity to kiss the rock in Silverton as they make their way through the beautiful San Juans. Hope they got to take in a lot of the sights during the daylight, but being able to run through these sections at night is also incredibly spectacular. The wildlife, the sounds of the river rushing beneath you as you're going down, basically that entire descent off of Engineer towards Ouray. You really get to have that wild, adventurous experience that Mathieu was talking about there in his bio. So those folks are out there having a grand old time. They might not necessarily show it on all their faces, but they're out there living their best life, and we're happy to be able to bring it to you here on the live stream.
Quick shout out to Altra in the feed for helping bring the coverage to you. We've had some incredible drone shots earlier today that just were really showcasing the beauty of the San Juans. So also shout out to our drone pilots and, everyone who's able to bring this. It takes a lot of volunteers. Oh, we got some kiddos back there that we may bring on to the live stream in a little bit here. They wanted to say hi. They're hanging out with their mom, who's a medical individual here, professional, waiting in the gym. So yeah, it's always good. We've got some energy. They had a Mountain Dew. I asked for one, but there were no more. So I'm instead trying to, I don't know. I found this in the fridge, a double shot Starbucks. We'll see if that kicks in a little bit here. Yeah, people saying the men's race is not decided yet. We're getting close to that kind of being, I don't know. We'll get a ping from KT.
We'll get a ping from KT. We should also be getting a ping from Germain at Chapman. He had left Telluride just about 16 minutes after Matthew. So if that gap is holding, even with sort of that delayed reporting, we should be expecting Germain to pop on to the Chapman mark as well. So, but again, we're still talking about a healthy amount of climbing between where these individuals are now and the finish. They're still over, 5,000 feet of gain that they have to take on. We're talking about some wayfinding that occurs in that high country. This course is not, it's marked well, but it is still incumbent on you as the runner to know the course. And this is a section where, you're basically looking where the next beacon is, where that next little tag is, and cutting across the screen to make it happen. So there have been navigational errors in this part of the course, and you're still above 12,000 feet at this point. So you're kind of just hanging out up there, trying to keep it moving. So Ludo not in the clear. I doubt he's up there, counting his chickens before they're hatched or anything. But yeah, he's got a healthy 40-minute gap coming out of Chapman towards KT, and if his legs still feel good and he can keep moving, then he is in position to put this race close to out of reach.
Yep. And we still believe that Katie Schide is also running under Courtney Dauwalter's course record. It was by a pretty significant margin, maybe even upwards to an hour to 90 minutes at one point, but it's shrunk a bit. She spent a little time in Ouray, looked like battling maybe some nausea or stomach issues, but left there and obviously has continued to power on, and she is still well under, as you can see there, I think we're 50, or at least 50 minutes to an hour under course record last time we checked on the stats with her. So she's running phenomenal race. She's about an hour or so, or was at the last checkpoint, about an hour or so ahead of the next female.
Yeah, so for context, Courtney Dauwalter's course record here set in 2023 was a 26:14. That was a day that started off relatively slow and uncomfortable for her. She was coming back off that Western States double, but coming out of Ouray really was able to turn it around and open up a gap. And Courtney on that run split through Telluride. She left Telluride 17 hours and 31 minutes into the race. And looking at where Katie was when she left Telluride in first female 6 overall, that was at 10:51 p.m. So 14 hours and 51 minutes. Just putting in context, that's absurd.
Yeah, I mean 6th overall. Not too far away from her partner, Siobhan. I think we're trying to, some people in the chat are saying we've got somebody in one of the aid stations, but I'm not sure that is this Chapman on the big screen, guys? That's Chapman? Okay, thank you. We could have a runner in there. Yeah, it does look like there's either crew getting ready.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Germain would be the next individual expected into Chapman. He had a almost 30-minute lead over Zach Miller leaving Telluride, and a further 15 minutes or so back to David Ayala in 5th.
And that grew because there were only a couple minutes separating Zach and Germain in Ouray, actually leaving Ouray. So that that gap has grown. I believe does he still have, he had Dylan Bowman as his pacer out of Ouray.
And that was to Telluride, and I believe he was picking up, I'm going to say Cordis.
Oh, Cordis Hall. Yeah, that's right. This race is starting to become one of, got to have a famous pacer with you. It's turning into the Western States where who's your pacer is like, I don't know. It's kind of a big deal because, Ludo's like, I have these guys that they're up and comers. They both won UTMB in the past. It's Jim Walmsley and Vincent Boyard. So I think Vincent is with Ludo now, right? Because I believe Jim Walmsley took him from Animas all the way to Telluride.
Yeah.
So they're each doing a heavy chunk, a 30-mile and then a 25-mile stretch with Ludo, which is fantastic. We learned from his interview that he really likes having company. He likes sharing this with people. Interestingly, in a total switch of events, the three European men have, or Canadian, if you want to call them Canadian, have pacers, and Zach Miller is pacerless. So that's a little bit of an interesting dynamic there, but who knows? Maybe he just felt he wanted to be out there alone, and that's totally his prerogative.
Absolutely. Well, he's got a lot of folks in the chat that are supporting him along, as well as a huge fan base out here on course. Saw a lot of folks with signs and a lot of cheers through some of those more populated aid stations earlier. So he may be running alone at the moment physically, but I know there are a lot of folks out there cheering him on here.
Totally.
So as we mentioned, we got the Chapman aid station here on the big screen, 82 miles into this 100-mile adventure. Meanwhile, Governor's Basin is in that top right box, 64 miles, a little over 100K into the race. Only 2 men through Chapman at the moment. We've got 17 individuals through Governor, including 3 women.
We are showing Germain in and out of Chapman according to the tracker. So I'm not sure if we lost our field commentary with Graham there, but it could be the case. Looks like according to tracker he was in at 12:35 and out at 12:39. So we may have actually just seen Germain Grandier there in and out of the Chapman aid station. If so, that's amazing and pretty quick stop, 4-minute stop there. Continuing on to the Cam Traverse, or KT, mile 89.
Yeah, so it actually looks like Matthew was able to open up a bit of a gap. 16 minutes separated them at Telluride over the course of that 10 miles. He was able to stretch 16 minutes into 36. So very fun race happening there with our podium. And the question naturally becomes, if Germain is bleeding time to Matthew, is Zach eating into the time of Germain? So
Gotta think he's trying to battle for that podium. I mean, it's got to be. He's kind of been chasing all day and asking everybody he sees how many minutes up are they. So I don't know. I wouldn't want Zach Miller trying to chase me down in the last 20 miles, 15 miles of a race.
I was just looking for historical context. Germain, we mentioned third place coming out of Chapman, 12:39, so 18 hours and 39 minutes elapsed. That is only the 6th, or prior to today, would have been the 6th fastest split coming out of Chapman. Pretty much on target with Killian when he won in 2015. So definitely not a bad run out of Germain or Matthew at this point. Ludo just doing Ludo things, essentially, and tracking merely 4 minutes behind Francois at Chapman. Francois being the course record holder here from 2021, the only individual to go under 22 hours in this direction. And for full context, we've only had 2 individuals under 23 and 6 individuals under 24 hours.
Fun fact, Skylar, did you know there's only been just over 1,000 individuals who have ever finished the Hardrock 100? And it's been going on since 1992.
You know, there's a cool 30 runnings and 1,000 finishers. Actually, that's for an event that only starts, you know, under 150 folks.
I feel like that's a
Now,
solid number.
I mean, I feel pretty good about that. I mean, those
But
early
I
days
mean-
were definitely, you know, 20, 30 individuals.
Yeah,
finishing.
yeah. It's just cool that you can be, if you're one of those individuals, you can be like, there's only 1,000 people that have ever done what I've done.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's kind of cool to be able to say. And we do know, you know, also Katie Schide, if she is able to continue as she is and hold on to this lead, if she wins the race, she will become the 3rd person ever. Thank you, Dylan Bowman, for this, to ever win Western States, UTMB, Grand Raider Diagonal de Fou, and Hardrock. The other 2 being Courtney DeWalter and Killian Jornet. Or Jornet. I don't know. What do you say? Jornet?
At Western, it was Jornet, so we're just going to rock with that,
Okay.
I suppose. I would hope he would have corrected somebody if that was horribly awry. But as somebody who also gets their name mispronounced on a regular basis, he might just roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Graham did not sleep through Surge. He did not. Come on, people.
Yeah, Katie is on a tear. We've talked about how she's, you know, on this course record watch. Just to put this in a larger global context,
we have someone in our ear.
We have Katie basically on pace with the historical splits that would put someone in the 24:15 to 24:35 window. And again, as I mentioned, you know, the very few people have run under 24. I mean, very few people have run under 26 at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, that's well under Courtney's record. 26 and Shane, 26.
But again, we're on high, and anything can happen. And it sounds like this was a section of course that Katie might not have been able to preview as much as she would have liked. Sounded like she was unable to get up to some of the highest points that were still socked in with snow up to a couple weeks ago. So, again, wayfinding becomes an issue at this point. That we're also talking about being almost 80 miles into an adventure over 20-something thousand feet into those legs. Anything can happen. So we'll keep eyes out for her as she continues to progress, and as all these runners progress here through the course, as we are 18 hours and almost 50 minutes into our Hardrock 100 endurance run presented by Altra and The Feed. We again also will be watching the back of the pack for more individuals trying to hit Animus Forks before that 2:30 a.m. cutoff. So just an hour and 45 minutes for the remaining dozen or so individuals to clear that aid station. We'll keep eyes on them, just as we keep eyes on the front of this race. And everybody in between.
Yeah.
There's a whole conga line of individuals out there. So,
And as we've mentioned, every single person that's running this race has had to run a qualifying race. There are not that many of them, and they are all extremely difficult. So it is called a postgraduate race for a reason. These are individuals who know how to move in the mountains. They've proven that ability through completing one of the qualifiers in the time required to do so. They are all over the world, but one of our runners here has actually won a race in the Philippines, a 100-miler 7 times, that looks absolutely ridiculous. 30,000 feet of climbing in the middle of May. What do we have?
we're going to send it to Graham.
Oh, we're sending
in
it
the
back to
field
Graham.
here.
All right.
Working through
We will. at some point.
Yeah, Graham's up at Chapman.
He is at Chapman.
One of the more, again, remote aid stations here on course. Not a place we've been able to give a lot of love to in the past because it's hard to get to.
Okay, someone asked between which aid stations is Grant Swamp Pass? That would be between Chapman and KT.
Correct.
So right now, we've got Matthew in that section and Ludo. Okay, Graham, are you there? We cannot hear you. You can obviously hear us. Okay, now? Try again? Nope. Okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. I see you. One more time.
Test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. You know, it was just hard for you to
Awesome.
project with all those layers on. So
That's right.
How's it going? Oh, no. Froze. And we lost you. We'll be back.
yeah. So as we mentioned, this section that Ludo and Matthew and now Serge are in, the move from Chapman up towards KT does have that Grant Swamp Pass section, and that beautiful island lake that you've probably seen a ton of photos of.
Okay.
Speaking of other beautiful things, Graham, we got you back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy. What's going
All
on
right.
down there?
Well, we're having some issues, but we're figuring stuff out. Yeah. So we've had 3 people come through. We have, it sounds like David coming down. We've been able to see him come down the pass. Looked like Zach was coming down as well, but it looked like it passed Zach. And it looked like maybe Zach was kind of spending some extra time up there, maybe not moving, but he's moving now. You can kind of see their headlamps. Everybody coming through has looked actually really good, super dialed. Everybody's been pretty quiet. But everybody looks really, really good going out of here.
That's pretty awesome. I don't think I'd look good going out of there.
I don't think I'd look good either.
Can you give us a little insight into any crew interactions or interactions with the volunteers at the aid station? You said they were relatively quiet, but are folks taking in food? Is it, hey, we're just doing bottle and pack swaps? What's sort of been the lay of the land?
Yeah, everybody has sat down and kind of interacted with their crew. I know Matthew made some jokes a little bit, so he seemed to be in good spirits. The other 2 were really quiet. I know this Germain, I think, was getting some of that knack soup in his bottle with hot water. But it's been pretty much all business. It's been pretty quiet.
Are the Pacers also taking care of themselves?
It seems like it. I mean, they're just kind of waiting for their runner to get going. They're switching out bottles, and yeah, I mean, it looks like a professional race.
That's awesome. How's Bill doing?
Bill's great. Yeah,
Bill
we showed up and
Bill
he showed us
Shum.
around. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's been a great host.
That's awesome. Yeah. Bill takes a lot of pride in his job, I think, and know him from also Free Trail. He's gotten very involved in that community. But he is an aid station captain who prides himself on not letting runners drop at his aid station. Famously, a couple years ago, he made Dylan Bowman sleep, and he got out of there and he finished the race. So he does his job well. Does he have other people? Are there volunteers up there as well?
Yeah, there's probably 20 people up here.
Man.
Actually, I went over to get coffee, and Kareth Arnold is doing coffee. So
Nice.
They've got a lot of people up here who really know what they're doing. I can see, based on how remote this aid station is, when the last time they saw people, it's easy to walk into this aid station and not want to walk out. I mean, I could very much see that. So I could see how Dylan would have wanted to drop here.
Mm-hmm. Are you chilly? I mean, you've got the layers on. What do you think the temp is?
I bet the temp is 45, and it's just a little bit of a breeze, or has a little bit of a breeze. So yeah, it's a little bit chilly. My feet are cold, but my upper body's nice.
You've got like fans in the chat, babe. I can say babe because I'm married to Graham. They want to know, are you taking care of yourself? Are you wearing gloves?
I'm wearing gloves, Smartwool gloves. I am taking care of myself. We have a car over here that we could warm up in, and we might need to do that after this next group comes through. But yes, I'm definitely taking care of myself.
Good. Well,
and this parka is amazing.
People appreciate you. Someone wants you to build a snowman. Yeah. Thanks for bringing the entertainment.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for.
Someone said, is this a French race with American pacers?
It kind of seems that way today.
Yeah. So we're expecting, so you saw German in and out?
I saw German come through. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like he spent about 4 minutes there.
That sounds about right. In fact, you guys were commenting whether or not he was coming through. That is exactly when he came through.
Okay. Got it. So the tracker is accurate. And then we are unsure whether we will see Zach Miller or David Ayala next into Chapman.
I'm betting it's going to be David, just based on headlamps. David has a pacer, and I don't think Zach does. And the 2 went in front of the 1. So I think he's leading it.
Okay, that'll be interesting because that will be a switch. That would mean David Ayala from Bozeman, Montana, 43 years old, moving ahead potentially of Zach Miller late here in the race. I don't know, it's not super crazy to say because Zach was just 2 minutes back of Germain back in Uray, and that gap widened to about 30 minutes. So obviously he was maybe moving a bit slower than some of the people in front of him, some of the men in front of him.
Yeah, and this is a good case study in utilizing that GPS tracker. Zach shows up ahead of David by, almost half a mile, but Zach pinged 8 minutes ago versus David pinging 22. So I would say that Graham's analysis is pretty spot on. David probably has made the pass. And then from there, it's another 2.5 miles back to Katie Schide, who just pinged about 78.5 miles into her journey. So we'll keep eyes up there on Chapman.
Yeah, I want to give everyone an update just so you know. The women's race is also very much underway, and it is exciting. We have Katie Schide leading by a solid margin, at least an hour or so. And then we have in second place Manon Bohard, also from France. Third currently is Katarina Hartmuth, who was second here last year. And fourth place in the women's field right now, Joelle Anderson. No, that is not correct.
I think it was.
I thought it was Steph
between
Case.
Stephanie
It is
Case
Steph
and
Case.
Amber Weibel.
Yes, Stephanie Case still in fourth. Amber Weibel in fifth.
Yeah, so in real distance, Katie has about 2.5 miles on that climb out of Telluride towards Chapman that she's got over Manon. And then the other women are working their way through Kroger's. Katarina's on that descent. She actually should be approaching Telluride momentarily. And then fourth and fifth, Stephanie Case, Amber Weibel. Amber doing that Western States to Hardrock double.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they are through the aid station
We need a freeze paint on the left of the
at Governor. Yeah, I know, right?
On the
Yeah, so that
tracker.
Governor Basin aid station that we've had eyes on for a while. They should be clear of that. If I can zoom in enough to see exactly when Amber pinged, she might actually still be sitting in there in 5th place, but Steph last pinged about 20 minutes ago and should be moving just a little bit behind Hannes Gehring as they move that second part of the climb well after that Camp Bird section up to Kroger's Canteen and the party that is in the notch. So eyes here on Telluride, as we mentioned. We would expect Katarina Hartmuth sitting in 3rd place in the women's race to be entering the aid station anytime now. Yeah, last ping was 44 minutes ago with, 7K to go on that descent into Telluride. So,
And according to the tracker, Jeff Rome has not left Telluride. I don't see anyone that looks like they're being crewed in there, but there is a chance that Jeff Rome, 9th place male, may be there. He is from Silverton, Colorado. Albert Einstein would like to know, would Ludo be the first who holds the course records in both directions? No, I believe Courtney DeWalter holds the course record in
Correct.
both directions.
and you might remember this more off the top of my head, or Aid Station Fireball can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Killian might have had the course records in both directions before Francois took it in 2021.
That sounds right.
But yes, to come back and do it on consecutive years,
Back-to-back years.
when you have a 50th birthday in a week and a half's time, is pretty insane. We were just asking if Killian had the course direction in both
Course record,
in both directions before he lost it to Francois.
Yeah,
Correct.
both directions. Yeah,
All right.
I think it was.
That feels right.
Yeah.
We're watching the live spreadsheet, and Aid Station Fireball's brain just Rolodex through. It's fantastic. Somebody else who spent time on course and then finds themselves in the studio on
Yeah.
the late night
Way up
shift.
there.
So we'll get him to text us sweet nothings because he never wants to talk on the mic, but he can talk about his experience out there as well.
In doubt, always Killian. Yeah, it's a good bet.
True.
Yeah, how many women do we have in the race this year? I need to find this out. I think it's probably on one of our documents. I know last year, I believe it's 21% of the field, because the way that the race works is that the percentage of women that entered the lottery will then be represented in that year's race. This year it's 21%. That's great. We hope that number keeps growing every year. So if you are out there and you're a female and you run a Hardrock qualifier, put your name in the hat. Clockwise. Oh, man. Okay, we're getting deep. We were just informed. I don't know that I can repeat all that, but Killian won 4 years in a row, setting the record in the clockwise direction in 2014, not setting the record in the counterclockwise direction in 2015. So that did not happen in back-to-back years. However, he won the race 4 years in a row from 2014 to 2017. But that wasn't the longest stretch of winning, I don't believe, because Diane Finkel's name is on this statue in front of us like 6 or 7 times in a row. there have been some people that have dedicated basically their entire running career to this race and run it for 20 plus years in a row, multiple men and women. So it's definitely been a big part of individuals' lives. Oh, thank you, Ryan Kennedy. 31 women starters. That's an awesome stat. Hillary's not going to commentate because she's running the race.
Correct.
So no Hillary commentating, sorry to say, but she is out there trying to complete the loop herself. She has been trying to get into this race. I know this is Hillary Yang I'm talking about for a long time. I think 8 or 10 years. So very excited for her to be out there.
Yeah, she just pinged, actually. She's 49 miles into her journey around the loop. So that puts her Bear Creek?
Yeah, I think so. I think I noticed down there she was maybe getting close to Uray. If there's anyone you're following, let us know. Let us know a little bit about your runners out there or people that who are you cheering for. Also, would love to know where you're tuning in from. Are you up in the middle of the night in the USA or are you outside of the country?
Extra points if you are watching this on your phone from a bar somewhere in the United States, or I guess really just these time zones. I may or may not have found the one deep house DJ in the entire San Juans. I've been watching the live stream while just having like block rockin' beats.
Nice.
Like, just feet away from my head. So I have a special place in my heart for anyone who's acting like they're in a social situation right now, but is actually watching this live stream.
Oh man, it's 3 a.m. in Montreal, Canada. Thanks for being with us, Joel. Pittsburgh, New Zealand, South Africa, Spain. Watching on my phone. Where is Ludo? He's getting close. I know you're here for Ludo. There was a projection that he could be finishing around 3:30, I believe. I don't know if that's still totally accurate, but yeah, could be seeing your winner of this year's race in the next 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, so we mentioned left Chapman at 11:24 p.m. on his way up to KT. Historically, that's a section that would take an hour 45 to 2 hours. So literally any minute we can have a Ludo sighting at KT.
Do we have a camera at KT?
My guess is
Maybe
no. So KT is one of those aid stations. It's very remote, no crew access. The only outside folks that aren't volunteers are individuals who are hiking in specifically to pick up pacing duties. So one individual per runner can go in there and pick it up. So I would imagine we don't have eyes on the ground at KT.
But we will get a ping.
But we will get a ping.
We got a lot of Qatar, Eastern Canada, Ireland, the Netherlands, Germany, East Coast. People tuning in from Sweden. Shout out to Australia. Silverton. Come on over, hang out in the gym if you're in Silverton. Bucharest, Turkey, Hong Kong, Copenhagen, Denmark. That's so cool. It's amazing to be able to bring you guys this coverage of this amazing race in the San Juans of Colorado to the rest of the world.
Yeah, truly speaks not just to what we're able to do in the studio to help bring this to you, but also just the diversity of talent coming and taking on this course. So super excited that you all are joining us in the chat. We're going to be bringing it to you all the way through that 48-hour cutoff. However, we're just 19 and change into this bad boy. We got more than a day left. So sit back, relax, and enjoy it with us. Meanwhile, we are going to take a quick voice break here in the studio and help you all who might have missed some of the early coverage catch up on some of the fun that has been occurring here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and The Feed.
Let's go, Matt! Ah oui! Unbelievable! Right here, right here, right here.
Salt pills. Ludo!
Yes, they are.
Kind of hot already.
You want to switch them now?
I feel like might as well. I'm ahead of schedule.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
We got a car.
Yeah, do a little
thing or
salty
two.
scratch.
All
right.
I know. You can get it even that far. I can get the rest of the way.
So we're gonna change it right
This one's out. I think I'm gonna do it real quick. I'll just keep these socks on.
Okay.
Oh, this is not.
Way to go.
Good number 200.
You're doing great, Katie. Just stay in control. Do your thing. Nope. Eyes up, eyes up. You got it. It's nice up there. Half and one. Or
Yeah,
sandwiches.
just one.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Let's go!
Okay, good job.
Let's go run, Katie. Come on, Katie.
Thank you.
You know, getting on course here is like.
Good work. Good number. 109, great job. Strong. Good job.
Good job. Keep it up.
109. 109.
Ça va?
Ah, nickel.
Ouais, nickel. Très bien. T'es en avance, hein, t'as 8 minutes d'avance, il est 8h05.
Parfait.
Tu veux de la canette?
Madame mon pote.
Ça, tu vas manger.
You want winter water? Fifty bottles.
The spare one?
T'as pas eu froid?
Ah non, j'ai enlevé la veste dans la descente.
Ouais, je me suis dit qu'il fallait éviter d'avoir chaud. C'est bon, ton caveau il tient tout ça? Pas de banane, c'est bon? Allez.
Let's go, let's go. Good job. Work.
Thank you. Yeah,
See how that goes. You're doing good.
So were you the last big climb? Yeah, so it was going the same direction.
How's Bronco?
What's up?
He's doing all right. He's a natural, man. Put a mic in his hand anytime.
So the best running is from that last climb down.
What are your thoughts so far about the leaders taking it out?
My prediction is Mathieu will fade. He took it out way too hard.
Okay.
Like 5 minutes ahead of course record pace here. Zach, I'm surprised Zach's not right on him.
Yeah.
But, so that either tells me Zach's either on purpose trying to lay back, trying to be patient, or you know, I don't know. I think Ludo looked the most calm and collected of the three. So I would expect there to be some moving around by the time we see him at Grouse.
Yeah.
When they come out after handies.
How about the ladies?
I mean, it's Katie's to lose.
Yeah.
If she runs stupid, she's running a little ahead of Courtney's course record pace. You know, she seemed calm and smiling and in good spirits and not like she was like kind of not in tunnel vision,
Yeah.
which is good. The other girls, I don't know them very well, so I don't know if they're Manu and Katarina. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
And now we had some more. Nice work. And now we had some more. Nice work.
And we are back here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and the feed. Bright and early, 1:22 a.m. Mountain Time, coming to you straight out of Colorado, where dreams are being made today and tomorrow, including by two young gentlemen joining us here on the couch.
First of all, you're Skylar Hall.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Nobody cares about me.
Everyone knows your voice. The second they hear it. I'm Corinne Shalvoy. We are here in the Silverton gym. We have a couple of friends with us who are up way too late. Way too late.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the first run.
All right, guys, why don't you introduce yourselves?
My name's Edward. I'm from Purgatory, Colorado.
And I'm Zaid, and I'm from Hermosa, Colorado.
Why are you guys here at Hardrock?
Why not?
Why not? What a great answer.
Well, Zaid's my best friend, and his mom is a nurse. So she's helping out with the medical, and we wanted to see the first runner cross the finish line.
Heck yeah. So you downed a Mountain Dew. You're sitting on the couch. You're ready to see Ludo come in. Are you
And
going to
two
get
Red
out there and
Bulls.
cheer for him? Huh?
And 2 Red Bulls.
And
Mountain Dew, 2
Red
Red Bulls.
Good Lord, have mercy. Wow. All right.
What
That
it
might
is
be what
beyond.
some of the runners are doing out there right now at this.
That's what the French people are doing.
It's what most people are doing. You think?
Mhm.
You think they're drinking Red Bulls?
That's the guy in first place. That's what he's doing.
Are you gonna ask him that if you can talk to him at the finish line?
Yeah, ask him how many Red Bulls he's down.
Ludo just sings. He just sings songs. He's happy. He doesn't need caffeine. He's just naturally energetic.
He's crazy that he can run for that long and just.
Yeah. What do you think? It's crazy.
Yeah, that you have to have great stamina to run just that long consistently.
You do? It's true. How old do you guys think Ludo is?
32. 32.
I'm going in between like 25 and 30.
Wow.
Okay, more importantly, is that old?
No.
Your face is saying yes. All right,
Unk.
so for those following at home, 35 is old. Did you say he's an unk?
He's an unk. Wait, what if we told you he's 49?
I wouldn't believe you.
And he's about to win this for the second year in a row. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad's 45 and he can't run, let alone run 100 miles.
Well, there's not that many people that run 100 miles in this crazy world, but even to run this race, yeah, that's okay. We're gonna not let your dad know that he should not be watching this.
One of the individuals who can run 100 miles and has before, Zach Miller, currently sitting as our 5th male, is sitting in Chapman at the moment. So we'll get an official ping here from him momentarily, but that puts 5 men, 82 miles into this 100-mile adventure at the Hardrock 100.
So Zach came in before David.
No. So while we were on that break, we had David Ayala come in. 2-minute stop at Chapman, left at 1:14 a.m. So he left about 11 minutes
Zach,
ago. And
here we've
Zach
got
is
eyes on
there
Zach.
on screen.
See, guys, this is 5th place. Yeah, we missed David. That's okay. We've got Zach Miller here.
Very, very cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Can you believe he's like 85 miles into this race?
I thought you were about to say, can you believe he's 85? I was about to say
He's
no.
He's not 85. He's a little younger than that. He's pretty cool.
Just
dude,
a
though.
cool 36.
Cool 36 years
Also
old.
an unk.
I
coming
know.
out of-
According to our guests.
So you see Zach taking care of himself here, clearing out that pack, making sure he has what he needs. As we mentioned, this is one of the last chances to meet crew. The KT aid station in about 7 miles from here is not a crew stop. And then from there, you only have Putnam at 95 miles, and then the finish line here in Silverton just behind us as these individuals kiss the rock. Got to ask you guys, what do you think about the act of having to kiss the rock at the finish? Like, what's your natural reaction?
I already did it.
Sir, did you run 100 miles?
No, he ran the finish
Within a
gate.
lifetime.
He ran the finish gate, went up and kissed the rock, and thought he was cool.
He
but
got a
he's
video
not.
of it.
I do have a video of it.
Wow. I mean, now 20 years from now, you're going to have to come back and make right on that because that's just not something you can just go do.
David Goggins.
No. Oh, no. We might have to take you off the couch in a minute. It's okay.
No.
You're good.
What's up with
You're
David
good.
Goggins? Why do you guys hate him so much?
So, do you guys run? I heard you do a crazy sport. What is your sport?
I ski bike.
Ski bike.
I'm not even going to act like I know what that means.
But you're like semi-pro. That's pretty sweet, dude. It's an extreme sport. This is also an extreme niche sport.
Correct. And similarly, do you like donuts?
Donuts are mid.
I like waffles.
Well, this guy makes these things called Fosnuts.
Mm-hmm.
Dipped in powdered sugar.
I asked because he looks to be eating a donut at the moment, or
Is
at least
he?
going into a donut box.
Okay.
So, yes, I actually got a quesadilla out of his van earlier. They were very nice
Yeah.
to me at Ure. So shout out to Zach's crew who've been taking care of him and taking care of everybody else as we move around the course. Donuts are mid? Speak on that. I need more information on this. Let's translate for the folks at home. Mid is average.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Speak on it.
They're just like, they're too cakey. I'd rather have like a cinnamon roll waffle.
Cinnamon roll waffle.
Yeah, it's when you
Sophisticated
take.
taste.
He's friends with all the employees at Purgatory.
Oh.
Yeah,
This is
and
a
they
ski mountain thing.
they put cinnamon rolls in waffle makers, and it's really good.
And they give them to it.
That sounds pretty
Give
good.
him to it. Give him to it.
Spoken like individuals who can down 2 Red Bulls and be perfectly fine.
Wearing a monster hat on the air.
So as we mentioned, M5, Zach Miller getting ready to head out of Chapman aid station, about 85 miles in to the adventure. Ahead of him, in first place, Ludovic Pomeray. Second place, Matthew Blanchard, about 40 minutes back. Another 36 minutes to third place, Germain Grangier. And David Ayala clearing the aid station about 15 minutes ago, 45 minutes back of M3. So from M1 to M5, we're looking at about a 2-hour delta, which par for the course for Hardrock. But again, we've got 18 miles to go, 4,000 feet of climbing, a lot more descent. Anything is possible. Our producers are in awe about the athletic endeavor that still has to occur.
So quickly, just there are other reasons for the live stream other than telling people about the runners. It's also to identify things that may be missing. I just heard from Eric Sorensen, who is pacing Katie Schide. He happened to leave his backpack, a brown Rourke backpack in Telluride. He's wondering if anyone can grab it. And so, I'm helping you out, Eric. He says it's got a yellow slipper in the outside bottle pockets. It'd be easy to identify. So anyone in Telluride who is listening and it might be out there, if you see a brown Rourke backpack, that belongs to Eric Sorensen. He is currently pacing our women's leader. If you could pick that up for him, help us out. Public service announcement. Thank you. Complete. All right, back to the action here in the studio. Guys, what do you think about Hardrock? You think it's crazy?
It's crazy. It's a long run. It's pretty cool though.
Pretty cool?
Yeah,
Have
it's
you
pretty
been
cool.
have you hiked around here at all?
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to run up that stuff and down it and for, 20 hours?
That doesn't sound very fun.
What do you think about it?
I
Zaid?
don't really know. I mean,
Zaid, microphone up here. We're teaching you.
Well, I don't really know because I'm kind of a hunter, so I hike a lot already.
You're a hunter?
Yeah.
Sweet. What do you hunt?
Elk, really anything.
That's amazing. Yeah, I grew up with a father who was an elk hunter. That's hard. You got to carry that out. Have you ever shot an elk?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Killed one last year.
Amazing. Nice. See, you guys are outdoorsmen. Now you just got to practice running around a little more and come back and do the race. Especially since you already kissed the rock. You're obligated.
Just think about it. Next time you do it, you won't have braces on. You know, it's a whole different ball game. Think about it. It's a different experience.
Don't make fun of my braces.
Yeah, good endurance training. All right, so your mom is a nurse. She's going to help our runners out if they come in here and they're in bad shape. Yep. That's amazing. Isn't that pretty cool of her to do? Nice. We are super appreciative of her and all the medical staff because guaranteed there are going to be some people who come in here who need some assistance. We've got cots laid out here in the gym. Last year, I saw multiple people getting IVs here in the gym. Yeah. They put themselves through a lot, right, guys?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah.
All right, so what do we have to do to get you guys volunteering? Doesn't have to be on the medical team, but how can we put your skills to use? Let's get your resume out here.
I'm probably going to be in the running thing, if that, because, yeah.
Zaid, since you kissed the rock, you got to, like, do the Hardrock 100, but you don't get to kiss the rock when you finish because you already did.
Oh, okay. Kind of like that. What are you going to do? You going to work an aid station? You going to feed people? Refill bottles? Are you going to course mark?
I'll drive a van around for someone.
Oh, you could be, okay. Maybe you get into photography, videography.
Ooh.
Be on the media
I'd
team.
be like maybe the drone pilot.
Oh, drone pilot. Nice. And you guys are 13 and 14?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going into 7th?
8th grade.
8th?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. You play Fortnite?
No.
Okay. Have you rizzed up any girls lately?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
This is what happens after dark.
I am so confused how my life has ended up in this exact situation.
You know, me too.
It's 1:30 in the morning in the middle of Hardrock, and we have no runners coming through.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I know the term, right? That's the term.
Technically, yes.
I have a 14-year-old son. Skylar.
I don't.
You're never speechless, Skylar. What's going on?
Yeah, great point, which is saying a lot because I coach. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I don't know.
I'm glad I'm not looking at the chat because everyone would be like, God, that was so cringe what Corinne just said.
Nah, if y'all said that was cringe, you're crazy.
What?
I said, if you said that was cringe, y'all are crazy.
Y'all are crazy. Low-key crazy. Yeah. Look at this guy. I know how to just, yeah. I know all the terms, guys. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to say to the people watching at home?
You should do it.
You should do it.
You should do the Hardrock 100.
You should do the Hardrock 100. Sweet.
Von Miller, please come back to the Denver Broncos, please.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. We hope you had fun. We're going to get back to talking about the race here.
All right.
But tell your mom she's awesome and go help her out.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably
All right,
start.
Thanks, guys.
Later.
See ya.
I'm gonna have to explain this to my wife, and I don't know how I'm going to. Fantastic. Listen, here's what I will foot stomp. It's good to inspire the next generation, and we're hopefully inspiring some folks at home as well. Even if you don't want to get out here and do something as wild and crazy and tough as the Hardrock 100, hope you get a little inspiration to find your adventure, chase your bliss, whether that's with us in your ear today as you listen to the live stream or whatever adventure you set out from here. Super excited to get inspired by these runners out here doing big things and make their way all around the course. Do want to highlight, in addition to those top 5 individuals that we had through Chapman, we are still awaiting an official ping.
I think Ludo has pinged at Cam Traverse.
That did happen.
Ludo, KT, mile 89.1. Men's leader. He is in and out. Looks like he spent about 4 minutes at KT. And he was out of there at 1:32 a.m.
Sick. So looking at the historical segment times, we would expect about somewhere between 95 minutes to an hour 45 for him to get from KT to Putnam. And looking at the overall historical splits, 132 is 19 hours and 32 minutes into the event, meaning he is just about 20 minutes behind Francois Den's 2021 course record time, but still on pace to set the second fastest time through this direction, and also under 23 hours, which would put him ahead of Aurelian's time on this like new sort of modified version of the course. So Ludo out here absolutely being absurd as a human being, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Before we hop over to Chapman and talk to Graham, who just watched 4 and 5 come through a bit ago, I do want to talk about the fact that we are about 50 minutes away from the next cutoff here on course. And that's going to be at the Animas Forks aid station. So 42.6 miles into the course, we have 5 individuals who are still trying to outrun the snail. Nathaniel Moore, Patrick O'Neill, Denise Klott, Cal Mitchell, and Y Law are still on course and either need to check in or check out of Animas Forks in the next 50 or so minutes if they want to continue their journey around the loop and beat the snail. So that's where we're at with the back of the race, but we want to hop out to Graham momentarily and hear about what's happening at the front of the race, and just make sure that we also have eyes on Telluride as we are still awaiting our third place female, Katarina Hartmuth, to officially ping on the split tracker there at Telluride. So a lot happening all through the course.
Are we looking at Graham? I can't tell. There's no light.
This is Telluride on the screen. Katarina should be in the aid station based on her GPS.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and there's an indoor section. Is that where Zach went in? When he grabbed some real food, I think. So she could be inside.
But Telluride, 75 miles, give or take, into this event. Katarina sitting in the aid station as F3. And would put her in 11th place overall. So three women in the top 11 here out of our 145 starters.
That's awesome.
Absolutely crushing it.
I heard there's 31 women in the race this year. That's 21% of the field. And Telluride is at about 8,700 feet of elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Another kind of, I guess, one of the lower points of the course. This course, if you are unfamiliar with the Hardrock 100, you probably aren't if you're joining us in the middle of the night to watch this, but in case you are, 102 miles or just over that, 33,000 feet of climbing, 33,000 feet of descent. It hits 14,000 feet at the top of Handy's Peak. That is the high point, just over 14. And it hits 13,000 feet 6 times during the race. Learned you also run a pretty decently long 10-mile or so stretch above 11,000. So this is a very, very much a high-altitude race, and, you know, that affects everyone differently. We have individuals running coming from sea level, having trained at sea level, kind of all over, and it's very much become an international field, as we're seeing here. Our top 3 men from France and Canada. Is Mathieu from Canada? I believe he's lived in France and Canada.
Yeah, I think from
Montreal?
That feels right.
C'est Québécois? Québécois. French Canadian.
Yes, I was not even going to attempt to pronounce that at this time of night.
I only know because, yeah, previous work life.
Meanwhile, on the women's side, we are, as I mentioned, seeing, or not physically seeing, but Katarina Hartmuth sitting in third is currently in the Telluride aid station. She is chasing down Manon Bohard, who is in second place, about 2.5 miles, about closer to 3 miles up the course, coming out of this aid station towards Chapman. Meanwhile, Katie Schide is about 80.5 miles, almost 81 miles into this adventure. So the Chapman aid station should be having a Katie Schide sighting here in the next 20 to 30 minutes as she zigzags her way up that long climb. So that's where we're at in the women's race. A lot still happening, a bit spaced out in the top three. But as we talked a bit about before, 4 and 5, and I believe 6 actually, on the women's side, pretty closely packed together between Amber Weibel, Stephanie Case, and Yushu.
What is it?
So
Steph.
Amber, yeah, Amber Weibel is currently sitting
how do you
in fourth.
say that name? Wow. I
And-
should know this. I speak Spanish, but I've never seen. Is she like? Wow, it's like a Portuguese with an X in there. Yuju. Frayale.
This is
Let
where
us know.
Yes, exactly. This is where the chat comes in handy.
Come on, chat. How do you say this name? Uxue.
And while I figure that out, yes, Amber Weibel in fourth, sitting or on the descent from Kroger's down to Telluride. Stephanie Case in fifth, and who I'm going to say is Yuju at the moment until corrected otherwise, sitting in sixth, also having left Kroger. So 3 women all within a mile of each other heading down towards Telluride. Meanwhile,
We're going back to Graham at Chapman, I think. There he is. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, now we can hear you. We
Oh,
got
yeah,
you.
here we go. Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good. How many cups of coffee have you had?
Hey now. Only 2.
that's nothing on 2 Red Bulls.
Yeah. We had
That's
some
right.
kids in here. Did you see that, Graham?
I didn't. I can't see
they're-
you. I can only hear you.
They're 13 and 14-year-old boys, so, similar to Stowe's age.
Love it.
Yeah, I embarrassed them kindly. Oh, one of them's still here behind the mic. Yeah, having some fun, so.
Speaking of folks having fun, we had some eyes on Zach Miller. Might have been having a donut in there. Talk to us about David Ayala in fourth and Zach Miller in fifth. What did you see?
Yeah, David came in good spirits. He was a little wobbly. So when he went over to get crewed, he had like a little bit of a trip and he was doing a little swing. But he seemed to be in good spirits. He was jogging out of here, so I think he'll be fine. But Zach came in kind of saying it wasn't his day. His stomach kind of left him 20 miles ago. He just needed almost a little pick-me-up. But he grabbed a banana, ate the whole thing, and then it was like, man, maybe real food's where I need to be. So he ate another banana, had some soup. He actually got a lot of stuff in here. So he could maybe have a little bit of a turnaround coming. But we'll see. But he seemed a little down. But I think he'll be fine. We
Maybe
have, I
just,
think, what appears to be Katie maybe coming down, but moving more slowly than I think I would have expected.
Okay.
We saw whoever it is come over the pass and then took a long time to get to where the tree section was. So I may be wrong. It may just look like it's taken a long time, but it seems like it's taken a long time from the top of the pass.
Okay.
Yeah, just looking at the GPS tracker, there is a pink rabbit that goes along the tracker that denotes the female course record. And Katie is about a mile ahead of it, but both average 3 miles an hour. So Katie looks like she might be giving back a little bit of time, sort of, to what you were saying there, Graham. we'll see how she feels on the rest of this mile or so descent that she has. I guess 1.5 mile descent until you see her as the 6th place overall individual here at that Chapman aid station.
Still sitting right there.
It's
at
still
6th
very,
place overall.
very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think anyone who has wobbly legs at this point is probably just a human being, and the rest of the people who don't are not human beings. But yeah, impressive. I mean, we've just so you know, Graham, Ludo has gone in and out of KT, so he is in and out of mile 89. He is the first one, obviously, to be there. Yeah. So hopefully that real food helped Zach. We'll be waiting to see Katie coming in here and maybe get your observations on how she is doing. It's been super impressive just seeing her looking almost like she was kind of starting to have some issues way back at Ouray, mile 58, and to have continued as she is, still ahead of course record pace by a decent margin here. So can she hold on to it? I know when we interviewed her, she said she wanted to run a very complete race, and she tends to struggle at the end of some of these big events, and she kind of didn't want that to happen. So we'll see. But again, this is a very, very long, not only by mileage, but by time on feet endeavor. So, and she's out there with Cordis Hall.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying Katie's with Cordis Hall?
She had Eric for a while, and then I thought Cordis was. But is she? Do you know? I think she's got Cordis Hall.
I don't know.
I think she's got Cordis Hall.
I thought Cordis was in pacing another runner who had already been in. I can't remember who.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But it's possible we were wrong.
No, that actually might have been Germain. I think he was pacing.
That's
Germain.
what I thought.
So she said, I'm trying to remember who was going to be her other pacer. It was Eric, and then I don't know. It was another male runner, but I can't recall right now. So we'll see. We'll see him pretty soon. Can you see any headlamps up there?
I've got a headlamp in my eyeball that's lighting me up, so I can't see anything.
Fair enough. I'll ask you then, since we can't see that descent, but you have seen it in daylight. Can you just describe a little bit for the folks at home what that descent is like? The GPS makes it look like it's a lot of switchbacks, but what are your sort of personal observations from being on the ground?
Yeah, and I've seen it in the light, but I don't know that I saw it exactly like where we are now. But I can see it actually fairly well because we have a full moon and it's lit up that side of the hill. It's a lot of switchbacks. It looks very steep. It's very, very rocky. You don't get into the trees until the last mile, so most of it's above tree line. It's a stout descent.
Sweet. Yeah, and we would expect Katie to come in here functionally in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Course record would be 48 and a half minutes from now would be Courtney's split out of this Chapman aid station. So we'll be sure to check in with you either as Katie hops into the aid station or immediately after to get your observations of the fun that is the Chapman aid station, 85 miles into the Hardrock 100.
Absolutely. I'll keep you guys posted.
Sounds great. Is there any smokiness in the air still, Graham?
It doesn't seem to be. I mean, you can see in the moon a little bit of a haze, but it's pretty light. You can't smell it like you could last night, so I think it's pretty much blown out.
Yeah, for those, we had some comments in the chat, the air quality being bad. There were some fires nearby in the Black Canyon of Gunnison this morning and the Norwood area, made for air quality to be subpar, to say the least, to start a 100-mile run. And they did actually offer the runners an opportunity to defer if they wanted to, due to kind of that, unexpected shift in the weather. No one decided to do that. So it was offered to the runners, wanted to give them that option just in case they felt it would be unsafe, but it seems like everybody decided to toe the line anyways and get out there, and it has been clearing up. And we did see as people got a little bit higher in elevation, it also seemed to be a little bit better. So hopefully no one is struggling with those issues.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like people are struggling with other things at this point.
The fact that they've run 85 miles.
Yeah,
and
right.
climbed. And they still have to go over the Grant Swamp Pass climb, which famously, last year when you see this in the opposite direction, we had amazing footage of people descending that. It's a really nasty scree field and slick. They're now doing that at the very end of this race with a lot of miles and a lot of climbing on their legs. We've had people that wear gloves to just go ahead and slide down that kind of on their feet. I think that was a Nick Curry choice in the past. So to do that at the end of this race and in the dark, massive challenge, and that comes after they see you, Graham, at Chapman.
Yeah. Just one more big thing to do.
Yeah, it's wild to think that by the time the runners get to you at Chapman, they've already done 28,000 feet of climbing. And it's like, cool, I just have another 5,000 to go.
Just a 5,000-foot climb.
Just 5,000. Yep. Just
small little
just a little
5,000.
3,000 to KT, 2,500 to Putnam, and then mostly a downhill to Silverton. But you cross the river, and you still have that little kick up right by along the road as you come into town. So got to have some legs under you when you get to Chapman. It is not all downhill from here by any stretch.
I think AJW said yesterday it was like I don't think he used the term mean, but he said it's not a fun way to necessarily finish the race. It's not like the most enjoyable of finishes. Kind of keeps you working till the very, very end. And someone from New Zealand, Graham, appreciates your coverage. They want you to know that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So do you think there's any chance that Zach could catch David?
It's possible. I think if he was able to turn around his energy, in terms of like physical energy, getting enough calories in, David looked wobbly enough that you could run him down. But if I had to bet on it, I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay. And Mathieu and Jamon seem to be sitting pretty solidly in their positions as well. I mean, there was enough time between them that, barring anything crazy happening, I think there's about 30 minutes between them as well.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's any movement in the podium.
All right. Well, never say never. Could be an injury. There could be a fault. We don't know. But yes, there is quite a bit of space between those. And then just to update everyone on the women's field, we have Katie Schide sitting in 6th place overall, first female. She is moving right along well under course record pace at this point in time. 2nd place, Manon. Thanks for teaching me how to pronounce that, Graham. Manon Bohard. She is in 2nd. Katarina Hartmuth is in 3rd. And we have Stephanie Case in 4th. Being chased by a Spanish runner who everyone's trying to tell me how to pronounce her name. I'm still not. Still don't know. Uxue. I want to say Ujui. Ujui.
We're going with it.
We're going with it.
Do also have to shout out Amber Weibel sitting in there. Looks to be basically running with Chris Roberts.
Oh, Amber has moved ahead of Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
That's my bad. Amber in 4th. Stephanie Case in 5th. Ujui in 6th. Should we go through the top 10 women?
Yeah,
we have
let's do
not
it.
called out the rest of them, but there are 31 of them. Eliza LaPierre out of Vermont. Fantastic runner. She is sitting in 7th place right now on the women's side. Dandelion. Whose name is Dandelion? This is amazing. Dandelion Dulovio Scott from Wyoming. Lander, Wyoming in 8th right now. Miss Becky Bates, 63 years young, sitting in 9th place. She was 7th here last year. And 10th place female right now. Got to keep moving down here.
Shelby?
Looking to be, is it, or Maria Semerjian?
Yeah, it's going to be Maria.
Maria Semerjian from France, 50 years old.
Guys, I think we're going to sign off and get ready to kind of do the mobile camera with Katie coming in, and then I'll give an update after that.
Okay, sounds great.
Talk to you guys soon.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Producing in the field like the professional that he is. Shout out to Graham holding it down. It's just a cool 10,100 feet in his 3 layers and gloves. Absolutely precious. So eyes here are actually down at Telluride, 75 miles into the course. We are still tracking that Katarina Hartmuth, our F3, is still in the aid station at this time. Not exactly on screen, but clocked in about 40 minutes ago into the park. And by my screen,
You talking Katarina?
yeah, I'm just waiting for the next ping to come in because the Telluride aid station has her out at 1:21.
Yep.
So 30 minutes ago.
And then yeah.
And then Jeff Rome coming in and having not checked out. Jeff Rome also having come in.
Yeah, Tyler
An hour and a
Fannin
half.
was before Jeff Rome. In and out in about 3 minutes. But Jeff Rome, yes, appears to still be there. Now, I mean, there's a chance he left and tracker didn't catch it. Those things happen. Until we know a little more. Because we do have runners, if you look back in all the tracking, there's some that did not ping on their way out, but then they obviously hit at the next aid station, so it's not necessarily 100%
correct.
Confirmed that he is still in the aid station. But hopefully not, because that was 12:07. I mean, it's possible. Your good friend Jamil slept for 4 hours during this race and then proceeded to run extremely fast for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's the only concern I would have about Jeff specifically is his tracker still has him up at Kroger's and hasn't pinged in over an hour.
I mean, maybe he's just partying at Kroger's, hanging out.
But then we have him in the splits at Telluride. So he's just an enigma out there.
He's just making it interesting.
So at this rate, it might be on Graham to tell us when he makes it up to Chapman. We're like, oh, by the way, he's actually moving through. Gotta love the remote nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm. Is Joe Grant still aid station captain at KT? Or he was aid station captain at Kroger's, I thought. Not KT. I don't think he is still. So we are awaiting women's leader Katie Schide into the Chapman aid station. We're also eyes on Telluride for our other runners coming through there.
Our F4, 5, and 6 battle. And just to give a bit of context, that run from Kroger's to Telluride is, generally speaking, 75 to 90 minutes for individuals that are in the expected finish time of our F4, 5, 6. So doing the back of the napkin math, we're looking at another 20 to 40 minutes for an Amber appearance at Telluride. That would be our expected window, and then we should have a pretty quick succession after that between Stephanie Case, currently sitting F5, and Yushu.
Ushua.
Ushua?
Someone's telling me Ushua. They're saying it's Basque.
Oh,
Ushue?
okay.
Ushue? Ushua. Ushua. I mean, man, it's a tough name.
See, if the Tour de
Yeshua?
France went through Basque Country this year, I would have boned up, but...
I mean, I lived in Spain for a while, and I was in Basque Country, but I've never seen this word.
It's just not come up on Duolingo, so I am of no use here.
Nina, did I say it any better? Ushua. Yeshua. Ushue. Ushue. First one you said. Ushue.
The
Thanks
like
for the
30-second
everyone.
delay also doesn't help. It's like we say it 4 different ways, and we're like, that one's like, hi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, she's amazing. Fraile? Her last name's not easy either, man.
But neither is this race, and she's absolutely crushing it, so...
All right. Ushue. Not U. Eshue. Got it. Nailed it. Now I'm going to forget it, but no, I got it. Eshue. Perfect. That's it. We got Eshue. We got Manon. We're using all the accents here. Ludo has only one big ascent remaining. Yes, and it is lit up outside. If you're in Silverton and you're, I don't know, listening to this, come out. Give some cheers to our men's leader who is getting close to town.
Yeah, so we would expect, well, let me put it this way. Francois, when he set the course record, split from KT to the finish in 2 hours and 35 minutes. So tracking a little bit behind his splits at the moment is Ludo, but somewhere between 245 to 250 seems to be a pretty reasonable approximation of where sub 24-hour finishers split that last 9 miles of the course. So do some math. My tab closed. My homework opened
into
up.
Doing math.
This is what I do. Not
It's
in my day job.
impressive public math.
That's what spreadsheets are for, folks.
Yeah, we're looking at Telluride, folks, 74, where we're expecting 4, 5, and 6 on the female side to come in. If we do get eyes on Katie Schide at Chapman, we will switch over to that. I'm also now going to pronounce Katarina Hartmut without the TH at the end, according to someone. So Katarina Hartmut. No TH. Not Hartmuth. Hartmut.
Cool.
All right, yeah.
Educational for all parties involved.
Just rolling through the top 10 men, just so everyone knows what's happening. Ludovic Pomeray, 49 years old, out of France. Your defending champion, looking to do it again. We've got it up on the board. Mathieu Blanchard is sitting in second place, has been running a very steady, consistent race run all day and night long. Germain Grangier sitting in third, also has been holding that position pretty steadily. We've had a little back and forth between David Ayala and Zach Miller. Currently in fourth is David Ayala, Zach Miller in fifth. Brian Coulomot is making his way up there, veteran of this race. Crushing it, sitting in
Trying to get
sixth.
to his finish line.
Yeah.
That he helped set up all week.
Yeah, he is a aid station captain. I mean, he's worked at the race for
Finish line coordinator.
Finish line coordinator. Yeah, he's going to get here before most everybody else and then continue working. Kyle Curtin, well known for holding the Colorado Trail fastest known time. His first time out here at Hardrock's been trying to run it for a decade as well. He's sitting in seventh. We've got Gabe Joyez out of Telluride. Not out of Telluride. In the Telluride aid station next. He's in eighth. Jeff Rome is in ninth. And Tyler Fannin is in 10th right now on the men's side.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you just even look at the delta between Gabe and Jeff there in 8 and 9, only 40 seconds between them at Telluride. So certainly could work together until they no longer want to work together on that climb from Telluride to Chapman. Got about 10 miles and a lot of climbing to get through. Telluride to Chapman, 4,500 feet of climbing, just over 3,000 feet of descent in that 10 miles. So not a horrible place to have some company if you can spare it.
Yeah, there are a couple folks doing the Western States to Hardrock Double, which this year is a short 13 days apart from one another. Some years it's about 3 weeks apart, but this year it's 13 days. Amber Weibel is one of those. She is doing amazing out there, sitting in 6th. No, 4th. Sitting
Correct.
in 4th
Sitting fourth.
place.
Yeah.
Man, she's out of South Lake Tahoe. That's incredible. Another runner doing that double is Mr. Jamil Curry, who is out there. I heard a rumor he was going to try to walk the entire thing. Is this true or not?
I don't think that was his plan necessarily.
Okay.
At least it wasn't as of 5:45 this morning when I stopped talking to him and told him to get to the briefing.
Right. It's a rumor.
But that being said,
it's a myth.
You can do it if you're walking with
It has
purpose.
been done.
You can certainly make it happen.
It has been done. I'm not sure I would want to walk the descents. I mean, depending on how technical they are. But
Yeah, no, he's currently just over halfway in terms of the
all
distance.
right.
Making his way down to Ouray with a whole string of folks down there. Well ahead of the cutoffs, but that being said, we have 20 minutes until the next cutoff here on course. That's going to be happening at the Animas Forks aid station, 44 and a half miles into the race. This is a hard section from Burroughs to Animas, 10 miles with 4,600 feet of gain and 4,200 feet of loss. So if you're chasing the cutoff, you're not in a smooth, cruisy section by any stretch. We are currently looking at least 3 people currently pinged in that aid station and one individual, Cal Mitchell, racing the snail, has about a 300-meter lead on the snail as it currently is moving itself along the course if you're following along on the GPS tracker. So we'll be watching. And again, you have to be out of the aid station by the cutoff. You can't just be in there and then hang out for an hour and then try to chase the next one. You have to be physically out of that Animas Forks aid station in about 18 and a half minutes. So we'll be watching the snail
Do we know
and those
if-
last 4 runners that are set to check out.
Is the snail over Handy's or not? Because in that section, Burroughs to Animas, you get to go over a 14.
Yeah, you do.
Which makes it hence the large climb, but also up to 14,000 feet. Descending that, then through another basin and up another climb.
Yes, the snail is past Handy's. And if you're really in the know, it's now past Grouse Gulch.
Okay.
Yeah.
That terrain gets a little bit more forgiving there. So
Cal, keep moving.
let's go.
We did have, as we mentioned probably about half an hour ago, we had 5 or 6 individuals we were tracking, one of which, Nathaniel Moore, has decided to proactively call it a day at the Animas Forks aid station, coming out of Clovis, California. So just the hot Central Valley of California. Good on you, Nate, for making it through at least the first 46 miles of the course. But as I mentioned, 4 individuals remaining that need to check out at Animas Forks before being pulled. Patrick O'Neill, Denise Klott, Cal Mitchell, and Y Law. 4 folks racing the snail. 17 minutes left to get out of that Animas Forks aid station and continue around the loop and try to beat that 48-hour cutoff here back at the Rock in Silverton. But eyes on the Governor's Basin aid station, just over 100K into this Hardrock 100 event. We've had 28 runners clear this aid station that you see on screen, the most recent of which was Ian Ferris coming out of Draper, Utah, a little suburb of Salt Lake City that's sort of had a come up in the last couple of weeks, given they have the current men's Western States champion calling Draper home. So Ian trying to take a little bit of that Draper magic as he moves around the course. Currently, as I mentioned, 28th place overall.
I think he knows Caleb. You think they're friends?
I think everybody's Caleb's friend.
That's true.
Because Caleb's a very nice individual, and that running community is very cool. Got to be out there about a month ago for the Twisted Fork Trail Fest.
Twisted Fork. Shout out Twisted Forks.
It was a blast. I did not run, which made it much more enjoyable for me because, as
Just
we've
cheered?
learned,
Oh,
DJ.
you DJ'd. I saw that.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time
Man.
on feet, just
How does
two-stepping.
Finn get Skylar out to DJ his race?
Yeah,
That's just...
you make a call. It's what you do. We all show up in the ways that we can. And those who can't teach, those who can't run, DJ, we just do what we got to do to keep the people moving along the course. But yeah, it was actually my first time in Utah and had an absolute blast. So I understand how a lot of these runners coming out of that Salt Lake City, Orrin, Park City area, I get why they love it. I get why they stay, and I get why they're so good at running.
Yeah. Kind of just goes up out of everywhere.
I'm just like, just to get from point A to point B, it's a 30-minute drive, and I'm passing these massive, massive climbs.
Yeah. They're pretty good to ski, too.
Well, we got to bring back our youth up here to tell me about the ski biking.
Yeah, the ski biking.
Because if I
we
could
bring
sit
back
down, that'd be
Graham,
great.
too. He skied plenty in Utah. But excellent mountains for climbing as well.
As are the San Juans, as we've got to
Yes.
experience all day, including some of those phenomenal drone shots and runner cams, bike cams. We've had folks all over the course trying to bring you the stories of the day and the night. We're going to do it all again.
If you haven't seen it, you can go back and rewatch some of the live streams and check out the footage. It's been an insane year for wildflowers in the high country. It's all there on YouTube for your viewing pleasure.
Yep, and we have the Hardrock Chronicles that
Yes.
have been and will continue to roll out. So the stories within the race, in addition to what you're getting on the live stream. So
Shout out to, is it Sean Howarth doing those this year? I don't know who's doing them, but if it is Sean or one of our other videographers, whoever is putting together the Hardrock Chronicles, they're knocking them out really quickly. Nice little recaps, 10-minute long or so recaps of what's happened.
all right, so given some context, we also, in addition to the live stream volunteers, have to shout out the aid station volunteers.
Huge shout out to the aid station
Absolutely
volunteers.
crushing it. Funny moment earlier. Both you and I were at Ure doing things that were not us commentating. But I had this moment where I was standing behind the section where they grill food.
Mm-hmm.
And Katie had come in. She had that, I think it was like 10-minute stop, hanging out. And I just hear one of the aid station volunteers just exclaim, "She's eating my quesadilla." So it's so awesome that the volunteers not only get the benefit of watching the race firsthand, but the appreciation of everything happening.
Speaking of Katie,
Yeah. Chapman.
we are back to Chapman. We may be seeing your women's race leader coming in here.
We got lights, headlamps, would suggest Katie and Pacer coming in at the Chapman aid station, 84.5 miles into the Hardrock 100 endurance run F1. Katie Schide in 20 hours and 18 minutes now elapsed on the clock as we watch Katie and basically her last crew stop until the finish.
Getting a blanket over her right away, keeping her warm. Looks like she's sipping on something warm as well.
As she comes in, Courtney DeWalter on her course record run entered the Chapman aid station. 20 hours and 26 minutes elapsed. So Katie now just a mere 8 minutes ahead of Courtney's course record.
Starting to get a little tighter.
Courtney spent 4 minutes in this aid station. So we will have the clock running to see how long Katie goes. Or the opposite, how long Katie stops for. But at this point, Katie is basically just chasing the ghost of Courtney DeWalter, signified on the GPS tracker by that pink rabbit climbing along, as Katie currently has a fairly healthy distance gap on second place Manon.
Yeah, and one might think, oh, this is mile 82. There's less than 20 miles left, 18 miles left. Well, you have a lot of climbing left and a lot of descending. And if you have tired legs or your quads are shot, that can make for some slow miles. So it's a very, very difficult way to end the race going this direction. We will see at the next time she hits an aid station there, how that compares to the Courtney DeWalter splits. But as we see, it has gotten a little tighter here, so it's going to be interesting to see if she can hit that course record or not.
Absolutely. We'd mentioned earlier, Courtney DeWalter, when she ran the course record, had a very unpleasant first half of the race and blitzed it from Campbird Road to the finish.
Mm-hmm.
So when Katie left Ouray, she had something like 70 minutes on the course record and has now bled that down to just 8. Should be fun to watch as she, she has to get in that headspace of I'm in first. My job is at this point to not mess it up from here. Hence why she's taking the time to make sure she has what she needs. Looks to be getting in some relatively solid food there. But also, I'm sure it's somewhere in the back of her mind what Courtney's splits were. I know that specifically because as she was being run into that Ouray aid station, I was on the runner cam, and her crew was giving her, like, you are 77 minutes up on Courtney and 17 minutes up on Kyle's splits, whatever that means. Mm-hmm. I did not go back and investigate that. So even though Katie had such a healthy lead at Ouray, chasing the ghost of Courtney was on her mind. I wonder how much that's a motivating factor right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think knowing Katie, at least from afar, I would imagine she's going to be driven by those splits and continue to be. And this might be also part of this, a little bit of a quicker aid station is look, we're going after a certain goal here, and we need to I mean, she's smiling. She looks great. But I do think she's trying to get out of there fairly quickly. And appears she is maybe making her way. We're going to get some more of something, so
this is now about 4 minutes of stoppage time for Katie here at the Chapman aid station, on par with not only what Courtney herself did on her course record run, but also what our gentlemen have been doing, the 5 of whom have been through this aid station already. Because Katie is not only winning in terms of the women's race, but she's sitting in 6th overall, which we should not lose sight of.
I mean, we have 3 women in the top 11.
Top 11, yep.
Absolutely incredible. Those 3 women are quite a bit ahead of the rest of the women's field, but They are all extremely elite runners. Many of them have been out here for weeks and sometimes longer months, getting on course, acclimatizing. I mean, we heard Germain, Katie's partner, talking about kind of creating a connection to the trails out here and kind of adapting his mind and body to want to run the race and to become part of this terrain, which is a very interesting, super kind of profound approach. And it seems to be working well for him. He is running really well. As you're looking here at Katie Schide, women's race leader at mile 82.4, 20 hours and 23 minutes into this race.
So on the out, Courtney Dauwalter on the course record run from 2023 was out at 20 hours and 30 minutes. So Katie Schide heading out of the aid station about 6.5 minutes under course record pace. About a 5-minute or so stop there. Vibes look good. We'll get an idea from Graham there on the ground exactly what he saw and heard. Got a sense of it. But just looking at the crew, like they seemed, I'm not gonna say not stressed, but they seemed pretty methodical.
Yeah, sense of urgency there, I'd say. Nina the rabbit is just showing the lead female.
Correct.
So there is no way for Katie to know, other than if her crew were to tell her where she is against historical splits. There's nothing that she can tell from any tracker or anything like that. So we actually don't have like a ghost emoji on there for the course record. The rabbit is just showing the first female.
And somebody who saw the first female firsthand, Graham, what did you see out there at the Chapman aid station with Katie Schide?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We got you, bud.
We can.
Awesome. Yeah, Katie came in, as I said before, seemed to be moving a little more slowly down that section than some of the others. She was a little on the quiet side. She ate some food, got some warm stuff, but definitely seemed like the course was really starting to take its toll on her. She did get a good pep talk by Jason Coop, and they were able to get her kind of back out on the trail. She didn't stop for that long, which I think is a really smart move by her. But I think she's definitely feeling the race at this point.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you heard us, Graham, but it sounds like she is now only about 8 minutes up on Courtney's record and spent about a minute longer in aid than Courtney did when she was there. So she might now be only 7 minutes. So it's shortened a bit or condensed a bit, where she had quite a bit of a lead up on Courtney's record earlier on, but still incredible run here.
I mean, I wasn't here for Courtney, obviously, but just based on that 8 station stop and how she moved out of here, I think the course record is less in jeopardy than it was.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that she had taken in some of that like warm food, got the pep talk. Was there anything in terms of gear that you noticed, any shoe change, sock change type situation, or is she kind of just like the die? Is she feeling that the die is cast at this point, and she's just going to have to stick it through with the gear and shoe choice that she has?
Yeah, she didn't change shoes or anything, but she did grab a jacket. Like she was starting to move out of here, and then she stopped, turned around, and got a jacket. Mm-hmm. She seemed cold. She was asking for warm stuff. She had a blanket on her kind of immediately when she sat down. So I think if she's moving slowly, and especially kind of on the downhill section, you could get cold. I mean, look at me. I'm all wrapped up. And I think she was wearing T-shirt and shorts when she came in. So she's dressed more warmly now.
Yeah. And as we all know, when you second you stop moving, you can get cold real quick. So made sense that you would put the blanket on there. I mean, Katie Schide is a smaller individual who does not have a ton of body fat to keep her warm, and I can relate to that. And sometimes you need a lot of warm clothes on you, so makes total sense. Plus, your body has been working extremely hard and blood flowing for 20 and a half hours at high altitude. I mean, I'm actually really impressed with how well she is doing, considering, you know, what she looked like in Ouray. It just shows the grit and kind of toughness of this incredible world-class runner that she is.
I would agree with that. She is a tough cookie.
Yeah, looking at Courtney's splits from Chapman to the finish, it took her on her course record run about 5 hours and 45 minutes to get from where you are at Chapman to the finish. So given that this is Katie's last opportunity to really involve her crew and sort of gearing up for a 6-hour stretch that's ahead of her, I think it's very prudent that she took the time to make sure she got what she needed there. In terms of the crew's energy and what they were saying, even like, you know, after Katie left the aid station, is there anything that you picked up from them, especially since you've seen them in a couple different spots along the course? Any energy change in the crew's feelings?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you could tell that they were kind of fighting to get her back together mentally to some extent. They were really positive and upbeat, trying to kind of get her to get more positive and upbeat. The kind of interesting thing that Coop said at the end was, you know, a lot of people come into Chapman, you can either be a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. He thought she was more like a 7 out of 10. So, I mean, it's hard to know if he wasn't trying to kind of boost her up, but that's what he was saying.
Okay.
Just real quick interjection. Speaking of boosting folks up, Matthew Blanchard has just split out of KT about a minute ago in second place. So 56 minutes behind Ludo. But Matthew Blanchard still sitting in second with 11 miles to go at KT.
And we still have a bit of a race here with David Ayala and Zach Miller. Right now, Zach Miller's moving at 1.65 miles an hour, and David is moving at 1.54. I don't know. Could he be chasing? We'll see. And Jamon Granger, who goes by Serge, he is sitting in third place still.
So thinking back to Chapman, next individuals in should be Brian Colmo and Kyle Curtin. They split out of Telluride 30 and 45 minutes behind Katie, respectively. Given Katie was giving back a little bit of time, they might have closed that gap to her in this section. So do you see any headlamps up in the distance above that tree line?
Yeah, I haven't looked in the last few minutes, but there was a pair that came over behind Katie and looked like we were moving faster than Katie. So I would expect that they would be in here in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, Graham, did Katie have a pacer?
Yeah.
Do you know who it was?
I don't. It was a guy.
That's okay. Just
You would have
wondering
probably
if
known who it was.
I might know it. No, but that's okay. But she did have someone with her. Just, you know, I don't know. That's
She did, and I'm glad too.
Yeah.
And, you know, this aid station's so remote, and that climb coming out of here is hard. I really think everybody should have a pacer, even Jim Walmsley.
Oh, hot take.
It's 2:30 in the morning. What do you
It's
expect?
2:30. Wow, we're bringing air of life after dark. We'll see Jim tomorrow and give him crap about all this pacer stuff. Just a fun fact. Someone in the chat mentioned that Ludo's only moving at 2 miles an hour, but then they looked into it and he's on a 31% grade.
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
31% grade at, you know, mile 95 or so of this race. That's just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I will say some of the percentages on the GPS are a bit weird.
Quit killing us, Skylar.
I'm not.
Come
Listen,
on.
I'm just trying to ground truth things a bit. Don't get me wrong. The climbs and descents are rough.
I would not be surprised if there was a 30% grade right there.
Oh, no. This specific area may have a 30% grade. I saw some that were like 80% grade.
Oh, okay,
I was
probably
like,
not 80%. That
correct.
might be.
Mostly because I was trying to prepare for potentially having to go out there, and I was like, if I have to pace Jamil from KT to the finish, what am I signing up for? And I was like, an 80% grade ain't it. I don't rock climb. So I just take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
And also, the speed at which they are moving is exactly when the ping hits. It's not sort of an Overton window. So just
Well,
as
since
you're working
Skylar's
through-
raining on my parade, I'll just say from experience, having been on this course, Skylar,
It's
that there are
hard.
multiple sections where there is at least a 30% grade. That is
Correct.
100% true.
I will allow it.
We'll allow it. Ouch. Oh, man.
Well, speaking of the steep grades that we have on course, we do have that steep descent with all those switchbacks coming into Chapman. As we mentioned, we would expect our next two individuals to come in here sometime in the next 15 or 20 minutes. So before we sort of pull it off of you, Graham, let you get another layer on, maybe get another cup of coffee in your system. Do you have any insight as we are now, 3 hours away from sunrise? How's that moon hitting? Is it getting brighter, or just generally what's the scene for the individuals as they are running along the course right now?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it right now if you were in a spot not in the trees without a headlamp. I mean, it's very bright with the moon.
Sweet. And we appreciate you and all your bright energy and takes. So go get another cup of
Absolutely.
coffee. Go relax. We'll let you save your voice because we expect you're going to have to do the duty of watching two individuals here in just a few minutes. So appreciate you, sir.
Thanks so much, guys.
See you soon.
So as we are covering the front of the race, as I mentioned, we got to watch the back as well. It is now 20 hours and 35 minutes elapsed here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and The Feed, which means Animus Forks Aid Station, mile 42.6, is officially closed. In the closing moments, Patrick O'Neill out, 5 minutes to spare. Cal Mitchell out, 2 minutes to spare.
Oh, man.
We have not had Denise Klott or Y Law officially in or out of that aid station. The snail keeps moving. We will find out very soon if those two individuals will be moving along with it.
And you know what? Just a quick shout out to those two individuals. Suppose they don't get there. I mean, what they have just done is absolutely amazing. So we need to give them all the kudos in the world, all the love, all the applause for this effort. And I mean, if you're gonna end your race, just keep going until you get cut off, and that is absolutely admirable. So I think those two individuals are awesome. They are crushers. They've completed close to half of the Hardrock 100, which is a huge accomplishment.
And we won't write their sentence quite yet until we get official word. Meanwhile, we got two individuals, as I mentioned, Patrick and Cal, racing the snail, heads up. They had about 70 minutes to the next runners in front of them. So hopefully Patrick and Cal can work together a little bit to keep moving, because it's nothing but darkness and moonlight ahead of them. Looking through what the next cutoff would be. No cutoff at Engineer. So next cutoff is going to be at Ouray at 9 a.m. So 27 hours?
Yeah.
27 hours
27
into the
hours.
race.
Anna wants to know the estimated finish time for men and women, the estimated first finisher time. If you're wondering that, the course record on the men's side, 21 and change. I don't have it memorized. Women's course record is 26 and change.
Yeah. So Francois ran 21:45 in 2021.
21:45.
Aurelian won in 23 hours flat in 2023. Ludo is basically slipping just under Aurelian. I would imagine, now I'm just making projections, that
we can't call on Liam. He's taking a snooze. Dang it.
no, it's fine. I got spreadsheets.
You got spreadsheets.
So as we mentioned, Ludo Pomeray, our first place male, split out of KT at 1:32 a.m., so just a little over an hour ago. And historically speaking, it is 2.5 to 2 hours and 50 minutes to get from KT to the finish. So we got another 250 minus 1 hour, 1:45 to 1:50, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
4 a.m. or slightly earlier. Why are you guys making me do math on air?
You're doing a great job,
2:30 in the
Skylar.
morning.
I
Bars
don't
are
know.
closed in most of America right now. No good decisions happen right now. No
Can't
math
get
should be
any
happening right
coffee. The aid station's not set up here. Oh, we have these fantastic things called Hardrock Chronicles, though. And we have one to share for you guys to keep you entertained while we try to get caffeine in our systems. So we will be right back. Enjoy this cut of the Hardrock Chronicles.
Get him. On. Oh my God.
Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Beautiful flowers.
Lots of alpine sunflowers.
It is gorgeous. At the pool. We were at the hot springs.
It's nice that there's less smoke up here. I'm not so much looking forward to the old running. But I'm also glad when the steep bit is over. That's beautiful. I mean, look at the flowers. It's awesome. Trying to take it easy.
It's Hardrock. It's not to love.
Where are you from?
Grants, New Mexico. That's the first time. Been putting in since 2016. I'm ecstatic to be out here. Have a good one.
Oh yeah, incredible. Incredible. Glad the smoke cleared. Feeling pretty good. Playing the long game though. A lot of race left. Racing the course more than myself. What a grind. Yeah, psyched to be out of the smoke though. But yeah, this is gorgeous. It's a slow motion race. Supporting this race. Awesome. Thank you so much. It's beautiful.
Made it.
Nice job.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Hey, hey.
Take it in.
Enjoy, man. You were savoring for a second at least.
Oh, that's awesome. That's incredible.
Yeah.
What a blessing.
Here's where you're headed. You can kind of see the trail.
Gotta take this in. Can't be too quick through spots like this.
Having fun yet?
Oh, one more hill down. Woo! Oh, there is downhill in this course.
Too bad?
Just have to remember what Hardrock pace is and accept it.
Beautiful.
You having fun now?
A little nauseous, a little crampy. You would expect nothing less.
So far, so good. Just trying to baby the ankle a bit. Had some rough years in this direction, so hopefully it won't go that bad. But yeah, just grateful to be out here. It's beautiful.
Did it. You're looking great. How you feeling?
Thank you. Good. Tough.
You go.
Oh, I did great. I want to say hi to my family. Sorry to interrupt that Hardrock Chronicles, but we are back. I am Corinne Chavoy, and this is Skylar Hall. This is the Hardrock Endurance Run 100 Mile, brought to you by Altra and the Feed. Thanks to Mountain Outpost, we have eyes on our next runner in Chapman. This is Brian Colmo. Brian's looking fresh from here.
Yeah, sitting in 6th male, 7th
Yes, he is.
overall.
Out of Salt Lake City, Utah, another Utah. What's happening with we were talking about Draper earlier. Brian Colmo, the finish line director of the Hardrock 100. How many times has Brian run this race? I feel like it's got to be at least a couple.
This is his second.
This is only his
He's
second.
got one
Okay,
finish
last year.
from, was that 23?
Ooh, so he still has to go clockwise direction to become a true hard rocker potentially. But yeah, let's find out what his previous finish time was in this direction. See if he is maybe going to set a personal record.
It was 2023.
Okay. 28.
Let's be just over 20.
57.
Yeah, I was gonna say just around 29 hours.
28:57. He's on pace to potentially break that.
Let's see, when he ran it a few years ago. He hit this aid station 22 hours and 13 minutes elapsed. So just an hour and a half ahead of that run, in which he was the 7th male and 9th overall. So ahead of splits.
Ahead of
placing at the moment. That being said, we do know that Kyle Curtin and he were in a pretty pitched battle coming out of Telluride. We'd expect Kyle Curtin to also be showing up into this Chapman aid station at any moment.
And I mean, those are the kind of things that really can keep you moving this late in a race. You know you're being chased by someone, or you're going, you know that you're under your own time. Like, sometimes you need those things, especially when it's dark, legs are tired. If someone tells him, you know, Kyle's right there, you gotta keep moving. Could be enough just to pull him through to the end here.
Yeah, I would say between the two of them is no more than 10 minutes, or at least it wasn't as of a mile and a half ago. So there is a sense of urgency if Brian wants to get out of there and make Kyle sweat. But you also have 5,000 feet of climbing left in the race.
Got to get prepared for that.
Got to make sure you take care of yourself. Yeah.
Make sure you have lots of fluids. We do have Graham Chavoy out there that we'll get some thoughts on after Brian leaves. We're going to give the runners their space and not invade their privacy. Let their crews do their thing, and then we'll get some thoughts on how Brian looked.
So to bring everyone up to speed on this men's race, Ludovic Pomeray out in front. Actually came through this Chapman aid station 3.5 hours ago, which is wild to think. Matthew Blanchard in second. Serge Germain Grangier in third. We had David Ayala in fourth. Zach Miller in fifth. Zach Miller in fifth left about 75, actually 80 minutes ago from this Chapman aid station. So in terms of the men's race, Brian Colmo sitting here in sixth place, sort of in a no man's land with Kyle chasing behind, but he does have the benefit of women's leader Katie Schide just about 25 minutes up the trail. So can have a little bit of a target in front of him to try to chase down. Headlamps
and also run away from.
So in terms of mentally locking in, he might be in one of the better positions, Brian, with a reasonable beacon in front and behind him.
Yeah. I think this is a great point by SLH or SL Hit in the chat, saying even though it was said that Katie was struggling, Brian didn't really make up any time on her. Mm-hmm. I guess they're all suffering. That's very true statement that I think probably very accurate. They've been out there for almost 21 hours. No real weather that we've seen this year. I don't know if there's been any little thunderstorms. There could have been a bit of heat for sure at times. We saw some cooling strategies, ice bandanas, especially down in the Ray area. I know coming down Bear Creek in the middle of the day, it was toasty. So, but they have had pretty good conditions. But again, they've been at altitude all day. They've been pushing, they've been climbing. They have more than 28,000 feet of climbing and descending on their legs at this point. Yes, everyone is definitely feeling it.
Yeah, and based on historical splits, you know, Brian, Katie, they still have 5.5 hours to go from this point. So anything can happen, a lot can change, but also speaks to how important it is to take care of yourself at that Chapman aid station, because it is the last time you're going to see your crew between now and basically the finish.
Yeah. Yeah, anything can absolutely happen. We've had elite runners in not only this race, but other races, you know, call their race with less than 10 miles to go. Things like that happen. You never know. You never know until it's actually over. Here we're looking at Governor Basin. Nice setup there.
So Governor's Basin, 64.5 miles on course. We should have 3 runners in the aid station, or at least that have not checked out at this point. Matt Meckenstock, Masazumi Fujioka, and Isaiah Hemmen currently sitting in this Governor's Basin aid station, 64.5 miles. They are sitting in 33rd, 34th, and 35th, respectively. So 35 folks of our 145 starters making it into Governors. We still have 134 confirmed runners still on course at this point, awaiting official confirmation of anyone who may have been pulled at that Animas Forks cutoff at 2:30. We will also be keeping eyes out at Telluride, 73 miles into the race, as we would expect our F4, F5, and F6 battle to be playing out there relatively soon. We did have those 3 individuals, Amber Weibel, Stephanie Case, and Corinne, this is on you.
Oui.
There it is. They cleared Kroger's and are solidly on the descent into Telluride. They were separated by about 10 to 12 minutes in terms of real time on the course. Distance-wise, we're talking about 3/4 of a mile, maybe a full mile. But it's a nice, I'm not gonna say cruisy descent from Kroger's to Telluride, but it's runnable if you want to. So F4, F5, and F6 should be approaching that Telluride aid station. Once we get some pings and some eyes, we'll be sure to keep you all in the loop as we also approach 21 hours elapsed here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and The Feed.
Yeah, shout out to everyone joining us in the middle of the night here, 3 a.m. almost, local time. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. It's helping keep us company and give us some stuff to talk about in between runners here. And yeah, someone mentioned Ludo's descending and how his downhill has really made it this year. I mean, I think I'd concur with that. I witnessed his downhill up above Ouray, and there's not many people that can put even a 1 or 2 second gap on someone like Jim Walmsley, and Ludo is doing that, coming down the Bear Creek Trail, which is also quite technical. So, I mean, he puts in the work. He does multiple soft rocks and covers the entire course over 3 to 4 days, multiple times before the event. Like, he just strikes me as someone who really loves being out there. In between that, he's doing all kinds of 14ers, just knocking them off right and left, traversing the state up in Leadville, hanging out and doing all kinds of runs with his wife, who is also his crew chief. It just seems like absolutely a lifestyle and something he just loves doing. So this is really cool to see it playing out for him again this year.
Yeah, and the fun part is we can basically officially say it's all downhill from here.
Can we? Is it really?
Essentially. So his last ping was officially 15 minutes ago. So the last peak of the course is 93.3 miles.
Oh.
And he pinged at 93 miles 15 minutes ago. I think it's reasonable to expect that He's moving no slower than 2.5 miles per hour up that climb. So we can't say for absolute certain until we get the next ping, but I feel pretty confident when I say for our leader in the men's field, Ludovic Pomeray, it's essentially all downhill from here to the
Go
finish.
Ludo. Let's give some love to Ludo in the chat. I don't know. Is there like some emoji that Ludo would, I don't know. He's just such a joyful guy. Just a big smiley face.
Just the
Throw a smiley in the chat.
Just a grandfather clock at this point.
A
Because time cannot stop this man. Turns 50.
Maggie
in 10
Gutierrez asked
days.
me if he is actually a vampire because he does not age. So that might be a secret. Vampire emoji in the chat for Ludo. Let's go. Ludo the vampire. Thanks for that one, Maggie.
Well, listen. It sounds like it's a vampire weekend then.
Oh, nice. Had to throw a musical reference in there. Wouldn't be you if it wasn't, Skylar.
You could
What's
do
your favorite
anything here.
Vampire Weekend song?
Oh, okay. Hold on. I wasn't ready for hard-hitting questions.
We're getting grandfather clocks, and is this a vampire? Oh, there's the vampire. This is like a monster. He's also a monster. I mean, he's a beast. There we go. I love it. Just throw whatever. Yeah. Thanks, guys. You're making our day here as Skylar thinks through the catalog of Vampire Weekend songs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, honestly, I probably have Holiday up there as like the most played.
Really?
So
I mean, it's the most played. Is it the best?
I don't know if it's the best, but it's the one that gets me the most hyped
Cousins?
to feel like I'm doing something with my life. Hi,
Yeah.
Dale.
Oh, Dale. Hi, Dale. Great to see you.
Dale
Hope you
Spry
had a
with
good rest.
an hour to
Ready
go
to
before our
call in
men's leader.
Ludo? Let's go. This is one of the wonderful things about the Hardrock Endurance Run is the race director, Dale Garland, goes out there and welcomes every single runner. He's looking energetic, spry, ready to go. Gives every single one of them a big hug.
So it is 3 a.m. here, local time. 21 hours elapsed here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and The Feed. We have eyes here on the Governor's Basin aid station, a little over 100K into the course. We've got a couple dozen, I think about 3 dozen runners who've now entered and potentially left this aid station. Just a cool 100 more on their way here to hang out with these volunteers who are absolutely crushing it, as well as all of the volunteers that are still out there at Engineer, Ouray, Kroger's Canteen, Telluride, Chapman, KT, and the nice volunteers at Putnam who are waiting for Ludo to come through in short order and be the first individual to grace their aid station, signifying just 5 short miles left. I say short. Probably doesn't feel great after 95 miles, but 5 miles left back into Silverton.
Yeah, they can think about that. 5 miles. They can do that. If they've done 95 or 97, they can do 5 more. It is 102. Every race is just a little cruel like that. It's never exactly what it's advertised as, but it's just bonus points. Do you know Vampire Weekend has a song called Ice Cream Piano? I am not familiar. We're back on Vampire Weekend.
I'm also not familiar.
All right. We're going to have to check that out later. We want to update you all also on what's going on with the women's race. It's been a fantastically impressive women's race this year so far, with 3 women currently sitting in the top 11 here on your screen. Thank you to our producers. You've got the top 10 women in the race as it stands right now. Just noticing that name, Amber Weibel. 4th place right now. Just ran Western States 13 days ago. Pretty outstanding. The incredible Stephanie Case in 5th right now. Winner of the Snowdonia by UTMB this year. New mom. Absolutely rocking it. Enjoying her first time getting in. She's actually on a pregnancy deferral. Another fantastic part of aspect of this race. Able to defer if you end up getting pregnant. Ejui. I think it was A, not U. So Ejui in 6th. Frele. Eliza LaPierre, 7th place. Dandelion in 8th. Becky Bates, 63 years young, in 9th. And Maria Semerjian in 10th.
So as we talk about the women's race, 2 things to set some context here. Katie Schide just pinged 84.5 miles into the race. Means she's sitting a little over a quarter mile ahead of course record. When she left that Chapman aid station, she had 7 or 8 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's 2023 splits when she ran 26:14. So Katie is still, by the GPS tracker, slightly ahead. But as we talked about, Courtney absolutely blitzed this last, really the last half of the race.
Yeah.
But the last quarter especially. So we'll be on course record watch for Katie.
It will be very exciting.
And the graphic on the screen does not include Kroger's for Amber, Stephanie, and
Ejui.
We're going to go with it. So, but we do have GPS pings, multiple GPS pings from beyond. So we do expect those 3 to be approaching Telluride relatively soon. Amber just pinged 69.5 miles in. So
that's right. According to our tracker, we also have your 3rd place male, Germain Granger, in and out of KT in a quick 1 minute.
Hey, yo.
No standing around, no stopping, spending very little time and continuing on. So that is also an update. We have 3 men now through KT. And we will, someone asked in the chat, we will absolutely have coverage of the finish line. Don't worry about that. We've got lots of lights out there. We've got cameras, potentially follow cams, if not a static cam, showing your top runners coming in.
Yeah, we have a kiss cam this year,
Kiss cam,
which would be very exciting.
Oh, the kiss cam.
And I actually went out there during our last break while that fantastic episode of Chronicles was on. 2 notable components. One, you can literally hear the clicking of the clock that's hanging above the rock. Very ominous. And 2, they got a chair out there. So at least when the runners are done, they have a chair to look forward to, because I think they've at least earned that. But yes, Ludo should be coming in functionally within the next hour to the finish line. Should be here in the Putnam aid station relatively soon, signifying he's got 5 or so miles to go. But yeah, that M2, M3 battle, Mathieu and Germain having left KT about 26 minutes apart, is it's a shortening of that gap, because they were 36 minutes apart leaving Chapman. So in the course of 7 miles that involve 3,000 feet of gain and some descent, Germain able to claw back a little, 10 minutes, almost a quarter of what he had spotted Mathieu. So
he's charging. He's charging.
Out
Going
here.
for it. Yeah. Let's go. Good morning. 3 o'clock in the morning local time. Doesn't really feel like that. I don't know. We're rolling. We got a lot of people in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Whether you're just getting up or staying up, we're glad you're here. We are excited. We are going to be welcoming the 2025 Hardrock 100 champion in here in, I don't know, could be an hour, could be 90 minutes. Probably somewhere in between that. So stay with us. And we will also keep an eye out for any other runners coming into aid stations where we have cameras set up. 4th, 5th, and 6th female still expected to be coming in to the next aid. which will be Telluride for them.
Mm-hmm. All right, so per the GPS ping, we can officially say for Ludo it is essentially all downhill from here.
All right, it's all downhill from here, Ludo.
So just a cool, 6 miles to go in the entire race.
Just a 10K. It's nothing.
Yeah, about a mile out from that Putnam aid station.
Okay.
Not the gentlest start of that descent that he's on. As we talked about, the percentages maybe not super accurate because currently it shows that he's on a negative 55% grade, which would be
just
base jumping.
Hammer that point home, huh?
I'm just putting it out there, but this is a descent, so
It's a descent.
it is significantly more runnable than trying to scale down a flat wall. So should expect him at Putnam relatively soon to ping there, and then from Putnam, it's generally speaking anywhere between the fastest split ever was 50 minutes, which is a Nick Curry jam. Not surprisingly,
That does not surprise me one bit.
most
50
individuals.
minutes from Putnam in?
Correct.
Okay, which is about 4.5 miles.
Yeah, most normal quote unquote human beings. That being said, that
Didn't
means
he
folks
also
who
run the
run
race in
26.
road shoes
Correct.
and cut the toe or the heel out of it at some point? Yeah.
The man is crazy. Everyone else generally runs this thing from Putnam to the finish, and anywhere between an hour and 5 and an hour and 15.
Okay.
So Ludo,
Yeah.
if we're projecting, probably closer to a 4:20 to 4:30 a.m. finish, which would still put him.
I don't know, unless he drinks some vampire blood and just hauls it.
Also worth pointing out, historically, there's only been 3 individuals who've broken 23 hours, 6 individuals who've broken 24 in this direction. So Ludo on a heater right now, but we also see Matthew and Serge also flirting with some potential sub 24 activities. Having them come through KT and 2:28 a.m. and 2:54 a.m. That would have been 20 hours, 28 minutes.
You're just determined to do a bunch of math on this.
Correct. I'm trying to give.
Skylar.
Listen,
Giving the people stats, giving
my
the
whole
data.
claim to fame is trying to give very weird aid station information. Every individual who's finished under 24 hours went through KT and under 21. Both of these individuals, Matthew and Serge, healthfully under 21 hours. Serge by 5 minutes, Matthew by half an hour.
Yep.
So we could see a 50% increase in sub 24-hour finishers in this direction today alone, which is, 1, nuts. 2, speaks to just the caliber of competition that we've seen throughout the day. Even with Ludo out front running the way that he has, this is still an incredibly stacked field that he's out.
And
in
speaks
front of
to
doing this.
just the progression of the sport overall, right? This is just happening. We're just starting to see, 5 of the top 10 fastest times run were run in the last year. It's just happening. People are figuring it out. They're dialing in every aspect. We watched Mathieu Blanchard put shoe covers on at a small water crossing 5 miles into the race to save his feet, taking these little, and that was he did that very quickly, but taking the time to do things that are going to save you time later, whether it's fueling or cooling or just coming out here and, doing recon on the course. Sorry, is it recce? That's the cool term. Recce's on the course. To know what you're in for. People are very much, taking these runs and races as a job professionally doing their homework and their prep to run these kinds of times.
Absolutely. And I mean, and it's true for everybody in this field. You know, even the folks that we're seeing here in Governor's Basin Aid Station, a little over 100K into the course, they've done their homework. They've done the recon. They know exactly what they signed up for and what they need to do to get themselves from the start all the way back around to the finish. One of which, those individuals, Matt Meckenstock, has been hanging out in the aid station for a little bit, hoping things are going well for him. I believe we also just saw Preston Wood leave the aid station a few moments ago, another one of those Utah folks. So we would expect to see the next individuals coming through be some of our women. Eliza LaPierre, Dandelion, Deluvio, Scott.
Nice.
Should be rolling in here momentarily. So we'll keep eyes out for them here at that Governor's Aid Station as they are currently running F7 and F8 here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and The Feed. Meanwhile, rest assured, we do have eyes and cameras still up at Telluride, looking out a little further up that women's race for F4, F5, and F6. The Battle of Amber, Stephanie, and Ajwi. They are making their way from Kroger's, hanging out in the notch at the party. It's always hard to leave that party, but they have done so and are making their way on down to Telluride, as are the likes of Cody Draper and Kyle Markizich.
Yeah, and while there's not very much snow on course this year, relatively dry year, I do believe that climb up Kroger's is still snow-filled.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, getting the poles out, trying not to slip, might be some steps that are starting to form into that snow for everyone to use later on. And that is one of the 30% plus grades on this course.
Correct. Yes, that is a verified 30+%. They are kind enough to sort of dig in stairs on the snowy years. So they are putting in that work, the volunteers, to make it up there and keep Kroger's the party that it is. Can't be a big party. It's an intimate party.
Intimate.
The
Quaint.
notch is not that large.
Quaint party.
Get in, get what you need, get out, keep it moving. Speaking of keeping it moving, we've got runners coming through this Governor's Basin Aid Station here. This is going to be the next hot spot on course, because the number of individuals who have cleared the Governor's Basin Aid Station thus far, 36. How many have cleared the aid station ahead of it? 71. So over
half.
Basically the same number of people who've left this aid station already are between Ouray and Governor. So if these volunteers were just getting warmed up, they're about to have a whole host of folks on their hands here in the coming couple of hours here.
Yeah, and again, shout out to all of the volunteers. There are many people who come out and work this event year after year, take a lot of pride in their aid station prep. There is a full menu of varying, cuisine at every single aid station, because there's a lot of people who eat a lot of real food during this race.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you need some calories, you need some fat. I know in Ouray they have an entire spread of a variety of soups, which sounds delicious. I could definitely see eating soup in the middle of Hardrock. I've seen, brisket and other meats at other aid stations, full menus, kind of pride themselves on having whatever the runners are going to need there, and really some hearty food to keep them going.
Speaking of keeping going, we just had a recent ping from Katie Schide. Our women's leader, 85.2 miles into the race, meaning she's got about 550, 600 meter lead on the Pink Rabbit.
That's getting tight.
Courtney DeWalter's course record beacon is just chasing Katie down, but she is still ahead of it as she makes the climb up Grant Swamp Pass.
Man, that's a gnarly climb to be doing right now.
And some 1,200 meters further up that trail, Zach Miller. So if Katie has her eyes up, she may actually see that lone headlamp bouncing around of Zach's. Zach having left that last aid station down without a pacer, finishing this thing off solo. So got his eyes not looking back at Katie, but actually forward towards David Ayala. But as it stands, Zach Miller, 85.9 miles in. David Ayala, 3 miles ahead. Really opened up that gap coming out of Chapman.
That's a move. That's definitely some serious for what we heard, of him having shaky legs at Chapman. They seem to be working all right. Either that or Zach is really slowing. We heard him say it was, in his words, not his day, having experienced some GI trouble or maybe losing his stomach a bit. So.
Yeah, I would say Zach, if he did look back, would see Katie and her pacers headlamps, but he's still sitting on a 2-mile gap back to the next man in the field, Kyle Curtin. So if Zach can just keep moving, get over Grant Swamp Pass, enjoy a little bit of a reprieve on the climbing front before having to continue on up.
So we're trying to show you what we can of the race course. Obviously, it is pitch black everywhere right now except for the aid stations where there's a little bit of light. And the runners have their headlamps, but we don't have, the midday visuals of drone footage just due to the lighting. But here we're at Chapman. We are waiting for our next runners to come in. And as soon as we get them, we do have a field correspondent out there, one Graham Shalvoy, who will be giving us an update on how runners are doing and any insights from the crew, pacers, or anything else that he observes. And then we will also be transitioning over to a finish line follow cam. We may be able to follow the winner of the race, expected to be Ludovic Pomeray, within the next hour, possibly.
Yeah, so he just split out of Putnam 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
5-ish miles left on course, almost exclusively downhill. Not completely downhill.
This is just an amazing run by Ludo.
But Ludo, 21:18 out of Putnam. He's got 324 feet to climb.
324.
But
all right.
2,600 to descend.
Okay. Nice, smooth. That's, let's do the math. So 400, 600, 500 foot miles descent.
When you put it like that, it does not sound relaxing and enjoyable at all.
But that sounds pretty steep, actually.
Yeah, and a lot of that descent actually comes in the first 3 miles.
Okay.
Because you hit that creek, the road, a little bit of a climb, and then you're running parallel to the highway on your way into Silverton.
Mm-hmm.
But as we said, we expect somewhere in the hour and 5 variety from Putnam to the finish.
Unless he
So
pulls
at
a
this
Nick
point-
Curry and runs 50 minutes.
Correct. There's been a handful of folks who've run under an hour. Just really comes down to what Ludo wants to get into, but we'd expect him here somewhere in the 22:20 range on the overall finish time. So a little around an hour for our men's leader to come in if he holds pace as expected. Also worth pointing out that that's still on pace to be the second fastest ever run in this direction. 22:45 is the second fastest by one Dylan Bowman back in 2021 when he was chasing our course record holder, Francois. So Ludo just ripping it right now. Meanwhile, we got eyes on Chapman, one of the next individuals we would expect to come into this 84 mile aid station would be one Manon. Bohard, our F2 on course, left Telluride at 12:02 a.m. So 3 hours and 20 minutes ago, which is about what we expect for many individuals who run in that 27, 28 hour range. Historically, folks have split anywhere between 3.5 to 3:45 pretty consistently based on Manon's projected finish time. So somewhere here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, Manon should be on her way into this Chapman aid station. And as I say that, ping just happens, 82.2 miles in, putting her just about a quarter mile up from this Chapman aid station we got eyes on. So very soon, her and Jeff Rome, who is currently sitting as 9th overall, 7th male,
8th.
Should be rolling in too. So giving a little bit of a light update, we have dawn here locally, at least in Silverton, at about 5:30 a.m. So we're about 2 hours away from dawn, 2.5 hours away from sunrise. So we would expect at least one, potentially 3 finishers before sunrise officially hits. And then that will give us the opportunity to get a whole lot more eyes on the rest of the runners making their way through this Hardrock 100 endurance run. Get some eyes back in the sky. Get those beautiful drone shots coming to you again that we were able to have brought to you by the Feed Sky Cam on day 1. And get to really dig into some of these stories of athletes moving their way. We do not have another cutoff on course until 9 a.m., so 5.5 hours or so at Ouray. So as we see pings coming in from Engineer, we have about 13, 14 individuals that still need to make their way into and out of that Engineer aid station. Brian Schumann, representing Laramie, Wyoming, just left there about 10 minutes ago, 122nd place overall. So we'll keep eyes on the snail as folks move along that GPS track. But hey, if you're at home and you're trying to keep track of any or all of our runners, make sure you hit that link at the top of the chat. Check those live splits as they come in. And if you're following that GPS best practice, make sure you are looking at the last time that tracker pinged for your runner of choice. Could have been 2 minutes ago. Could have been 20 minutes ago. Allow you to make a proper projection as to where that athlete might be on course. Like right now, Katie Schide's beacon is holding hands with Courtney DeWalter's course record Pink Rabbit Ghost, whatever we're calling it, but Katie pinged 6 minutes ago.
I'm getting
So
Alice in Wonderland vibes from the Pink Rabbit.
it,
I like it, though.
yeah,
But she's behind it
as of 6 minutes ago,
as of 6 minutes ago.
which means as long as she isn't taking a current nap,
It's going to be real close.
it's going to ping right ahead of it. When Katie Schide left, that Chapman aid station had about a 7 minute to 8 minute gap on
7 minutes.
Courtney's course record. This is one of the most brutal climbs on the course. One out of the sheer absurdity of having to climb such steep grades in that scree field. You're wayfinding essentially on your own, not a really nicely built-in trail. But you're also 85 plus miles into this and have already climbed like 29,000 feet. So Katie Schide out there absolutely grinding, still on course record watch. We'll follow along as she is approaching the top of Grant Swamp Pass.
And we're expecting Manon Bohard anytime into the Chapman aid station as well. As soon as we get eyes on runners there, we'll hopefully be able to observe how Manon is doing.
Currently sitting in second place in that women's race.
Yeah, running a fantastic race. Really has been in that second place position for most of the day.
And comfortably top 10 overall.
Yeah.
So still also doing an absolutely phenomenal job out there.
And we have Katarina Hartmuth in third on the women's side. She was our second place last year.
Yeah, we'd expect Katarina to be somewhere about 78 and a half miles into the race. Maybe a little bit short of that. But that would put her about 4 miles back of Manon and this Chapman aid station that we have eyes on. And we should see headlamps coming in literally any second. That would signify Manon.
And if you're joining us and enjoying the coverage here, also just subscribe to Mountain Outpost. Mountain Outpost is an amazing organization that brings live streams of all kinds of races, some of the best races in the sport to you all. We'd appreciate a follow here. All 2,500 of you watching, I'm sure you're here to see our winner of this year's race.
As are the crowd that's starting to build here at the finish line. You got eyes on the coveted rock. You're not done until you kiss the rock. So we got the kiss cam. We got a couple different angles here at the finish line, and it looks like we're going to have a runner cam out there bringing in Ludo and many, many more to the finish line as we have just a cool 26 and a half more hours to go here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and the Feed.
Skylar, you're crushing the sponsor shout-outs. I'm doing a really bad job of that. I feel like you're highlighting them every couple minutes, and I'm not doing a very good job. So
it's fine. One of them.
Give me the next one.
One of them pays you, so no big deal. And I'm here. If somebody wants to buy these head rights, get at me.
Yeah.
No, we couldn't bring this coverage to you without our wonderful sponsors. We've come a long way since the first U.S.-based races having coverage back in 2021. This year's Hardrock.
Solstice.
We always had the static cams at Desert Solstice. A little easier to do it at the track.
What are you going to consider the first one?
I was going to say Black Canyon.
Black Canyon.
Yeah, trying to do especially point-to-point coverage. But just 4 years later, here we are covering Hardrock for a third time, getting new scenes that we have never been able to capture before with the advent of technology, sponsors that allow us to procure that technology, sponsors who give us e-bikes to let folks roll around. So a huge shout out to the local community down in Ouray for sponsoring our e-bike coverage specifically.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
And I'd have to look up the exact business name. I apologize.
Ouray's the best.
I ran past their headquarters because obviously they have the e-bike situation they helped us out with, but they also do all the climbing.
Oh, yeah. Wait, was it Ouray Mountain Sports?
I think so.
Oh, Ouray Mountain Sports is a staple.
So,
let's go.
Yeah, they had
That's
some
a great outdoor shop.
just-
Go visit it if you're in Ouray.
Just seeing people scaling the side of cliffs as I'm running along the perimeter trails, like this is Ouray's a whole vibe.
Oh, yeah. It's a great outdoor shop. I mean, then you got it covered because you got rock climbing in the summer. You got ice climbing in the winter. They have a nice selection of shoes in there. Fantastic owner. It's a good spot.
And we have many, many runners that are still making their way down to Ouray to enjoy the scene for themselves.
Yeah, we're going to be bouncing back and forth between the Chapman aid station, where we're expecting second place female, and our finish line.
The Telluride aid station, where we
Yes, where we're
expect
expecting
F
fourth,
4,
fifth,
5,
and
6.
sixth females. Yes. Could get very busy here pretty soon.
And then, yes, you have this finish line where we expect our first finisher in the next 50 or so minutes, plus a runner cam, which will be fun in the dark.
Yeah.
So shout out to whichever volunteer is out there holding down the runner cam, and to all of our volunteers helping bring this coverage, those aid stations, and all of this energy to you all as we are in the wee hours of the morning here, broadcasting live from Silverton, Colorado.
9,300 feet. Sorry, what is that in meters? We got a lot of Europeans that are very upset with the imperial system right now. I can't say in kilometers. How long is this race in kilometers? It's got to be around 160, 165K. That's as much as I can do.
Elevation in Silverton, 2,850-ish meters.
2,850 meters.
Ballpark.
Thank you. 102. 102 miles.
Oh, yeah, I'm in feet to meters. That ain't it.
I'm guessing 160. Oh, there.
Roll 161 kilometers.
Isn't it 102?
Okay, now officially billed as 162 kilometers, unofficially 164 kilometers.
It's a long way, no matter how you say it.
With
okay, 33,000 feet.
I knew you were going to ask that.
All right, I'm going to guess. That's pretty easy. That's got to be 11,000 meters.
10,058. It's
Not
that.
bad.
It's those rolling decimals.
Yeah.
Speaking of
10,000
rolling,
meters of
we are
climbing
here in
and
Chapman
descending.
aid station where we should have eyes on Manon Bohard, our
Yep.
F2, 9th overall, 80.
Let's go, Manon.
4 miles.
84.4. Manon Bohard, 33 years old, out of, how do you say this? Lise, France. You guys should come visit. All right. Oh, we're talking about Nepal in the chat. Sorry, sidetrack. We've got second place, Manon Bohard. Sitting down, having some food. Getting prepared for one of the last big climbs of this race. I mean, she looks pretty good to me. nice spread there of options. Some extra shoes, it looks like, just in case. Manon appears to be a Hoka athlete. We're going to find out a little more about Manon.
Correct, yes, in terms of the Hoka athlete.
Sponsor. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, had one of the funniest quotes in her runner bio card.
Yes, let's find that. She's also the first woman through the forest at Engelasters. I don't know what that means, but it sounds really cool. I'm going to be the first woman through the forest.
But in terms of other just beastly results, winner at Diagonal de Fou last year was third at the Long Trail World Championships back in 2023.
Third in the world at Long Trail. It's impressive.
Which
and she's
I
only
think
33. She's got to be one of the younger runners in this race.
I'm going to find out.
Yeah, but again, if you are just joining us, every runner in the Hardrock field has to run a Hardrock qualifying race just to enter the lottery or be considered for a special consideration spot. There's only about 150 runners that toe the line every year, and this year there are 31 females in that field, 21%, which is the percentage of how many women entered the lottery. Manon this year won the Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB on June 13th. Crushed that race. That's 100K, probably in prep for this. As you mentioned, won Grand Raid last year. Placed 20th at UTMB Mont Blanc in 2024. Just a handful of Manon's results. Looks like is maybe getting ready to depart the Chapman aid station. Look at those purple poles. Those are cool.
So on the deep research, have found that Manon is about 5 months younger than Katie.
Oh, that's it. They're both 33.
They're both 33.
Deep research, deep stats. Yeah. Both 33 years old, absolutely.
Or, okay, public math. 5 months older.
5 months older.
Okay, so Katie is 5 months younger than Manon.
Oh, so
and
Katie's got to be one of the youngest.
We have one other 33-year-old in the field, Ilaria Lancia, shout out, and then one person under the age of 30, which would be our third place female, Katarina.
Oh yeah, Katarina's 29.
So the three, let's just say youngest women in the field are currently running first, second, and third here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run.
Brought to you by Altra and the Feet.
Got you.
Thanks, Skylar. Appreciate you. Oh man, that's cool. That's a cool stat. I mean, because I think, sometimes you think the experience is what's going to win out here, and I think this is also just a testament to, younger runners coming into this sport and going for longer distances. I recognize that person on the screen at Chapman. That's Graham Chalvoy, my husband.
Getting his hands warm.
Can you hear us, Graham? Hold on, we're getting your audio. One sec.
Has he added the beanie since we last
No,
saw
the
him?
beanie was there.
The beanie
It's
was
just more visible. Okay, try again. No.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you
Yeah,
and your
you guys
beanie
like
loud
my
and
beanie?
clear. What was going on with
Yep.
Manon?
It was hard to tell because they did the whole thing in French, but they did a lot of talking, and it seemed like maybe she was struggling with something. Clearly, I don't know what it was, but she left in pretty good spirits and
Yeah.
kind of ate and got a bunch of looked like grilled cheese down, drank a
Grilled
bunch,
cheese.
and then kind of finished up and then boom, out.
Okay.
But I was
All in
super
French.
like thankful to everybody, kind of all the aid station people. So she seemed like she was in good spirits.
That's a good sign. That's awesome to see people in good spirits this deep into the race.
And I think it
mean,
was her dad who was with her as her pacer,
Oh, man. Her dad is her
Word.
pacer.
which is really cool. And he's been pacing her since
He's the
Uray,
man.
so super long way.
Wow. Wait, since you Ray? Is he
I think
gonna
so,
do
yeah.
the whole thing with her?
So apparently someone was saying that he's a serious ultra marathon guy from years past.
That's so cool. Pass it along to the next generation. So we were talking about the top 3 women are the 3 youngest women in the field this year, which is super interesting.
Oh, how interesting.
But one way to bring that wisdom and that experience is to bring your father along, who maybe is very experienced at this race. And holy cow,
Yeah.
what a special experience that they are going to remember for the rest of their lives to do this together.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, did you happen to hear if his name was Christophe?
Christophe?
I didn't catch his name. I did not
Skylar's
know
over
this
here
was
doing deep dives, trying to research.
I'm trying to get this man's credentials because based on her age, her father's very well born in the 60s.
Patrick
Patrick Bohard, who was
Bohard.
he took 51st at UTMB.
A 51st at UTMB.
Last year.
Last year? He
And
won
won
Tour de
Tour?
France, we think, possibly in 2015.
That would track with
That
this
would track.
Patrick.
Okay.
in the
Previous winner of
records.
Tour, no big deal. Knows how to be in the mountains.
Top 10s at Grand Raid. Yeah, not the worst person to have pacing you in at Hard Rock.
So I want to know if that's his only child, or if if there's a brother that's really slacking here. I don't know.
I
don't
didn't
know.
ask
I'm
him
just making
how many
stuff up,
children
but-
that he had.
Yeah, you didn't ask how many children. Where's your French speaking, Graham? You speak French. Get over there. Come on.
I did 20 years ago. It's not
Oh,
so good these
no
days.
excuse. It's 3:45 in the morning. I'm glad you're just still out there and alive and keeping Bill company.
Yes, absolutely.
I thought we were
Although
going
I
to
will
get
be
an interview
leaving here
with Bill.
pretty soon.
Didn't Bill want to talk?
Yeah, he's been running around like crazy, so I haven't
Okay.
been able to corner him.
All right, no worries. If he wants to say hello, he's welcome to come on.
Okay, sounds good.
So a lot of talking, a lot of French, trying to lift her spirits.
Was there anything in terms of gear change we had talked about when Katie came through, had that blanket on and grabbed a jacket? Did you notice anything, as we have about 2 hours left until daylight, that Manon was taken on or preparing for as she heads out for another, cool 15 miles to the finish?
Yeah, no, I mean, she had arm sleeves on, a t-shirt, shorts. Everything stayed on. She didn't get a blanket. She didn't look cold. She looked fine.
And she had purple poles. She wins the pole award.
The poles were cool.
Yeah, they were cool. It's all about the fashion here at Hard Rock.
Indeed.
I look forward to the memes. We should have another individual coming your way momentarily. Should be the next male on course. Trying to scroll back to make sure I have the name correct. We also recently just had a ping of David Ayala clearing KT,
Gabe?
just FYI.
Gabe Joyez?
Yeah.
Or Joyez?
Some combo of Jeff Rome or Gabe.
Oh.
I believe
still
Jeff
haven't
Rome's
seen-
already through.
Yeah,
He's already
I
through?
think we've already
Perfect.
seen Jeff. Jeff was out at about 3:25 according to Tracker. So I think Gabe.
Sick. All right. Yeah. So Gabe is a little over a mile out, maybe about a mile out at this point,
And then we'd be expecting Katarina Hardmu.
which is going to be some time between those two as it
Okay.
currently looks.
It's okay because we've got Telluride. We've got the finish line. Expecting potentially our winner here in the next 20 to 30 minutes, potentially.
Oh, we're not going to be bored.
No.
And those of you watching at home will not be bored. We got a lot of action coming your way. And here's the thing. Graham put all these layers on. At some point, he's got to start taking them off as the sun starts coming out. So that'll be the next fun game. No pressure.
Oh, Lord. Only you
I don't
can
know
say
if I'm
that.
going to see the sun. I may start heading home before that happens.
Yeah.
I think we'll allow it. You put in a healthy shift, and it's not like you were resting all day. We did see you out there at Ure running around, saying hi to the people, being a steward of the community. So you've certainly put in a healthy dose of activity today, just as these runners going
Worked
along
all
course.
day. We ran up Camp Bird a little ways. Said hello to Mike McTeer driving up to Governor. It's been busy.
So I'm scrolling back because I know we have Telluride imminently. Amber Weibel, our person doubling back from Western, sitting in 4th female and 19th overall, is just outside the city limits of Telluride. Just a few more steps until she hits the road proper and will be rolling into that aid station, followed shortly in tow by Stephanie Case, sitting 5th female.
And what an inspiration. Amber Weibel, 47 years old, taking full advantage of the ultra running scene, running Western and Hardrock in the same year here, sitting in 4th place. That's awesome. Stephanie Case currently sitting in 5th. Ejui Fraile, I can't say the last name. I'm going with Ejui. 6th on the female side of the house, or in the women's race, I should say. Eliza LaPierre, 7th place right now. Becky Bates, 63 years old, sitting in 8th place. Dandelion Deluvio Scott in 9th. And I think, yep, Maria Semergion out of France in 10th. Some women who may be trying to sneak into that top 10 over the course of these last, hours and miles of the race. Although we do have, we've got some miles. There could be some changes. There could be some surges. We've got women such as Shelby Johnson right there on the cusp in 11th. 12th place, Barbara Ulmer. 13th, Sarah Lavender Smith. Telluride local, trying to get in the race for a very long time as well. 56 years old, sitting in 13th place on the women's race. Betsy Nye, 60 years old, also sitting in 13th. That might be a typo. So 13th and 14th. Someone asked about Hillary Yang earlier. Hillary is currently 16th in the women's race right now. Moving right along.
Well, guys, I'm
And I
going to let
believe
you
it.
get back to it
Oh.
and call the winner here in a few minutes.
Sounds good. Babe, take care. Go get warm. Sorry, I keep saying babe. Graham Shalvoy, thank you for your correspondence. We will see you soon.
Sounds good.
Keeping it full business in the household. Love that.
This is a family. This whole ultra running.
The whole thing's a family. Yeah, Ure looks like it's about to be the hot spot. As you were running through that women's field, we have Betsy Nye and Lee Connor both basically across the road and in that final little dirt descent before they are officially in Ouray proper. Good to see the Jamil also still moving, getting beat by Betsy Nye. So that's great. I'll give him a lot of flack for that. Yeah, and Hillary's across the highway. So she's also approaching Ouray and should be in town shortly. So if you're looking to follow these runners or any runners, make sure you hit that link at the top of the chat. We got the split timing links. We've got the GPA's tracker. Follow along. Select your favorites and stay locked in for the next 26 hours, because we're going all the way until the 48-hour cutoff here, 6 a.m. local time, Sunday morning. That's right. We're not done in 2 hours. We're done in 26. The party will be live the whole time, start to finish, whether you're racing the Pink Rabbit or the Snail. We are bringing that energy. We are bringing some Blair Witch energy right here as the runner cam is going backwards along the course towards that Mineral Creek crossing. This is knowing how many deer and just like the amount of wildlife that are out there. I just feel
so many birds.
I'm like legitimately concerned for the runner cam, but I'm not concerned.
Who is on the runner cam? We need to shout him out.
Either way, we should see Ludo crossing the creek relatively soon and intercepting our runner cam. As we mentioned, Ludovic Pomeray out front in the men's race, crossed Putnam at 3:18, and historically it's about an hour and 5 minutes, give or take, from Putnam to the finish line here in Silverton, and the luxury of kissing the rock. So
Skylar, it's starting to get busy in here. There's other people in the gym.
how dare they?
It's 4 a.m. and there's a crowd forming behind us. They're all waiting for Ludo. It's very exciting.
No, it's a whole vibe. You saw on the finish line cam, we already got the media getting set up. We've got the kiss cam on multiple angles.
Cam.
We
Skylar's
will
pointed at the kiss
celebrate.
Okay. Is that a... What is that?
A marker?
Dang it. Starting to get excited. How far out is this? I think this is like a mile.
No, he's out there.
He's out there?
Is
All
it
right.
already in that opening? Has he already crossed the opening in the tree line before going back in? That's fine. We don't have a GPS tracker on the runner cam.
I don't know, but we're going to get great footage of the final minutes here.
Gonna see what the last ping was for Ludo 29 minutes ago.
Woo!
So
This is exciting.
definitely in range of creek
go,
crossing.
Ludo! Sorry, Skylar. I was getting excited.
As you should, as everyone should at home, and use that excitement to smash the like button and hit subscribe so you can stay tuned as we bring Ludo in and the other 134 runners still out there on course grinding their way back around at this Hardrock 100 endurance run presented by Altra
And
the feed.
Go follow Hardrock Endurance Run on Instagram. We're also doing a fundraiser if you care to donate in the YouTube chat. Be greatly appreciated. And it's going to be, yeah. Okay, we are doing Blair Witch. This is Hardrock, Blair Witch collab.
Yeah, this is the reality of the course. We've talked about, how the aid stations were pretty much the only beacons of light for these runners out there other than their headlamps. You are getting an appreciation for this as the runner cam is no more than a few miles out of town, and it's just a headlamp in the stars. Silverton, not the bustling metropolis that you may see at other races, but by golly, the spirit is high.
Parts of Colorado, the San Juan Triangle.
And I do got to shout out, they're never going to hear this because they should hopefully be asleep, but the community of Silverton for welcoming us, not just here in the gym and at the school, but all of the businesses, all the service folks who've been taking care of the runners and the crews all week and really the weeks leading up to this. Had a chance to talk to several of them because there's only so many places you can go eat in town. And you know, they're excited. This is their busy season. They know that it is a grind for them, but you know, happy to be able to come celebrate their township with them, and super excited to hopefully leave a lasting positive impression that they can, you know, take with them as they move on with the rest of the year.
Before we see our winner come in, we have Mr. Dale Garland, race director. Hold on one moment. We're going to get your mic going. Can't hear you yet. Okay. Are we going to hear him or no?
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Dale.
Corinne, it's good to see
Great
you.
to see
Both
you.
of you. Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everybody out there in Livestream land. You know, to your point about Silverton, I think one of the coolest things that I've seen this year is the cooperation between the runners groups and other user groups out on the trails and things like that. I had a great conversation with Jimmy Keene from San Juan Mountain Adventures, which is really a four-wheel drive, side-by-side kind of thing. And he told me today, he says, I felt like I've hit the lottery because I've got to experience something I've never experienced before. I've got to hang out with some really cool people, get to know them and stuff like that, which I think is just so cool because where else are you going to have these two user groups who seem so disparate and so different coming together to share an experience? Yeah.
Very cool. I think I stayed in Jimmy's place because they were out of hotel rooms, and he said, we have four-wheel drive vehicles too. I can take you wherever you want to go.
He's like,
very
you know,
much an
and
offer.
you might have seen the social feed. I mean, he was, you know, shuttling Katie and Germain and Mateo around, and you know, it's been really cool that way. So I think that's a really good point that, you know, the town seems, and Uray as well, the other ones too, seem to have kind of adopted Hardrock and the things that, and the people of Hardrock to be part of their lives as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dale, tell us real quick before we get to this finish line. You guys inducted some members into the Hardrock Hall of Fame for
We
the
did
first
on
time
Wednesday.
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our 30th running, and so we're using it as kind of a jumping off point to do some new things. And Kayla Ferguson, who is our 30th running coordinator, organized the inaugural Hall of Fame, which we think is a really cool thing because, you know, as we develop more, as we get older, some of those stories, we don't want to lose those stories, and we don't want to lose contact with some of those people. So we put together a Hall of Fame. We inducted really kind of, I like the words that Megan Hicks, our board president, used to induct the 8 of the original members. I mean, there's still a few more that we'll probably pick up in the next year or two, but I mean, names that everybody who knows anything about Hardrock recognize: John Kappas, Charlie Thorne, Gordon Hardman, Lois McKenzie, Betsy Kallmeyer, Kirk Apt. You know, those are names that if you know anything about Hardrock, it's like, I know them, you know. And Megan used the word standing on the shoulders of giants. And, you know, and what we've become and what we've done is really a direct outgrowth of what they established and what they started.
Very cool. That's awesome that you're doing that, keeping that legacy, keeping that history. And there's so much that can be learned from those individuals, not only about the area, but about service to the sport, to the communities. So many of them continue to be so involved in this race and this run, I should say, and the trail and ultra running community in general.
Right.
Yeah, and
it was really cool too to see them at the start line too, because Silverton brought out their 1929 vintage fire truck.
Yes.
And put them all on the front, and that led led the runners out yesterday to have them all sitting there on the fire truck was pretty cool.
I was going to ask about that. That was a novel touch, and to see that, and I had the luxury of being the runner cam exactly behind the fire truck. Like, what does it mean to have the tourism board, the mayors, and then the elected officials to be a part of this? I mean, you're a public servant outside of this run, so just like talk to us a little bit about that larger community outside the running spots.
Scott, I think that's a really good word, a community, and integrating ourselves into the community, not just coming in to exploit the community, but to become a part of it, and then to see that reciprocated through things like how can we just do that little bit more, that value added kind of thing, to make something just a little bit more special. And and we found the fire truck. I took a picture of it. We started thinking about that, and our partnership direct coordinator, Chloe Schulman, who was a fire truck aficionado, said, what if we could do this? And it just kind of grew from there.
Nice.
And so being able to, kind of partner with the communities and partner with the towns on these kinds of things is really special. Whether it's that or, working with the different user groups, the advocacy groups and things like that. Yeah.
And you weren't floating around when it happened, but we had some youth sitting on that couch exactly where you are. And again, you have a storied history of working with the younger generations, and you've seen many folks grow into being aid station volunteers, into being runners here and in this event.
Yeah.
What's your visceral just like ethos around that motivation for the next generation, and sort of like how does this impact not just on the scholarship fund, but just like the broader community of youth?
Yeah, we all know, all three of us. What do we got?
I think we may have Ludo.
We're close.
We'll see how. Yeah.
I think your point to and I think we see it manifested, like especially this year with the top women runners right now, the youth. And so I think we all who've been around this sport for any length of time realize that the sport is changing and the sport is, evolving, and there is a youth movement needs to be served. And so doing those things to get youth and women, obviously, more involved in the sport, have them share their experiences, teach them about what it means to be an ultra runner, because I think there's something about the ultra running community that the ethos, I thought is it's a really good word, that you kind of have to inculcate and have, we have to transfer that on, or else we're going to lose it.
Yeah. And I mean, I even think back to someone like Dakota Jones, who a decade ago plus, got into this sport.
Because he served as an aid station captain.
Because of Hardrock, and was one of the younger. I mean, this was one of the youngest individuals to run it at the time, and kind of
and a former student,
stage.
I might add, at Durango High School. Go Demons!
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and then continued, and just a few years ago was running 3 Ray with Francois Dehane and Killian Journet side by side, and those individuals just always continue to inspire the next generation, as do individuals like the runner on your screen, Ludo Pomeray, who is 49 years old, winner of last year's race, about to be the winner of the 2025 edition. And he is still moving. He's using those poles. He is running, and he is going to be coming in here shortly. We've got a follow cam on him, and
I'm just really excited about the kiss cam.
The kiss
I want
cam.
to see that.
Do you remember how Ludo kissed, or where he kissed on the rock last year? Could we compare? Is he going to switch it up?
Get that footage.
Is there a different technique happening this year? Has he thought about this for the last 3 or 4 hours?
What am I going to do? Yeah.
I think he's just going to be so excited.
He's excited.
Ludo, he loves this. This is like what he lives for.
Right.
It's just obvious. And so it's going to be really cool to see him come in here and do this yet again this year.
Yeah.
Also, I love his, speaking of fashion at Hardrock, his kit, his fit and his kit, like on point. I like the brighter colors. It's not just white and black like we see every other kit. He's got this like pastel-y kind of vest. I don't know. I'm digging it.
Corinne, the fashion consultant.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to rate all these finishers also on their fashion. The calf socks, or the calf sleeves.
So Dale,
Mhm.
Ludo's gonna be the first person to experience greeting you at the Rock.
Mhm.
Obviously, we'll have a bit of the interviews that go on, but we probably won't get a chance to dive deep into this with you after this point. So I just want to ask, what does it mean for you to be greeting the runners when they finish the journey?
It's what makes this whole year, it makes this whole process worthwhile. I've answered a lot of people, what's my favorite part of the course? And it sounds a little trite or a little maybe a cliche, but really my favorite part of the course sits right out there on 12th Street, because I think the emotions that flow out of people who finish and the joy and everything that people exhibit when they come and kiss that rock, you just can't beat it. And I think it's truly a representation of why we do what we do here, and the range of things. I mean, I've seen marriage proposals, I've seen tears, I've seen just out and out joy. It's the coolest thing. And I don't know if you know the story, but this is all the story of the Rock is really a story of me not being prepared to, and having to kind of improvise, in the beginning, and how that improvisation now has just kind of continued to evolve to what this thing is. And one of the most exciting times for me during Camp Hardrock and the week, prior, is when that rock, which lives in Silverton in a pocket park called Harmony Park, gets moved to the finish line. And it's just so fun to watch people's reaction to that. It's like I don't want to touch it.
Yeah.
I don't want.
It's sacred.
Yeah, yeah.
And it gets a fresh coat of paint
every year.
Every year. Someone asked about sanitization. I think paint could just double as that. Basically, we're going to just give it a fresh coat, give it a new fit.
There you
baking
go.
in the sun.
Clean it up
fine.
a little bit.
It's been in the harsh conditions of Silverton for an entire year.
Right.
It needs to be refreshed. So
Yeah.
gets a little glow up every year.
That's right. Yeah, Jay Burnite, who was an art instructor at Durango High School.
Nice.
Another connection.
Nice.
Now currently working with the San Juan Mountains Association, which is again one of our partners. That's his contribution, and he loves it. He comes up the weekend before and touches it up and make sure that it all looks good and things like that, because it is just such an important part of, and again, to use the word ethos of what we are, and what it represents, and the commitment and the effort and the all the training that goes into that. We think it deserves to be. It deserves to look good. People need
It
to.
also makes so much sense. I mean, this course goes through all of the hard rock mining conditions. So to kiss a hard rock, not silver or gold, but a giant rock at the very end of it is kind of like full completion of appreciating the course in and of itself. So love that also tie-in that just makes so much sense. And some of the best things just happen organically, like the rock.
Right.
They just
exactly.
kind of happen. So it's very cool.
Yeah.
So eyes here on Ludo. Pomeroy made the last big left-hander, and is
going up Shrine Road. Right
Shrine
now.
Road.
Yeah, and he'll make one more right-hand turn and into Silverton. So, it's over the past couple of weeks, I've had a chance to talk to the residents of around the school and things like that, because we are for all intents and purposes, in a residential area. So we can do this and have these nighttime finishes and things like that, really with the cooperation of the people who live like directly across the street from here. And I always feel like I kind of have to I'm really sorry we're going to bother you. And they go, you know what? This is one of the best nights of the year for us. They just sit in their windows and watch and stuff like that. So
they also get, just like you do, a front row seat to literally seeing 150 people's dream come true.
Yeah.
And them accomplish something maybe they never thought was possible.
Right.
So I think the harder the race, the more impactful that is. And this is a really hard race.
Yeah.
So you see that emotion come out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Ludo's emotion completing the true hard rocker experience as a champion both directions here.
Both directions on back-to-back years.
Yeah, he's got less than a K to go here until the finish. So Dale, we should probably let you go. So
I'm going to go out there and get ready to do my thing.
All right, thanks.
Hey, thanks you.
Thank you, Dale.
Thanks to both of you. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for your support and your energy, and thanks to Mountain Outpost. I really appreciate it.
Let's do it.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
The first of what's hopefully still 130 hugs at the finish line out there. So, Dale Garland, thank you, sir.
We'll see you in a minute on the camera.
The
kiss cam. The kiss
on
cam.
the kiss cam, yes, sir.
It popped right up.
So, again, obviously, eyes on Ludovic Pomeroy, our presumptive champion here at the 2025 edition of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Just a little over a half a mile to go. 3 turns are all that separate him from the finish line. Meanwhile, I do want to give a little bit of intel about what's happening further back on course. We did officially have Amber Weibel check in to that Telluride aid station. Our 4th place female on course would have about 25 miles to go. She is being chased, as we've mentioned, by Stephanie Case and
Ejwe.
Ejwe. We're going to get there. We're going to learn.
All I remember is the EH, Ejwe.
Ejwe, sitting in 5th and 6th, chasing Amber into the Telluride aid station.
Sorry, Skylar. Marianne said French kiss the rock. He is French.
I'm not touching that.
No, I'm not done. Yeah, it's okay. Ludo, get it done. Let's go, Ludo. We got vampires in the chat. Vampire Ludo. I don't know how I'd feel about the vampire analogy. I kind of like it, but I also kind of like stuff like that. So, huh?
Yeah, that die has been cast. And yes, also Gabe Joyce finally through Chapman just about 3 minutes ago on the out. So Gabe sitting in 11th overall, 9th male. So we have 11 individuals through Chapman. We've got 27 individuals through Kroger Canteen officially. Expect a few more than that to actually be through, but the joys of ham radio from way on high in the notch. And we've got a cool 49 individuals who've made it into or through Governor's Basin, and a whole host of folks streaming in to Ouray as we speak. So a lot more runner stories to be told over the course of the next 25 hours and 45 minutes. But there's one that is front and center right now on your screen. 49 years young, 10 days away from his 50th birthday. Ludovic Pomeroy making his way.
10 days away from his 50th birthday?
July 22nd, if my notes are correct.
Woo! Man.
So celebrating a little bit early here in Silverton. You can start to see the lights of the town off below him to the right side. He's got a right turn down that little goat trail situation. And then a left and a right. And a kiss of the rock between him and the 3rd fastest time ever run this direction at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run.
So next year, if he runs, the 50 to 59 course record could be threatened, currently held by Jeff Browning at 26 hours. So if Ludo decides to come back, I mean, we shouldn't go there. We need to celebrate where he's at right now, the 40 to 49. He's also breaking that record, so he may not be breaking an overall course record, but he is breaking 2021. So the 40 to 49-year-old counterclockwise course record, which was set by Ryan Smith at age 42 at 23 hours and 24 minutes. Looks like Ludo is going to take that. So he will hold the 40 to 49-year-old, well, in the overall in one direction, but he'll hold that record for the 40 to 49-year-old counterclockwise time, fastest time.
Yeah, worth pointing out that Ryan Smith was third that year in 2021 behind the overall course record holder and the second fastest time ever run in this direction.
Dang.
So Ludo out here
Showing out. Who is this? This person is moving.
Oh, this is that nice little downhill, right?
Oh, this might be a Ludo.
Yeah, that's Ludo for sure.
Let's go. He's
taking his last downhill before
leaning into those
the
poles.
left-hander.
Thank you to the feed sky cam. Look at this. This is cool. He's still got some in his legs. Getting very close now, getting into town, isn't he? What an absolutely incredible masterclass of the Hardrock course by our men's leader and this year's winner, Ludovic Pomeray, as he makes his way into the town of Silverton. He'll just have a couple of blocks to go before he turns and sees the chute with all of the flags. And Dale Garland there to welcome him.
What seems like such a quiet and solitary moment as he moves down this trail. We'll quickly turn to boisterous joy here in Silverton, and I'm sure a ton of love out there on the live stream. I can hear the cowbells starting to
lots
ring.
of French flags. This is a cool shot.
2 blocks to go.
Woo! Let's go, Ludo.
The fastest time ever run in this direction, 21 hours, 45 minutes. The second fastest time about to be established right here by Ludovic Pomeray. Being greeted by loved ones. His wife has been floating around course all day. Was joined by some absolutely stellar pacers in one Mr. Jim Walmsley.
Jim's? Did you slip an S in there?
Love you, Liv. It's 4:20 in the morning. And being brought home by Vincent Bouillard.
Yeah, we're starting to get the cheers. I don't know if we can get audio on. Thank you to this feed sky cam. He is hugging his entire crew here and celebrating with them as he rounds the corner. Setting the second fastest time in this direction and the record for the 40 to 45-year-old male age group at Hardrock 100. Here he comes, Ludovic Pomeray.
Cherishing every moment. Your 2025 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run champion, Ludovic Pomeray.
Yeah, with the fist pump in the air. Jim and Vincent out there, along with his wife. Man, that's a cool sight. Take some photos of those three. Absolute legends right there. Oh, is he okay? Hopefully he's okay. Taking a moment.
Taking it all in, letting it all out, becoming a true hard rocker and a champion in both directions. Back-to-back years for Ludovic Pomeray. Just shy of his 50th birthday.
Running a super smart race. He was right up there, you know, in the top 3-4 at the beginning, kind of gradually just moved up into that first position and then just held it and extended that lead throughout the probably second 2/3 of the race. Really seemed untouchable.
22:21:53, his official finishing time. But as you mentioned, really just a well-executed, thorough performance out there today. The pace was very hot early, dancing under the course record splits. Even as that dream may have slipped away, Ludo absolutely lighting up the course, finishing strong, actually increasing his gap.
And obviously just leaving it absolutely all out there.
And I'm sure we'll hear from him. You know, last year, wins by 3 hours. Many people said he hadn't been pushed. Very different story out there today. And just showing that, you know, not just a time trial champion.
And not just a flash in the pan or a lightning in a bottle. This is some serious consistency. I think he took everyone up on the chair.
Smart.
Well deserved. Very, very well deserved.
And it doesn't come through completely on that drone shot, but it's that chute is lined. Folks are out there absolutely cheering, celebrating the accomplishment of Ludo as he takes the title here at this 2025 edition of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Whole slew of media out there capturing the moment on top of this live stream. So we'll be on the lookout to get some words from Ludo here, hopefully. Assuming that, well, primarily that he and his body allow. Gotta make sure he gets the proper space and everything that he needs. And ultimately gets to just enjoy this moment as a 2-time champion, a true hard rocker, an absolute beast of a man.
Do we have audio or no? Do we have audio on here? Finish audio? No?
So while we are checking in on Ludo here at the finish, letting him get his blanket on. I mean, it's just a cool 47 or so degrees outside. We do officially have Stephanie Case in to Telluride F5?
Yeah, I believe so. All right. We will be right back here to the finish line with your winner, but we are going to also continue to follow women's race as it unfolds and we have eyes on. All right, picture in picture here. Stephanie Case with crew in Telluride.
So as we mentioned, Stephanie Case sitting in 5th place right now, literally sitting in Telluride. Meanwhile, ahead of her, Amber Weibel, F4, departed Telluride about 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, so they're pretty close to one another.
Definitely still within range here, with about 25 miles to go from this point until the finish, and some beastly climbing still forthcoming. Behooves Stephanie and all of our runners coming through Telluride take care of themselves, make sure they have what they need, because some of the most gnarly climbing and scree fields are to come. As our champion Ludo Pomeroy, sitting there at the finish line, can attest to. But Stephanie, there in Telluride, 5th female, 23rd overall. And then further back on course, as we've mentioned, the next cutoff on the course is 9 a.m. at Ouray, 58 miles into the course. So we have 6 runners who have yet to hit the engineer aid station, just under 49 miles. And about 2 dozen, maybe a tad more than that, who have yet to enter Ouray. So just as we are following the front end of the race, including your men's champion right here at the finish line, we'll be also following everybody racing the snail and that 48-hour cutoff as we follow the race all the way until 6 a.m. tomorrow here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Make sure you hit like and subscribe and hang out with us as we follow the 134 individuals still chasing Ludo into the finish here in Silverton at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and The Feed.
Yeah, and you know when you are in this stone that make noise when you're running, that was the best part. But then you go down to the river and you can get down. Because we stop a bit there.
Pretty great.
Yes. That's awesome to watch. Let's get you inside.
Very good.
Now?
Oh, the first time you look like an old man.
Thinking about lighting. Yes. That light is really bright. Yes.
I know, I keep hiding behind the camera.
And I've actually, like, in the past year, we actually tilted it away.
A little shift. Yeah. And I've got another one of these too. Plenty of light on this now.
We've got 3 people here. Make an executive decision. And,
yeah.
Okay.
3 out of 3 saved.
I already moved that.
4. But there's nobody watching anymore. Trying to survive. That kind of.
I wish if we just had a diffuser or whatever,
yeah, right?
The furry one's totally fine. 100%. Like.
And I can bring. I've got another one of those that I can bring on this side. That's just light this up. Yeah, that's partially. I can go grab that.
Yeah. The chair was sitting like right here. I'm like, no, not the spot. And like, it does the same purpose right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you get up at 3:30, you can still drink and you listen to 3 minutes.
I know, right?
Howdy, I'm Brian.
Hey, I've been at
Zach,
my own daughter's
another Zach,
wedding,
Mountain Outpost.
And I'm like, they let her use the bathroom. I'll go buy a bottle of wine to take them because they were like absolutely no runners. And I'm like, she let her, and then I back them up. And then someone's like, this is your kid has
Oh, thanks.
This place across the street.
And I compliment the live stream, but I've literally not seen any. People always ask me like what updates in the course. I'm like, I have no idea except what I see here. And
I'm either in the field producing or behind the computer producing, and I get done and I kind of have the time to feel like I don't really know what happened either.
I'm not being rude. I literally don't know any. I probably know less than you in this town.
People are like, hey, where's this? And what's? I'm like, dude, I don't know.
I know snippets.
What I'm gonna do for the next guy, because there's so many people and it's so hard to like get. I didn't know how close they were gonna get or not. Yeah. Like I was in a great. This is perfect until. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be on the end because I can get a full on here. Okay. And I can zoom into just the rock.
The camera people are going to be like, wait, that's like 4 people that were standing there. I don't know, it feels like bad luck to be sitting in that seat. Nope, I won't kiss the rock, but I will totally sit in a chair.
That's fair. That's a valid line. How's that light looking? That looked a lot less harsh.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, it looks great, like, all evening when this is all lit up, but
right.
Yeah.
Well, the runners come in, yeah.
That is better. Perfect. I'm glad we sorted that. What good is day old coffee if I don't drink it? It's pretty good. It means you know what day it is. What? That's pretty good. It means you know what day it is. I do. This is like the first time during Hardrock coverage that I've ever slept. I got 3 hours. I slept during the race while running it. I was thinking, I understand dirt naps now. I could take one right now. It's funny, I wasn't like eating what I did. I wasn't sleeping. I just like had this super stomach problem that like I'm just gonna eat a bowl of noodles and like sleep and let it digest. It seemed like a good idea.
All right, about 4:40 in the morning here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and the feed. You have picture-in-picture right now. Big screen is inside the gym here in Silverton as we have our men's champion, Ludo Pomeray, talking to the medical staff, basically making sure he's got everything he needs after having just absolutely crushed this course on his way to a resounding finish. 22 hours, 21 minutes and change, setting the second fastest time ever in this direction. A little bit of insight that we got from the finish line. We did hear the quote that I heard from our media team on the ground is, well, I guess I'll see you guys next year. So the true hard rocker and two-time champ, Ludo Pomeray, getting his legs in order, getting his life in order, and already planning to be back here next year for the 2026 edition. Meanwhile, small box, eyes on Governor's Basin. That is the 65-mile aid station, a little after 100K here in the course. Thus far, we have had just about 50 individuals enter that aid station. Means we have about 80, 85 more still on course, trying to make their way towards that Governor's Basin aid station. The hot spot right now is currently Ouray, 58 miles into the course. Got a lot of runners that are taking their time there, still well ahead of cutoff. That Ouray cutoff is going to be at 9 a.m. local time. So if you're following along, make sure you hit the link at the top of the chat. That'll take you over to the split times. You can track all of your favorite runners, including our battle for second place male between Matthew Blanchard and Germain Grangier. And then our battle for fourth and fifth, David Ayala versus Zach Miller. And then, of course, the women's race. Katie Schide still out front, flirting with course record pace, trying to take down 2023 champion Courtney DeWalter's course record. Manon Bohar in second, Katarina Harmuth in third. They and many more coming your way as individuals make their way, much like Ludo is, through the gym, all the way around the course here to Silverton. at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and the Feed.
Sur caméra, fais gaffe. Sur caméra. Non, ok, ah non, I don't know. I wouldn't do that. Oh.
Ouais, c'est incroyable. Ouais, ouais, ils sont... Ouais, mais c'est comme ça ici, quand c'est un autre... Non, mais j'étais juste derrière Ludo. J'étais quand il était sur la chaîne. Ouais, un peu, ça va. Très bien. Are we, do I have to sign anything?
Welcome back to the Hardrock Endurance Run 2025, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra and The Feed. We are here with you. I am Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Skylar Hall, the one and only Skizzle Fresh. It's, what time is it? Almost 5 a.m. We just had our winner of this year's event come through, Ludovic Pomeray, two-time champion. He is a true hard rocker. He has now completed and won both directions back-to-back years at 48 and 49 years of age. He did not break the course record for the counterclockwise direction overall. He got the second fastest time running the counterclockwise direction this year. He did set a new 40 to 49-year-old age record for the counterclockwise direction of Hardrock. So he holds the clockwise direction course record and now the second fastest time on the counterclockwise direction. What else is going on? We got a lot of race left and a lot of people still out there, though.
A lot of folks out there. So in second place on the men's side, Matthew Blanchard making his descent down towards Mineral Creek, has about 4 miles to go and holds a healthy 2-mile lead over third place Germain Grangier, who should be approaching Putnam Aid Station, the final aid station on course here. Basically, any minute we should see that ping come through. In fourth place, David Ayala, almost over the final uphill section of the entire course. And in fifth place, Zach Miller, who should actually be about with our women's leader, Katie Schide.
Yeah, Katie Schide currently sitting in sixth overall, first female. She is very much flirting with the Courtney Dauwalter course record. It is going to be close depending on how things pan out these last few miles of the race, these last couple aid stations and climbs and descents. We will try to keep you posted on how close she is to that record, but she was, an hour plus up on it early in the race. That being said, Courtney did struggle a bit in the first half of the race the year she set that record, and then had a very strong second half. We are seeing a little bit of an opposite scenario here, where Katie has lost a bit of time in the second half, but she's still very much could break that, could be just under, just over. It's kind of to be determined at this point.
Yeah, so Courtney Dauwalter's course record's 26:14. She split out of Cam Traverse, the KT aid station, 23 hours and 9 minutes elapsed.
5:09 p.m. or a.m.
A.m., yep. Based on Katie's GPS tracker, she should basically be walking into KT at this moment. So assuming she takes a few minutes to just get everything in order, that would put her back to about 14 to 15 minutes ahead of course record. So left Chapman with a 7-minute gap ahead of course record and has actually expanded upon that, hopefully, assuming the GPS tracker is loosely in place. So course record watch still on wholeheartedly for Katie Schide out front. Meanwhile, second place, Manon, and third place, Katarina, still grinding along. Both of them are clear of the Chapman aid station and are working their way up Grant Swamp Pass. Meanwhile, eyes currently look to be at Telluride, 75 miles into the race. This is an aid station that has seen about 25 folks come through. Inside the aid station currently is F6. Ashway? Ashway.
Close. Ashway.
We're working on it. So Stephanie Case, who was F5, left this Telluride aid station 25 minutes ago. So still definitely within range for that battle between 6th and 5th. And then Stephanie was only 15 minutes back of 4th place, Amber Weibel. So 4th, 5th, 6th, still very close. Second and third, second and third, still battling each other. Katie Schide battling the clock, the course record, and the pink bunny that's scooting along the GPS tracker.
We also have a update at Putnam. We had Germain Berger in and out of Putnam. It's been a long evening. 1 minute or so spent in that aid station and moving right along. So he is just a mere 7, 8-ish miles out from the finish line.
And a nice 2,600 feet of descent from the finish as well. So gravity's on your side once you clear Putnam.
Folks asking for an update on Zach Miller. Zach was running in 3rd and 4th and, well, in the top 3 for a while at the beginning of the race. Then kind of was sitting in 4th. Ultimately here got passed by David Ayala, I don't know, within the last 10, 15 miles. Still sitting in 5th place. We heard that he was having some stomach issues. Seems like he has switched to real food at the aid stations, hopefully refueling and still getting some calories in and then moving right along. Said to one of our field correspondents or fellow cams that it just wasn't his day, but still running really strong, sitting in that nice 5th place.
Yeah, having just cleared KT about 10 minutes ago at this point. So given up a fair amount of time to David Ayala, left Chapman 82 miles into the race. 16 minutes after he did, left KT 70. So Zach very much intent on finishing, but may no longer be hunting that 4th place position. Meanwhile, Katie Schide should be just behind Zach. Zach also without a pacer, so might actually be a boost to his spirits should Katie catch him, because Katie just left KT after a 6-minute stop 2 minutes ago. So Katie Schide, your women's leader, 6th place overall, just left KT.
4:57, and we said that Courtney left or entered at 5:09.
Courtney had left at 5:09 a.m. So
Yeah.
that puts Katie 12 minutes up
Mhm.
on Courtney DeWalter's 2023 course record of 26 hours and 14 minutes. And
It's going to be close.
so, what did I just say? 12 minutes up?
You said 12.
12 minutes up. There have been 15 total people who have broken 26 hours in this direction.
Men or women?
Total.
Total, 15.
15 individuals.
Sitting in rare air right now.
And
Katie Schide.
right now, Katie Schide would be sitting on 26:02 pace. So if she can continue to keep her foot on the gas a little bit, she could become the first woman to ever break the 26-hour mark and become the 16th, I guess, plus the men who finished ahead of her today. One of the first 20 to break
It's pretty awesome.
26 hours here in the counterclockwise direction at the Hardrock Endurance Run, presented by Altra and the Feed, entering its 23rd hour. 25 to go. One runner finished, 134 still out on course, attempting to make their way all the way back and kiss the rock.
Yeah, we are still going to be following also runners, some of the top runners after those top 5 and 6 in Katie Schide. We've got 6th male right now, Brian Coolmo, 7th Kyle Curtin, 8th Jeff Rome, 9th Gabe Joyce or Joyas, and 10th Tyler Fannin. Again, we've got 3 women in the top 11 of this race. Again, Katie Schide sitting in 1st female and 6th overall. We've got Manon Board sitting in 2nd, and Katarina Hartmu in 3rd. Thank you for joining us. Let us know where you are tuning in from, who you're cheering for. We will have follow cams. Right now you're looking at the Chapman aid station.
Telluride.
It's all right, Telluride. I was like, that's very light for Chapman. Telluride aid station.
But it will actually be getting brighter because we've got about 25, 30 minutes until dawn and less than an hour until true sunrise. So as these runners enter their second day, light will greet them, temperature will start warming up, and hopefully they continue to find the motivation to make their way around this 102-mile course, 33,000 feet of gain and loss, and a whole host of fun.
Shout out Finland, New York, Jackson, Wyoming, Boone, North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina. Those might be a lot of North Carolina. Those could be Shelby Johnson fans. She lives in North Carolina right now. Thailand. Man, this is so cool. Go Gabe from Black Hills. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Where is Caleb Olson? Probably chilling on his couch, as I would be if I just won Western States. Probably not. Probably running around a mountain, as he probably does.
Well, he owed his wife some nighttime shifts with the child, so
Oh, yeah.
might be doing some
He might
dad
be
duty.
watching the Hardrock live stream right now,
As
feeding his child.
Yeah.
Very well could be the case.
Train him young. But on the Caleb Olson train, we do have some Utah love. Brian Colmo
Yeah.
sitting in 7th overall, 6th male, representing Salt Lake City. So even if we don't have Caleb here, we do still have the region well represented here in our overall leaderboard.
Yeah, if you missed Ludo's finish, it was an emotional one. It was very exciting. You can go back in the live stream and rewatch that. We had a follow cam on him for probably a mile outside of the finish, as we were speaking with race director Dale Garland a little bit. And then we did follow him with a sky cam. Very cool footage of him running into town through the streets of Silverton, making the turn and then finishing and kissing the rock.
So it's becoming more and more likely that Ludo will be the only person to finish in darkness on day one. We are still tracking Matthew Blanchard and Germain Grangier. They were separated by 20 minutes at the Putnam aid station, about 6 miles to go. And historically, we've seen about a minute and 5 to a minute and 10. Sorry, an hour 5 to an hour 10 minutes to split from Putnam to the finish. So we would anticipate around a 5:35 a.m. finish for Matthew, so about half an hour from now. But Germain was able to close about 6 minutes and 6 miles from KT to Putnam. So depending on how the legs are feeling, KT to Putnam does have one more pretty significant, like 2,000, 2,400 foot climb. Putnam to the finish is essentially all downhill. So if the legs are feeling good for one person on downhill, that could still tighten up even a bit more and make for a very interesting finish to our podium. But as it stands, those two individuals look like they will finish in some order, second and third, as David Ayala was a further 40 minutes back or so at KT.
Yeah, but David Ayala running a great race. Checking out his little runner bio, he wants us to give a shout out to Anna and Pele Vega, his little family. So shout out to Anna and Pele Vega, family of David Ayala. David Ayala's favorite Hardrock memory is coyotes erupting in a universe of paintbrush, that's a flower, near Maggie while pacing Lauren Davis in 2022. That sounds pretty amazing. Yeah, David Ayala qualified with a win at I Am Tough 100 in 2024. Also holds the fastest known time on, I'm told, like 25 FKT routes. Really showing up at this year's race.
I'm looking through the data for basically cutoff splits. As we've talked about, if you're following the GPS tracker, you'll notice the snail that moves along at the 48-hour, yes, the 48-hour pace that you have to run. Basically hits all the aid stations at their appropriate cutoffs. We have 2 runners still on course who have yet to hit Engineer. There's not a cutoff at Engineer, but there is a cutoff at Ouray in just under 4 hours now. And for our historically like 47-hour finishers, it has taken just a touch over 2 hours to get from Engineer to Ouray. So I'm trying to reverse engineer. Actually, you know what? I was looking at the wrong cell. It's taken about 3.5 hours to get from Engineer to Ouray. That makes more sense. So, you know, working our way back, we basically need our final 2 runners on course which are currently Patrick O'Neill and Cal Mitchell. We would like them to hit engineer sooner rather than later, but based on historical trends, basically need them to hit engineer in the next 20 or so minutes if we expect them to stay on pace with the snail and beat cutoff at Ouray. We've got one more runner who did leave engineer about 25 minutes ago. Lako Earl from Boulder, Colorado.
I'll probably just be on the same side as you.
She, as I mentioned, left engineer about 4:46, so a little bit of a cushion on that cutoff, but might be our bubble contender to make that cutoff based on the trend. So eyes out for racing the snail, just as eyes are out on course here at Telluride, as we would be looking for our 26th through 30th place individuals overall to be coming through. And then our runner cam is going back out towards the creek so that they can pick up either Matthew or Germain. Which one crosses the creek first? Matthew with the presumptive second place, but anything can happen here in the last 6 miles at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and the
That's
Feed.
what I'm thinking, and I kind of want the whole like.
Word, so I'll just be next to you, that's cool.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like, for sure, thank you. And then I kind of want like
there.
if he.
Oh, it would just be like
yeah,
here.
I gotta be.
That works. Sick. Just sit here.
So once again, eyes here at
What?
Telluride, about 75 miles into
I don't see why
the
not.
course.
I don't know why that chair.
You can see it's getting a little bit brighter there. As I mentioned, dawn should be occurring here in about 20 minutes,
'cause it's
full
cool, like, the
sunrise
clock and the sun.
in about 50.
Oh, true. I guess you could shoot behind him.
So runners coming into this aid station will have cleared Kroger's Canteen, basically a party in
I
the
saw
notch
light. No,
of
I'm not ready.
mountain. Very small aid station. Everything has to be hiked in. I mean, I'm going to say it probably fits maybe 10 to 12 people tops. And then there is a
I'm at 12,000.
sort of winding descent. You have a little bit of that snow that you had to cross to get into Kroger's, and then a little bit of snow at the top as you slide on out. And then a snaking descent down towards Telluride.
0 cents.
Actually looks
On the
cool.
whole, that Kroger to Telluride situation, you gain 40 feet and lose 4,400.
Well, he'll be coming
So-
with a headlamp too.
You can really blast your legs coming into this aid station, which is why we tend to see folks take a little bit longer here at Telluride, get everything in order, because you then have to turn around and climb 4,500 feet, as well as descend another 3,100 when you head out of here towards Chapman aid station, just 12 miles down the road.
Yeah, mileage is just mileage, kilometers. Kind of doesn't mean anything in this race. You really can't pay attention to it. It's more about amount of time, amount of climbing, thinking about, a number of hours between aid stations, because these are some gnarly climbs and descents, and
I'm gonna try and follow him.
depending on if you're in the middle of the night or how technical it is, it could really take some time. So like you're saying, Skylar, all the more reason to spend a lot of time at these key aid stations just to make sure you're fully packed up, ready to go. Plenty of fluids, layers, whatever clothes. Now, Hardrock is a race that does not require certain mandatory gear. You can take however much or little as you want.
Also,
it is kind of one of the unique aspects of it is
just try not to get in the way.
we assume that these runners know how to take care of themselves in the mountains and do so appropriately for themselves.
For Western states, so there's it's called the golden hour. It's the last
Yeah, coming out of Telluride's also
everyone goes out and like it's
one of the
really
most
thick
tricky
down.
navigational
So I followed the
areas
last guy for
of
the
the
last
course.
And it's crazy 'cause
Scree fields,
this
a
guy
lot of
was
wayfinding. You're kind of
insane.
just moving along.
Like,
You
running
might
down
be
his
following
nose.
the GPS
Like,
track
every
on your
time
watch, but you're also just trying to spot
And my dumbass didn't realize that there was
the
an
course
exit
markings,
finish line.
which are, I mean, they're not every
Ran with the guy
100 meters
going
at this point.
down
Like, you're basically
flash,
going
flash,
orange
flash.
flag to orange
And Luke was
flag.
like,
So
afterwards,
all
why
the
didn't
more
you go for
reason
it?
to
But
make
I'm
sure
everyone in
that
the
you
crowd
are
was
mentally
really
locked in
pissed
when you leave
'cause they're
Telluride as much as you are physically. And hey, if you're currently sitting in Telluride and you want to wait that 20 minutes so you get a little bit more light as you head up, that could ultimately maybe save you a navigational error as you move along, and save you minutes, if not hours, later on.
Yeah. As we start to get into 23, 24, hours into this event, sleep's going to start to become something that people consider. If you are a 30, 35, 40-hour finisher of this race, not be unusual to take a little nap at one of these aid stations, kind of bit of a reset before you continue on, and that is very much something that the race is prepared for. They have some cots out, usually some warm areas. If runners choose to do that, they are more than welcome to.
Yes, I'm looking back down the field. Some folks who've recently made the decision to leave an aid station and head out on their next journey. David Peterman just took off out of that governor's aid station, the one you see right there on your screen. That's just over 100K into the course. So David currently sitting in 54th overall,
Because you either get like a tight shot of him like
making his way
I think the tights.
or you get like
on
a wide
up to
of, like,
Kroger's
the
Canteen, as I mentioned.
watch. But I also
A
have
little
two
bit snowy there at the
athletes.
top. Gonna go have some fun, party in the notch,
I know that
and
I'm just trying to figure out
bomb that descent on down
gonna
to
be
Telluride.
Which David were we talking about?
David Peterson.
Peterson.
from behind or
Looking to see
Sorry,
if we had
Peterman.
any.
David Peterman.
We do not have info on David Peterman.
Coming out of Hudson, Ohio.
shoot, homie.
Probably not the
Wide and then next one.
most well-known for its mountain running. But David putting on a show out here for us. Having himself a nice old day.
That's the most challenging thing I feel like in my brain.
If you're just joining us, we have had one individual finish this year's 2025 Hardrock 100. That is Ludovic Pomeray. He is the first finisher. 22...
21?
22-21. 22 hours, 21 minutes. All right. That was his time, and we are now awaiting Mathieu Blanchard, who we expect to be the second place finisher of this year's race, followed potentially by Germain Granger. Could see Mathieu coming in anytime in the next 15 to 30 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tamara Smith, for donating. Appreciate you.
So looking further back on course to folks that have recently decided to depart an aid station. Fan favorite, Hillary Yang, leaving with Scott Tomczyk out of that Ouray aid station. Cruising on along the course. Hillary sitting 17th female, 101st overall. Scott obviously then sitting in 102nd.
I've come.
So we now have 102 individuals out of Ouray.
I'm fucking dead. But she's coming, I think, huh?
Which means we got 32
The live stream can hear everything you say.
Huh?
The live stream
still
can hear
left to
everything
hit that aid
you
station
say.
in some fashion.
I'm psyched to see you here.
Also on Snail Watch, Patrick O'Neill and Cal Mitchell have yet to hit that engineer aid station. As I mentioned, basically need to be hitting it now if they want to have a
I don't. Wait.
safe chance of hitting the Uray cutoff at 9 a.m. based on historical trends. So hopefully Cal and or Patrick hit the mat soon. Patrick, 61 years old, representing Crescent Butte, Colorado. Cal Mitchell, 64, coming from the Great White North, Ottawa.
Incredible.
No, but I'm going to be here, so
crushing it.
Perfect. We have both sides. It's the best.
Perfect.
Because we don't know if it's going to be like...
I think I've told many people that...
And I need the watch, like I've been left up.
10 miles of this course, any 10-mile stretch on its own.
What about
is a solid
I have a lot
record.
of shots of Cassie. I saw her like everywhere, yeah.
All at the same time. Or
and
one
with you, we
after the
can
other.
to, not like till like the
This race is called Wild
you know, it's
and
forbidden.
Tough for a reason.
It's forbidden, but to go on the top, we asked like the race director before, and we'll be able to be like in between.
I mean,
but we climb also,
hell,
like,
even the little stints of
700
runner camp I
meters
was
more.
doing, I was just like, okay, this
Crazy.
is.
But we were like a perfect spot.
I was like, I'm just doing strides through cities, and
and it's.
I was like, I am
I don't know if I can
gassed.
sleep, actually.
The worst is when you're like on a flat-looking road, but it definitely doesn't
never
feel
flat.
flat.
Huh? Yeah.
And sometimes our cameras really
that's
don't
why it's
do
crazy,
justice
like,
to the grades that
all the
folks
lights,
are on
when we
either.
have just a bit of signal, we just like,
Oh,
the
certainly
and
not.
just like upload it.
I'd be interested. We'd have to sort of like run this through some sort of profile information, but we talked about the 33,000 feet of gain and loss. I'd be interested how many, like how much of this course is like flat, like truly flat. Because it feels like you're either climbing or descending in some way, shape, or form for a good chunk of it. I mean, unless you were like literally in an aid station, like that last mile in Uray, for instance, it's definitely a
Not
false
flat.
flat.
Not flat.
You come out of that across the bridge and you immediately start up the road. Like, as soon as you leave Silverton this direction, you go through town, and as soon as you hit the campground, you start going up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, on Campered Road, I'd say maybe
Phil
there's
and
like
Renaud, they are the river that
mile
come.
stretch that's
They
pretty
just say
flat.
matches across the
But
river.
if I had to
so-
estimate over the course of the entire loop, it's got to be less than 2 or 3% that's actually flat.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe that'll be my fun. I was gonna say overnight project, but I realized it will be.
It's already overnight.
Correct. It'll be the dead of the day. But yeah, no. Maybe I'll track that down. Me and Aid Station Fireball can play around with it. He is not doing anything. He's just heavy blinking at me. Appreciate that. No. I just like to harass my internet friends. So.
It should be here about 15.
15?
Yeah.
Cool.
And one of the reasons you're
I think
seeing
on
the
this-
Telluride aid station is we may have some of our female top
He's almost here.
5, 6, 7 showing up there, and we definitely want to get visibility on any and all runners on the men's and women's side that we can. If we do get eyes on runners close to the finish, we will certainly go to that camera. But our goal is to cover the entire race, and there are many, many stories and many individuals out there still
Absolutely wrecked.
working very hard.
Yeah, one individual who's still out there but won't be for much longer. Matthew Blanchard is across the creek and should have basically a mile and a quarter, about 2,000 meters to the finish. So our runner cam is going back out there and going to try to pick him up. But again, he is across that Mineral Creek and is in his home stretch.
Can't really see him.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, Serge Grangier should be just over a mile and a half back of Matthew based on the last check.
Yeah. I'll get super low, you get super high.
Oh my god, good morning.
So Matthew Blanchard with about 100 feet of climbing left in his day. 150 feet of climbing left in his day.
Yeah, that's not éxito.
And 3 big turns separating him and a date with The Rock outside the Silverton Gym.
You got the kiss cam, a date with The Rock. It's getting very Valentine's lovely.
He's going to drive back?
Well, listen, this whole event is a love story with the San Juan, so
Absolutely.
it's important that we highlight.
It is a romantic endeavor.
Yeah, I think we're getting Mathieu and then.
Gotta celebrate it in its
we're going back to
appropriate
I think
ways.
Sherman's gonna come like just 20 or 30 minutes after you. Yeah.
So there it is, Matthew, about a mile, just under a mile from the finish. Serge,
We'll get a camera out there when we have eyes
working on
Matthew.
There's also that,
Hang in there with us.
that sweet period where, if you were following the coverage of Ludo, our men's champion coming in, where it was just headlamps lighting the way. Now we're going to sort of have that sunrise, that first light helping us out. Which also means we have to change camera settings to make sure that it is a usable image. So, fourth coming here momentarily, followed closely by Serge Grangier. David Ayala sitting in fourth, should be hitting that Putnam aid station in short order as well.
He uses his pinkies.
And then Zach Miller and Katie Schide.
Did you get a Ludo?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Making their way just
Vous avez vu ou pas?
beyond David.
Quand il est arrivé, Ludo, il a
Trying to
mis
knock out their final
et Vincent sur ses
big
genoux.
climb
Ah ouais.
of the
J'ai envoyé la
day.
photo directement.
Course sort of tops out at 93 miles. Somebody who's well past that and approaching the finish. Matthew Blanchard here on screen. Picked up our runner cam.
Let's go, Matthew.
He, by the way, be careful who you ask. Like
All around adventurer. I learned from a good friend of his. Does so many diverse
I got some good
athletic
photos of him too.
endeavors and
Really.
projects and basically sports.
Here,
If we
instead of,
really
like,
just want to
directly
call it that.
this way?
Into
Okay.
diving,
Yeah.
into cycling,
Just 'cause,
into
I can get a
boating.
backup with
Almost
It's half a
guaranteed
mile.
he skis. Just showing that he's also a fantastic mountain runner in his first attempt here at the Hardrock 100, stating that this would be a dream come true for him to complete this race and achieve this accomplishment, which he is getting very close to doing here.
Indeed, so you can see the sun peeking up over Kendall Mountain in the distance. Matthew's going to have a left-hander onto Shrine Road here in just a second, it would appear.
Super close up.
And then the town of Silverton will start to appear.
But you're not going to see any of that with this.
The street lights
But that may be.
in the distance on his right side.
This is going to be
very
more of a
soon,
close-up.
signifying a successful journey all the way around the San Juans.
Yeah, right over there. Yeah, but this is water.
That's not.
I'm trying to think of a time where
He beat the course record.
he might have ever been outside the top 3 all day, and I cannot think of a moment.
No, I think he's really been
He seems like
either
pretty
leading
fine, you know,
or
like
in that
threw up
second
and
or third
like
position
chilling.
all
He had
day.
people sitting on his lap like he
Really,
was
I feel
standing.
like just leading or in
So
second.
funny.
Yeah. I mean, he led onto the single track, leaving Silverton. Had the, what I'm sure will be iconic umbrella bag for his shoes.
Dry covers. We need to get a report on how his feet are. They've been kept dry the entire race. That'd be impressive.
That would be wildly impressive. So we watch Matthew on screen. Katie Schide with another ping. Got about 2.5 miles until she tops out at the top of her final climb. And she is currently 0.3 of a mile up on course record pace.
It's like we never left.
0.3
Yeah, we're talking like, again, still in that
tight.
7 to 8 minute range as she's in it. She is in a climby section. 2 more miles till the top of that Putnam area. Tops out about 12,600 feet. So we'll keep eyes on the front of the women's race and that race against the clock. Just as we were watching Matthew Blanchard approaching Shrine Road.
But also, like, 12 athletes.
Smells like food. I think there's cooking happening in the gym here.
Yeah.
You getting wafts of pancakes and coffee. Nice warm gym for Mathieu to come into when he is finished and celebrate with a bunch of folks who are here as well.
Why not?
You see Ludo. I think, Jordan, I think some folks are saying we're getting audio. They're saying we're getting audio on the
Runner cam?
No, but we are back as we watch second place, Mathieu Blanchard making his way the final stretch here before getting right into town in Silverton, where does he have a pacer with him?
I believe I saw somebody out front.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, I do see somebody. All right. Getting so close to that finish line. It's been out there for 23 hours and 30 minutes. Running a very, very respectable time in the counterclockwise direction of Hardrock this year. Getting some cheers from his pacer. They're starting to soak it in. It's starting to become very real, what he has just accomplished.
Yeah, still worth pointing out, before today, there had only been 6 folks who broke 24 hours in this direction. So Mathieu on track to become the 8th individual ever to break 24 in the counterclockwise direction. Still has a chance to slide into what I guess would be 7th overall, just ahead of Benyat's 2023 performance of 23:50. So based on where the runner cam is, having just made that left-hand turn, we're talking, just a function of 3/4 of a mile between Mathieu and the finish at this point.
Quick update for those just joining us on the women's race as well, which we are certainly continuing to follow and cover. Katie Schide winning this year's race right now and sitting in 6th place overall. So after Mathieu, we've got Germain Granger, David Ayala, Zach Miller, and then Katie Schide. Katie Schide is leading by a very large margin right now over the rest of the women's field, but we do have Manon Boar sitting in 2nd, Katarina Hartmu sitting in 3rd, and Amber Wiebel sitting in 4th.
Yeah, Manon reaching a critical point of the course, having just crested that Grant Swamp peak. So the wayfinding is now behind her. She can focus on the task at hand, knocking out the last 15 miles of the course. As the sun pops up, making life a little bit easier. And based on historic splits, we would still expect Manon to come through in that really low 27, high 26 time, which is ridiculous. Like,
yeah, that's
let's
so fast.
let's put it in perspective. So
it's a really, really solid time. I mean, there's got to be less than 5 women that have run that kind of a time in this history of this race. Getting lots of croissants, lots of French flags, lots of coffee emojis.
Just after 5:30 a.m. here, local time, 23 and a half hours elapsed on the clock at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, presented by Altra and The Feed. Just a cool 24 and a half hours to go. Matthew Blanchard on your screen, coming in second place. Just a cool 132 runners behind him. Some a little bit closer, like Serge Gragier, just 15 to 20 minutes back. Others maybe closer to 50 miles back. But everybody enjoying their time here in the San Juans, just as we hope you are at home on the live stream. Going to be bringing you the coverage, not just of our top finishers, but everybody coming through over the next 24 plus hours. So make sure you stay locked in with us.
We're getting grapes in the chat. Everyone's just throwing every French and or Canadian emoji they could find. We also have an update on David Ayala. He is in and out of Putnam Aid Station.
Sick.
5:26. So getting very, very close to that finish line.
Yeah, David Ayala is splitting what would basically work out to 24:30 pace. And sitting in 4th overall. So it just shows how absurd the front of this race has been today.
Pretty dense.
And again, before today, we're talking 10 folks who'd ever broke 25 hours. And we can see 4 do it today alone. Just spectacular performances across the board, including by Ludo Pomeray, our winner on the men's side, and Matthew Blanchard finishing it out strong. About a half mile to go, maybe even a little bit less than that at this point. This road is going to wiggle a little bit more to the left, and he's going to take this little, what I call a goat trail. There's probably a more correct term for it. A little single tracky trail that drops you into town, and then from there, it's just dirt road life, taking you the last couple blocks to the rock. So while we watch Matthew Blanchard, you saw him looking back over his shoulder. He was running away from Germain. They had a 20-minute gap between each other at that Putnam Aid Station, 6 miles from the finish, 5.5 miles from where Matthew currently is traversing. So we would expect Serge to be basically at the creek or just above it at this point, unless he is closing hard. So just as we bring Matthew in, we will have a runner cam going right back around to bring in our 3rd place male. And really rounding out that that French influenced podium on the men's side.
That's really pretty. Start to see all the mountains.
See the mountains, you see the sun peeking over, you see the lights of Silverton down off to the lower right where we are currently sitting.
I don't know that these runners really had to put a jacket of any sort on during this entire race this year. It's been great temperatures. Basically zero precipitation unless they encountered a kind of high country storm that we did not get visibility into. But other than that, it's probably a bit of heat, especially in middle of the day today.
Yeah, currently where we sit here, basically just below Matthew, 45 degrees Fahrenheit, feels like 41.
It's a nice running temperature.
It's perfect distance running conditions.
Isn't it 40 degrees the ideal for a marathon?
It's a little bit longer than a marathon, but yeah, I think the data probably still holds true. As I was talking about this little last goat trail on down into the town, the lights are turning off.
That's Kendall Mountain right in front of him. Just a little snow at the top. If you're not ready for Hardrock, but you want to do a cool epic mountain run, you can run to the top of that mountain right there. Kendall Mountain, 12 miles, 6 miles up, 6 miles down. It's happening next weekend. So if you're inspired by this, you could just sign up, get out there. Mathieu Blanchard is a Solomon athlete. Still has those poles out. So he prepares to be this year's second place finisher of the Hardrock Endurance Run. Oh. This is the point in the race when your body starts to realize you're about to stop and therefore does some very strange things because you have been telling yourself you must keep moving forward for the last 23 and a half plus hours. Sometimes at the very end, things happen, as we saw with Ludo as well.
Mm-hmm. So we got 2 turns to go. You got a left-hander and then 1 right-hander into the chute. Here is the first of those 2. As the crew gets larger, the noise swells.
Shout out to Matthew's wife, Alex. He wanted us to shout her out for taking good care of him. I think she might be there. I saw one running there next to them. Shout out to Alex.
Yeah. I got it clear to you right now. So I'm with
You see our location right there over his right shoulder. He's got 1 more block to go before hitting that right-hander. And making it into the chute to kiss the rock. 23:43 currently elapsed. Means he's going to come in with the 7th fastest ever in this direction.
UTMB the same.
The man who describes himself in his bio as an adventurer sure had himself an adventure today. This is your 2025 Hardrock 100 runner-up. 37-year-old Solomon athlete from France. Matthew Blanchard.
Let's go, Mathieu!
Oh, emotional.
You gotta kiss it, man.
Someone's been through a journey right there.
Not ready.
Well done, Matthew.
You see Dill Garland, run director, ready to hand Ludo his medal.
Matthew. Ludo already came in.
Sorry, Matthew, his medal. I was going to say, Ludo was out there cheering Matthew on.
That's awesome.
After
getting a shower and freshening up. I saw Vincent out there too.
There's Ludo sneaking in right there.
Very cool.
Everyone, welcome back, Mathieu Blanchard.
Getting the customary greeting from Dale.
T'aurais dû me dire que t'es dur comme ça, salaud. T'aurais dû me dire. Tu m'as pas prévenu. Mais son frère, il est
And then Ludo sharing a moment.
T'as apprécié, grosse one? C'est pas une course. Du coup, je n'ai pas le parcours. Il y a un moment aussi, je pense que t'as beaucoup de choses. Bon, on va pas arriver.
Two men right here who have both been very challenging endeavor. That is one of the amazing things about this sport. You share that bond of we both just did this thing. What was it like for you? You might be saying. Maybe Matthew's like, dang it, Ludo. Just couldn't catch it, man.
Someone thinking the exact same thing. Germon has cleared the creek and is about a mile and a half away from the finish himself.
Are they speaking French?
I'd say I'd read lips, but it doesn't look like Matthew's saying a lot at the moment. And to collect himself as seems appropriate after a cool 23.5-hour adventure. Through the mountains, average elevation above 11,000 feet, 33,000 feet of gain and loss, all to culminate with the celebration and the kissing of the rock. You can see all of our media folks out there looking to tell the tales of the day, helping to bring the sport to even more folks. So, in addition to our live stream crew helping bring all the things together behind the scenes, shout out to all the outlets out there helping to bring all of these stories, the still frames, the interstitials, the socials, out to the masses as well. It's a term.
No, I like it. It just caught me off guard.
Ah, mais c'est sûr. À 4 heures, je restais dans le canapé.
Solid for 5:45 a.m. We've been on the air for 5.5 hours.
And indeed, we will be rolling off of the commentary duties soon, but fear not. Fresh minds and fresh voices will be coming in to fill our seats, and we're going to tell the second 24 hours of this Hardrock 100 So if you are here in the chat and you're like, hey, I'm looking for insert name here, click that link at the top of the chat. It's going to take you to the tracker, and you can go ahead and utilize the favorite feature, the search feature, search by name, search by bib, and follow along because we have 132 runners still on their journey to have the moment that Matthew just had, kissing the rock here outside the gym in Silverton.
Yeah, they've been, yeah. Second. Je l'attends ici.
So while we watch second place here in the chute, Matthew Blanchard, we do have third place. Germain Grangier should be just a tad over a mile from the finish. He'll be joining this party in short order. If he wanted to hammer, he could break 24 hours. At this point, he might just be enjoying the last few steps, the sunrise that is now hit over Silverton, Kendall Mountain off in the distance.
Yeah. Katie Schide.
Well.
A little hard to predict at this moment just because there is a lot of climbing and descending and we don't know exactly how fast she will continue moving. However, we do know she is going to be trying to keep eyes on that women's course record.
And let me put it this way. They are back to being within 200 meters.
Oh, her and the bunny?
Her and the bunny are within 200 meters at this point. So Katie Schide is dancing with that 26:15 sort of expected time.
As Matthew makes his way out of the finish area and into the gym here behind us.
And we have the runner cam going backwards along that Shrine Road. As we've talked about, once the runners are running parallel to the highway, they turn notably left onto this Jeep road off the single track. So Germain should be here momentarily. It is a little bit rude when you make the left-hand turn onto this road. It is actually still uphill. Not, I mean, compared to everything else they've done, not a ton. But you hit that left. You're like, I'm close to home. I can see the town below me, and you're like, it's getting further away, downwards.
There's a great view of the street of Silverton. Rocks embedded.
Even the Jeep roads try to provide a little bit of technicality for our runners out there.
Thank you, though, to this follow cam. If you're just joining us, we've had Ludovic Pomeray and Mathieu Blanchard finish this year's race. Ludo Pomeray finished time of 22 hours, 21 minutes, and 53 seconds, which is the second fastest time in the counterclockwise direction ever run. Also the fastest time run by a 40 to 49-year-old male. He is 49, almost 50, but that is also a age group course record. Mathieu Blanchard, finishing in 23 hours, 44 minutes, and 23 seconds, and becoming one of only, I believe Skylar said, 6 or 7 individuals to ever go under 24 hours in this direction of the race. We are going back to find our third place runner, Germain Granger. We will be following him in for his finish. He is in front, or winning the race between him and his partner, Katie Schide, but not by a massive margin. Katie Schide is our leading female, and she is currently sitting in 6th place overall in the race. We have 3 women in the top 11, Katie Schide, Manon Board, and Katarina Hartmuth.
So we have officially approached or reached sunrise here in Silverton, Colorado. 9,300 feet elevation, making it below the average elevation of the course. As we were moving backwards, trying to find Surge. And at this point of the course, we're about 1,100 meters from the finish. And it looks like we have eyes on M3.
It's Pacer in front. You could just tell how incredibly hard these people are working right now, giving it absolutely everything they've got for the last little bit of this race.
And you know in his mind, or at least it might even be explicitly said at this point, it's that sub 24. Like the fact that the fact that this pacer is
can he get
on
it?
him right now, like you need to finish this.
But for someone, Germain had some trouble. He said that last year was not a great year for him. He had some trouble where after 14 hours, his legs were really like not functioning. So for him to be out here running and moving this well, almost 24 hours into this race, I'd say that's a huge, huge win.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just got to be ecstatic with this.
I mean, I can't speak for him, but I would imagine based on what he was saying before the event, this is going to be a huge accomplishment personally. I mean, there's the athletic component of it, of, finishing on the podium here, but just as a personal, opportunity.
Yeah. And maybe just a confidence builder breakthrough. I'm through this so-called injury or whatever he was dealing with. Also, though, I love that he said that, for the last few weeks, he has been trying to find a connection to these trails. Mm-hmm. He's almost been trying to morph himself, both physically and mentally, into a runner of these mountains. Just find kind of how to be connected to the land, which is a really unique and very cool thing to kind of focus on in your training. Started out in Leadville, struggled with acclimation and breathing, and has obviously done the work needed to adjust and perform extremely well in this terrain.
If you didn't feel connected during training, after a 24-hour jaunt, you will certainly feel connected. So very happy to see Germain coming in here, less than half a mile to go. As we've highlighted, going to have that a little bit of a goat trail down into the town proper, and then just 2 turns to the rock. Looks like he's going to be just outside that 24-hour window. But
He's trying. I don't know.
I mean,
it's probably not going to happen.
It's hard.
He's not in town yet.
You have to literally be kicking from here, which
That's okay.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to put anything past anybody at this point. But that being said, you know, we've talked about how this is the deepest and sort of most competitive the run has been on the sharp end. You know, Ryan Smith had that fastest third place finish in 23-24, but that was also a course record setting year since the course reset in 2023. You know, that third place was Javier in 26 hours.
Xavier,
So the fact that so we've got Germain out here going to be still the 10th fastest time in this direction.
No, that's amazing.
Running himself onto the podium. A huge confidence booster.
Giving it everything he's got.
Everything he's
on
got.
this last
Silverton
little uphill.
just below in the distance. And the celebration's only going to continue because his partner is having herself a day out there. But we have just hit 6 a.m. here, local time, 24 hours into your Hardrock 100 endurance run, presented by Altra and the feed. 2 turns to go for your third place finisher, Germain Grangier.
So much bread in the chat. Croissants and loaves and flags. Germain had a charcuterie board at Telluride aid station, complete with wine, cheese, crackers, various meats.
I mean, after seeing Isla 2000 during the tour last year, the Tour de France, I was like, this is a cool spot. Based on how he's conducted himself today and the fact he had a full charcuterie board at Telluride, I definitely need to book a ticket now. So it's all dirt roads from here. 2 turns separate this man and the glory that is kissing the rock.
Now we're getting cheese and wine emojis. I love this. A lot of love, just positivity. Everyone cheering from afar. There he goes. He's literally just a couple blocks away. Skylar and I will call in Germain, and then we will transition to our next commentators who hopefully have a bit more energy than we do. But this is exciting.
I would say,
make myself have energy.
A bit more well-rested voices.
Yes.
Because I can't let my voice crack on air again. But a person who has not cracked out here having a phenomenal run. Just over 24 hours here. One block away from having his eyes on the prize. Cowbells are happening outside.
Don't get in front of the rock.
Media gaggle is ready.
On top of the rock. Somebody tried that one. Like,
really? Try to reach over and sneak a smooch. That's bad luck.
You do not do that. I'll sit in the chair. I will not kiss that rock. Except under one circumstance.
your youngest member of the men's podium. Representing on, ladies and gentlemen, Germain Grangier.
Bravo. Hi. Everyone for the first time, Germain Grangier.
Amazing run, amazing.
And definitely good that he kept his foot on the gas as our fourth place male, David Ayala, just crossed the creek literally a minute ago. So,
charging.
So less than 2 miles to go for David Ayala. Should expect him here in the next 15 or so minutes.
Yeah. You don't have to get up until you want to.
That's going to be an interesting post race.
So as we have eyes on Germain here at the finish line, that rounds out our men's podium at the 2025 edition of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. 3 are in, 133 are still moving towards this point, and we're going to bring you the stories of all of those individuals over the course of the next 24 hours. So as much as we recap the last 24 that has been, we have 24 more to tell. So stick with us. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Hang out, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Continue to show some love. And Corinne and I will be back with you in 12 hours.
Yes, 12 hours, but not before you are joined by the ones and only Chris Warden and AJW, who will be joining after a very quick break, but we will stay here on
Is that like a... We just need another 20 years. Bonne chance. Allez, viens faire une photo. Lève-toi un peu. Un ballon. Un peu froid.
Ouais, la chaleur, le smog et tout là. Ouais.
T'as pas eu Ouais, si, on récupère ta chaise.
Moi je trouve que la Hardrock c'est vraiment dur. Ah ouais.
Merci du There it is.
Take this one. Moi c'est l'altitude, mais techniquement, je trouve plus difficile globalement la vie. Après
Oui, oui, oui.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I don't see it.
Oh, you carried that.
Oh, that's my fave.
You've been eating them all day. You don't have to eat them anymore. I'm not going to tell them.
I don't know anybody else who's being I haven't been in the kitchen. No time to cook.
Yeah. Thank you.
We can buy you a shirt. I mean, there's a lot of stores over on Main Street. Lots of bad puns about bears and being high. And how are you?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that nutrition. Did you puke at all? Really? There aren't many of those. Poetic.
Good morning, Silverton, 9,300 feet, Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And you are here for the start of day 2, hour 24 and forward of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by Altra and the feed. Of course, we will bring you up to speed on what is going on out there. For those who've been tuning in, thanks for tuning in through the overnight. Special commendation for Katarina and Skylar Hall.
Doing the overnight shift.
It's not easy.
It's not easy doing the overnight shift. We've got the overnight shift tonight, but great job by Skylar and Corinne. They now have 12 hours of rest. And happy Saturday morning, everybody. Those of you who are in the Pacific time zone might be just rubbing your eyes and heating up that coffee. Those of you out east are probably starting your day over in Europe. Congratulations, France. 1, 2, 3 in the men's podium. You guys are in the middle of your day, probably celebrating with a midday glass of Bordeaux. But wherever you are, thanks a lot for joining us on the Mountain Outpost live stream feed. Our third year of doing this here in the Silverton, Colorado gym. And we've got, for the first time, as you can see on the right of the screen, drone coverage in a few locations of the race. This was 3 years in the making, and we're really thrilled to bring you that. Also, Chris, we are going to be following every finisher as you are one of the key people in making sure that happens. One key thing to keep in mind, those of you who are out there watching at 9 a.m., that aid station on the left there with the red Ultra tent, that's Ouray, and the cutoff, the hard cutoff for the Ouray aid station is 9 a.m. So there's no cutoff at Engineer, which is the aid station.
Down there, like I run up the street, start most of the way around,
and every day I'm about a 5,000-foot descent down into Ouray. but we'll be keeping our eye on the last group of finishers. Unfortunately, there were a handful of finishers overnight who did not make the cutoff at Animas Forks, and that was the last cutoff. We'll review a little bit of that a little bit later. But, we'll be keeping our eye on that, as well as, of course, the finish of our first place woman, Katie Schide. Our next finisher is likely to be David Ayala from Bozeman, Montana. Behind him, we think will be Zach Miller, and then Katie. And Katie, as Skylar and Corinne were talking about, is really close to that time of Courtney Altra in this counterclockwise direction course record. So we'll keep an eye on be on course record watch as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight to see if Katie is able to take down that Courtney Dauwalter record. We will be here with you to follow that as our drone seems to be coming in for a landing in Ouray. That looks like
it looks like my kind of Legends trail.
Yeah.
Could be our camera person going back out,
resetting
to find David Ayala.
And on the left, you actually are seeing Ouray Aid, which, as AJW mentioned, will be closing up shop here this morning, and we will be following those handful of runners who have yet to check in and out. We can actually take a shot here. Take a look. We have at this point 120 runners through Ouray at this point, and looks like 13 or 14 runners that were awaiting at Ouray. They've still got a few hours, so they're in the clear as of now. But these names: Salvatore Febo, Siobhan Pritchard, Brian Schulman, Terry Miller, Tina Yuri, Ann Onenga, Simone Valentine Austin, John Clark, Justin Walker, Lori Nikauchi, Junko Kazukawa, Liko Earl, Patrick O'Neill, and Cal Mitchell. Those are the names that we're going to be watching for to hit Ouray Aid here this morning to continue their journey through the San Juans and hopefully join us here by tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
In just under 24 hours from now.
We also have some people we're keeping an eye on that we've pointed out over the course of the first 24 hours of the broadcast. Happy to report that Jamil Khoury is still going strong. He's en route to Telluride right now. Sarah Lavender Smith is about a half an hour behind him. We've got a name from a couple of other races we've done, Chris, Dandelion.
Dandelion Deluvio Scott.
Remember Dandelion? Yep, she's out there. I'm not sure she's done Hardrock before. We'll have to look that up. Cool to see her out there. Unfortunately, overnight we did Hardrock legend Amanda Grimes, local of Silverton,
I'm glad I don't live closer to
did time out at Animas. I believe it was at Animas Forks. Let me double check that. Yeah, at Animas Forks. Just did not make that cutoff. Betsy Nye is still out there.
It's like whenever I go through Montrose, there's a big old place.
Yeah.
And it's like
you were asking about Dandelion Deluvio Scott. This is indeed her first Hardrock. I believe that our first opportunity to see her out on the course was at Run Rabbit a few years ago. And
they're free, and you should use
She's also run Black Canyon 100K, Cocodona, so she's no stranger to being on the screen for these live streams. So,
but they're good
shout out to her as well as the other 130
gift certificates good anywhere.
But shout out to those who have towed the line and whose journeys have drawn to a close sooner than they expected. These hills, these San Juans, are not easy terrain for anybody. Whether you're a local or whether you're traveling here for the first time.
Here we've got on the right David Ayala, I believe.
Pip, you're a good doggy. He just needs a leisure suit, dude. Blue leisure suit with the fake. Remember he has the fake turtle.
We're working on those background mics, folks. Thanks.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? It's like the tuck-in one. Yeah. It's almost like an early buff. Oh my goodness.
I believe that in the center of that shot on the left is another Hardrock legend, a 10 or 11 time finisher, Robert Andrulis, Mongo himself.
Yes, indeed.
Mongo, for those who are unfamiliar with Hardrock lore, is one of the favorite stories I love to tell about this race. I believe a 10-turn finisher. I apologize if I've taken one from him. I know it's either 10 or 11. But all of his Hardrock finishes, all double-digit number of them, have been in 46 hours or longer. He has one DFL where he was the final finisher, and he was actually greeted by Killian the separated shoulder year. But other than that, Mongo just simply has turned this race into his own personal science project, as he knows how to get it done, moving through the San Juans at just fast enough to make the loop in the time that is required.
David Ayala and his pacer climbing up the Shrine Road. This is the last little bit of a climb. The town of Silverton is to the right. He makes a right-hand turn onto the single track and drops down into town. So wonderful finish. He'll be somewhere in the 24-30-ish range, maybe a little bit under that. Great finish for David Ayala from Bozeman, Montana. Graham Chalvoy's pick in our pre-show, kind of a dark horse compared to the top three, and he'll be the top American finisher as well.
His crew went out onto the course. Yeah.
Is that Pacer? I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Oh, in the chat, no.
I have an idea.
He almost got it. Damn it. He closed. He closed like a freight train, dude. He was safe in the United States. He was way back.
Thanks for the feedback in the chat. We are working on the aid station mics. Look at that. Taking this downhill. Open it up for his final few minutes here. Yeah, he gets down to the bottom here, just a little bit on the road, and then makes a left-hand turn. Seen it for the first three finishers, and then makes that left-hand turn just a couple of blocks to the high school. This is David Ayala, Bozeman, Montana, finishing his Hardrock journey. Here we go. Lauren Davis from Bozeman. Thank you, Sam, letting us know. That's the pacer there in the pink shirt.
I was going to say I was getting strong Ryan Van Duzer vibes with it, based on the color and the hair.
And we're also getting word that he's also 40 plus.
Of course, this is David's first Hardrock. As far as his experience, and he's definitely a time-tested professional, but veteran of this sport, having 3 wins at I Am Tough in 2016, 2018, and 2024. He finished second at Bighorn in 2023, and a 4th place finish in Wasatch in 2015. So no stranger to top 5 finishes, as he is now
looks like he's joined by his crew. This is great. Love this. See that brick building there? That's the school. That's where we are, just behind that. So we are heading in. Thank you for bearing with us on our audio challenges. We think they're all fixed now, so appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks to all 3,000 of you sticking with us through the overnight and into the morning.
Indeed.
For those of you who stuck through the overnight, you got a treat. You got to see the fantastic French with their domination of the podium this year. David is the first American to come across the finish line this year, and going to be doing so in about 24 hours and 23 minutes,
there
give
it
or
is.
take.
Making the turn, seeing the rock. David Ayala from Bozeman, Montana. You can perhaps hear the cowbells in the background. We're literally about 100 yards from that spot where we're sitting. There he is.
Top center.
There it is, right above
the end of the D.
He's lingering a bit there for the smooth.
He's taking his time, and I don't blame him one bit.
I don't blame him at all. Looks like he was right just above the D in endurance. It's a nice kiss. We saw Jamon go to the left, just above the N in Silverton. Time-honored tradition here to analyze the finishes and where they kissed the rock. First American, 4th place overall.
Being greeted and congratulated by race director Dale Garland. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, the 2018 Hardrock champion, was giving us some intel on David. He used to actually train with him in Bozeman when Jeff lived up there. He is a professor of mathematics at Montana State University, and that's one thing that I tend to find in common with a lot of long-distance runners is you find a lot of higher education.
You do.
And
you do, yeah.
I asked a friend of ours, Gary Foreman, about that, who is a PhD, who is actually in the process of trying to make his Hardrock journey, trying to qualify, has been running them for years. And I asked him, I said, is it because you suffered so long to go after that PhD and
Right.
you just got so used to it? And he kind of shrugged his shoulders and he said, I can see that. So shout out to David Ayala. Congratulations on finishing Hardrock.
Deal with that later.
By the way, his split in from Putnam was the fastest of the 4 finishers so far. Came in under an hour for that last 6 mile stretch. Even Ludo, the winner, was about an hour and 3. So as many of you were commenting in the chat, he looked really good coming down from the Shrine of the Mines and certainly coming through the streets of. So he had something left in the tank, but a 24:20-ish for David Ayala. Great job.
And for the final few miles of this race, Hardrock, leaves you with a little something. As 2 miles from the finish, you have one last water crossing to make sure your feet are nice and soaked as you're making your way to the streets of Silverton, Colorado. That Mineral Creek crossing where they've got that rope strewn across it. One of the things that we have had to establish, the race command has had to establish, is that the setup at Mineral Creek used to be pretty well attended, and there were a lot of fans out there, but it became a bit of a hazard because Highway 550 is the only paved road in the entire county, and it is a fairly high-trafficked one on the $1 Million Highway by comparison.
So they're limiting numbers out there pretty significantly, I think.
Yeah.
Here's David giving a quick hello to Jeff Browning. Looks like a friend to the right, brushing away a few. Someone's cutting onions out there, perhaps. This is the greatest feeling right here. Just kissing the rock, chatting with your folks afterwards,
and
more onions.
And the next few finishers we are expecting along the way are a handful of domestic runners. We are expecting some combination of Zach Miller, Katie Schide, Kyle Curtin, and Brian Coolmo, and perhaps Jeff Rome to be among the next people coming in. Katie Schide is chasing history here. We will see if she is able to run down the course record. I will give a split analysis of her versus Courtney DeWalter's 2023 course record. The most recent ping we have for Katie Schide was at Cam Traverse at mile 89 at 4:57 this morning. So let me see how that compares with what Courtney did in 2023. She hit Cam Traverse at 23:07, departed at 23:09. So that would have been 5:09.
Yep. So Katie's about 22 minutes off it.
Okay.
It's going to be a big ask.
Ahead.
And the KT to Putnam is a big climb.
For 4:57, she's actually 12 minutes ahead. Is that right? It is it's 12.
Chris will figure it out. Don't worry.
22
we need
minutes
David
ahead.
Ayala in here. We need
we need the mathematician to come in here and help us out. And we also will be following the final people to hit Uray aid at mile 56, mile 57. We have had, as we mentioned, a couple of runners who have either been cut off or called it a race. I want to shout out a handful of them right now. Zach Hermson, Amanda Grimes, Jason Edwards, Tommy Stockton, Nathaniel Moore, Denise Klatt, Wei Law, Marcy Beard, Nathan Kurtz, Makoto Kitamura, and Shannon Dye. But we still have 134 runners still on course at this point. And from what I can tell, Cal Mitchell, who is currently positioned as DFL, is the only one who has yet to hit Engineer.
Mm-hmm.
And Engineer is about 8 miles out from Uray. So that's going to be a tall order.
Mm-hmm.
That's about 2.5 hours to cover roughly 8 miles. But that 8 miles is fairly downhill. I mean, you're losing a significant amount of elevation heading into the low point of the course at Ouray at 7,700 feet.
He could do it. He could do it, but it's going to be he's going to be on the bubble. He is on the bubble.
Yeah, it's going to be a push.
We have 5 runners currently in Ouray. They're safe. One's been there since 3 a.m. Doug Seaver could be taking a sleep. Could be maybe didn't go over the mat or something. But that's a pretty long aid station stop.
I'm going to pull down.
The climb up to Putnam doesn't necessarily get the attention that many of the other more legendary climbs gets, but it is the last one of the course, and it is a grind. It's wide open. There's some sections of it that's almost it's almost cross country, where you're kind of on these grass sort of tundra meadows, and you kind of just have to go marker to marker. It's a very faint trail, and then when you make the ridge, the trail goes along the ridge for a little bit, and then it's a nice flowing descent into the Putnam aid station. From Putnam, it's pretty rocky and technical. It's a good 3 or 4 miles of some grindy, rocky stuff on that descent before it gets under the trees, gets a little smoother, and goes to that location you mentioned where they grab the rope and cross the creek with about 2 miles to go before they kiss the rock.
Yeah, I have to admit, that is one thing that I have maybe underestimated in doing this coverage in 2023 especially, is that we expected runners, once we said, oh, they hit Putnam, there's still a lot of technicality and ruggedness to hit after Putnam.
Yeah, and Putnam is only an aid station in this direction. Going the other direction, there is not an aid station at Putnam. Kind of an unusual quirk of Hardrock. Good shot there of the drone as day has dawned over Ouray. This is a runner coming into Ouray. They'll be comfortably under the cutoff. Cutoff again is 9 a.m. They've gotten through the night. There's a good shot of
fantastic.
Town. Again, huge thank you to Altra and the feed for their support. Going huge benefit to help us with this drone coverage and giving it to you. First time here at Hardrock. Come into the streets of town. This is mile 57 for this runner. Most runners at this stage of the game are going to regroup for a bit in Ouray. The night is over. They probably get rid of some gear, get some hot food, and get ready for that big climb up Campbird Road and ultimately up to Kroger's Canteen at Virginia's Pass, the highest aid station on the course and maybe in the world. Great film, by the way, made about Kroger's. You should check it out. Solomon Running made it a few years back. You can get it on YouTube. Features Rock Horton, a 10-time finisher of Hardrock and one of the masterminds behind the Kroger's Canteen aid station. Check it out. It gives you an idea of how much work goes into getting the gear and equipment up to that aid station, as well as the work it takes to man the aid station. In this direction, it's open, I think, for about 20 hours. Small little platform, a little cut through the mountains at over 13,000 feet.
So I think I've got things dialed in with regard to Katie chasing Courtney's splits here. Let me verify my math. All right, so I'm gonna go back a couple of aid stations. So and these are departure times. So in the 2023 course record year, Courtney departed Telluride in 17:31. Katie departed in 16:51. So about a 40-minute lead on the course record. At Chapman, it was 20:30 for Courtney in 2023 versus 2023 for Katie this year. So a 7-minute lead. And at Cam Traverse, it was 23:09 for Courtney and 22:57 for Katie, so a 12-minute lead. So that's where we're at. We are waiting Putnam. Putnam was in 2023. Courtney got there in 25:01. Actually, that was her out time. So, but she was in and out. It was same minute. So we will see. Basically, we are hoping to see Katie at the top of the hour at Putnam, and then from there, Putnam did take, from Putnam to the finish, did take Courtney a while, about an hour 13.
Okay. We're seeing, for example, that was about the time that Blanchard took to get in. I saw David Ayala do it in under an hour.
Yeah, he was moving.
And also, if you're looking at the trackers, you do see Katie and Zach Miller are in the same, very close together, very close proximity. Again, on the open split time, we do expect Putnam to be a little bit delayed, like Pole Creek and Engineer were earlier in the broadcast. They phone those numbers in, very remote aid stations, but we'll keep an eye on to that. And with Zach through at 4:49 a.m. and Katie through at 4:57 a.m., we would expect them into Putnam, as Chris mentioned, before or at the top of the hour.
As we mentioned, Ludo Pomeray has become the back-to-back Hardrock winner. His time of 22:21:53 is I believe, the second fastest all-time in this direction. Second to Francois Daines' time in 2021. So congratulations to Ludo, and congratulations to France for taking down the men's podium 1, 2, 3. And that would be Ludo, Matthew Blanchard, and Herman Grenier. Job well done by all three individuals. We mentioned David Ayala, the first American to cross the finish line this year in this direction, and did so at about the 24-hour, 22-minute mark.
For those of you who have been with us since the beginning, we are happy to report that most of the smoke has cleared from those fires over in the Montrose area. So there was quite a bit of smoke at the start of the race and over the first couple of hours. But most of the smoke is cleared in both the towns and up in the high ridges. So that's good. Good news. That was certainly a concern earlier in the race.
So our next couple aid stations with cutoffs are Ouray at 9 a.m. today, so in about a little less than 2.5 hours. Governor is at 12:30, and Telluride is at 4 p.m. local time. So those are going to be the areas that runners have to hit. Beyond that, the next cutoffs will be Chapman at 10:45 tonight, KT at just after midnight at 12:45, and Silverton here in town. They've got to be here by 6 a.m.
Yep.
and we'll be waiting for them.
Yep, no cutoff at Putnam. Here's a runner coming into Ouray, looking smiley and happy. Again, this is a regroup on the left of your screen. This is definitely a regroup area where runners are going to get reset for day 2. You know, these runners are probably in the 42, 43-hour finisher range. It would be a huge stretch for them to get in before dark the second day. That was always the legendary hard rocker and new Hard Rock Hall of Famer Blake Wood for his last handful of finishes. Had the Blake Wood splits, which were to try to finish before dark on the second day. It's a noble effort. It's around 39 hours and change to be before dark the second day. These folks are probably a little bit past that, but we shall see. 43 miles from where that gentleman sits to where we sit.
Looks like that runner's getting some electrolytes through a time-tested hangover cure for many.
Yes, is that Pedialyte?
It is.
Oh, right on.
Or some version of it.
Some version of Pedialyte.
Yes. We'll see if he turns around, if we can get eyes on his bib number. If that individual would slide to the left or the right one.
Anybody in the chat recognize this runner? I'd love to chat about them a bit.
Trying to...
Can we see the bib number? All right, there we go.
Okay, so here we go.
We're getting our go.
That's bib number. Is that bib number 12 or is that?
That's good. This is what we try to do over these next several. It's bib number 12.
It is bib number 12. So
very good.
Let's tell you about that runner. That is Justin Walker of Salida, Colorado. And Justin is one of those that will be a true hard rocker with a finish.
Oh, right on. Both directions.
Justin's first hard rock last year, he ran a 43:06:33. So
wow, he got in 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Of course, once you have departed the never lottery, you enter the finisher lottery. That's how the race works here. So
chances get a little bit better once you're in the finisher lottery, but they only increase with each successive finish. So the finisher, the folks in the finishers lottery with only one finish have the least odds of getting in. Whereas folks like Chris Twiggs with 17 finishes or Betsy Nye with 19 have a little bit better chance of getting in. Justin Walker, he looks comfortable, having done a 43-hour in the other direction. I'm guessing he might be somewhere in that ballpark this time.
Yeah, so, that actually makes me feel good about the fact that, he's not doing anything he doesn't know already. So Justin finished 56th in the men's run last year. And it's you can't compare times hitting Ouray last year to this year, but looks like a more apt comparison would be Animus Forks, and he hit Animus Forks last year in about the 23-hour mark. So 23:30 mark is when he departed.
So he's a little bit behind that.
Yeah.
A little bit more climbing under his belt in this direction. That's bib number 195.
Let's tell you about that runner.
Collecting himself, staying on his feet for now.
Bib number 195, Garth Reeder of Los Alamos, New Mexico, 63 years young, going for his first hard rock finish.
Los Alamos runners have a long, long history in this race. David Koblenz, who's in the race right now. Blake Wood, of course, Los Alamos resident.
Some of his qualifiers include having run Bighorn in 23, Moyenne Monster in 21, Hilo in 2019. and in 2018. So he's been trying to get into this race. Wasatch in 2017. So this has been a journey for him. He has an extensive experience in ultra running, having finished UTMB in 2015 and Badwater in see you later in Badwater as well a few years ago too. So 2019 was his Badwater finish. So this is Garth Reeder.
He looks good.
Yeah, looks fantastic.
He looks very good. This race does reward patience, experience, perseverance. Is he going without a pacer? Said hi to the camera.
Huge respect. Garth Reeder is somebody I guess we'll be following in. Hopefully,
we will keep our eye. Oh no, he's got a pacer.
Okay,
there. All right. Again, this he's got a couple hills coming directly out of town, leaving Ouray, and then gets onto Camp Bird Road in a little less than a mile, and it's a 7-mile steady grind up to the Governor aid station. Great section. The great view here, looking back up the course with our drone coverage in Ouray, the Switzerland of America.
Thanks to the feed for enabling our Skycam. We've got another runner there, 219.
219 into Ouray.
Let's tell you about bib number 219.
Again,
that is Tina Uri of Mount Shasta, California. That is actually somebody who we had talked about as one of the people we were looking to reach Ouray. So she must have just gotten in. She is a true hard rocker, a 7-time finisher.
Mount Shasta, California, great little area, far northern California, near the town of Weed, California. Great mountain, 13,000 feet.
Her last hard rock, she finished in 2022, 46, 47, 34. And I have no doubts about her capabilities to get it done this year because I can look at her ultra sign up and I can see not 1, not 2, not 3, or actually it is 3 John Kappas finishes.
Oh, wow.
In the last 4 years.
So talk about that race. It's a 50K with a lot of teeth.
Yeah. So the John Kappas is a race here. I don't know exactly how it works, but she's got experience in running this race. I know that it is a low-key event, but those who are familiar with it outside of Silverton speak of it with reverence and hushed tones.
Yeah, indeed.
I mentioned it to Jamil Curry one day offhandedly, and he looked at me and he raised an eyebrow and he said, "You want to do that?" It is a navigational experience in the high mountains surrounding Silverton. Basically, my understanding is that you have this 50K or so loop around the town of Silverton, and when you're here, you turn around and you see mountains in 360 degrees, and the Kappas forces you to hit every single one of them.
Yeah, it's from what I understand too, it's just incredible.
Yeah, so mad respect to anybody who has taken on the Kappas, and Tina there on our screen on the left-hand side is one of them.
And look, good to see Tina just chatting with a friend or crew member and talking about probably what's gone on for her over the overnight. 7 finishes.
Absolutely no surprises for her coming up. So she knows where she's at and what she needs to do. We haven't had anybody hit Putnam in a while. Basically, everybody who's hit Putnam has made their way to the finish. But we are expecting some combination of maybe Zach Miller and Katie Schide coming in. They were very close to one another. Beyond that, we might see Kyle Curtin, Brian Kulmo, or Jeff Rome. I did see that our current F2, Manon Bohard, has hit Cam Traverse as of a few minutes ago.
10th place overall, too, Manon is.
Yes.
Very impressive hard rock debut for Manon.
Our current F3 is Katarina Hartmuth. And Katarina last hit Chapman at about left it at about 5:30 this morning. And so that would have put her about an hour 13 back of Manon. And the gap between Katie and Manon is about based on their splits at Chapman, would have been about an hour 18. So there's about an hour 15 or so between each of the F1, F2, F3. Looking a little bit further down, Amber Weibel has moved into 4th place in the women's race. And that, to me, is kind of staggering, to be honest. Amber is attempting to do the Western States Hardrock double.
Right
So that
on.
means she ran Western States 13 days ago.
Hey, we've got Jamil on screen. Jamil Curry leaving Governor Basin Aid Station with Michael Versteeg pacing him.
Versteeg dressed for the mountains, having... Oh, he does have a tank top on.
Yeah. Versteeg rocking that pack he made famous at the 2024 Cocodona 250. One of the true characters of the sport. Sure to keep Jamil entertained as they make the climb up to Kroger's Canteen.
I can imagine what those conversations are going to be like over the next few miles. Versteeg definitely knows what it's like to be out there for very long stretches of time, and so he is probably the perfect pacer for Jamil at this point.
On the right, our drone zooming in on a runner coming into Ouray. These are the town trails outside Ouray. And on the left, another runner coming in. Can you catch that bib number? Is it 220?
Yeah, that is bib number 220.
Coming in. This is nice. Got a fair bit of traffic in Ouray right now. You can see Tina Ouray there in the foreground, just her head and her crew friend pacer.
Simone Valentine Austin of Naples, Florida, going for her first Hardrock at the age of 49.
Naples, Florida. She has no doubt crushed the overpass repeats in getting ready for Hardrock this year.
Simone has some a very extensive 100-miler plus resume, having done the Triple Crown last year of 200s. Also, oh no, she's actually in the Triple Crown this year. That's what it is.
She's in the Triple Crown this year?
Yeah.
So she did Tahoe last month.
Yes, that is correct.
There you go.
So this is her year so far. Arizona Monster, Cruel Jewel, Tahoe 200.
And now this.
And now Hardrock, to be followed up by Crazy Mountain in 2 weeks, then Bigfoot, and then Moab.
Hey, Florida friends, if you're in the chat, I know you're out there. We'd love to hear a little bit more about Simone. What an incredible year.
So,
I suspect it's not the first time she's done a year like that.
No, well, I mean, last year, Blood Rock in Alabama, Ouray 100, Cruel Jewel, Cocodona. This was her 2024, Arrowhead 135, and the Drift 100.
Very nice. Simone Valentine Austin, Naples, Florida, 49 years old.
A veteran of Tour de Jean, as you look further back in her resume. Definitely a battle-tested runner here.
And looks like completely solo. I mean, you would assume if she had a crew, they'd be with her. She's just rooting through her drop bag here. Fantastic. Really cool. Simone. Florida is in the house. Absolutely. Great trail and ultra running community down in Florida, by the way. It's a quirky group of folks for sure.
It has to be. I mean, it produces people like Twigs,
right?
So.
You know, they've got their sort of well-known sort of flat races like Keys, and here's another runner coming in.
Bib number 17 from the looks of things. Yeah, you know, when I went to Florida and spent a few days there visiting with my parents when they took me along for vacation, I climbed the highest point in Florida, the bridge from Clearwater to Tampa.
Yes, indeed. You got a high point.
Was that bib 17? Maybe that wasn't bib 17.
I'm trying to catch it. 17 or 14? Tough to tell.
No, bib 14 is Jam Jam. So
okay, so it's not 14.
I thought it was 17.
By the way, we just saw Jamil with Michael Versteeg leaving Governor Basin. He's got the climb up to Kroger's Canteen right now.
I know somebody was asking if we could keep the camera on Jamil and Versteeg as long as possible, but we do have about 135 other stories we'd like to tell, number one. And frankly, number two, I would rather have a microphone than a camera on those two at this point. I mean, you and I could just basically bow out and
right, we could just
listen on them for several hours. So, yeah, for those, with the love for Florida in the chat, the notion of people coming from zero elevation to run Hardrock is simply staggering to me.
That is Governor Basin on the right.
So if that was
NAR Runners is hosting that aid station.
So unless I'm mistaken, if that was, maybe that wasn't. I couldn't quite.
That's the aid station Jamil just left. It's at mile 66, 65, 66.
NAR Runners, they're north central Colorado, if I remember
up in
correctly.
Fort Collins, Nick Clark and his crew.
Yeah, because I've seen
They
their
put on
name.
Never Summer.
Yeah, and I started reading about Never Summer, and having talked to actually Jamil Curry, I believe, ran it, and I asked him about it, and I said, "How hard is it?" And he just said, "Hard."
Yep.
He said it's very hard.
Yeah, I think Brian Powell has got that on his list. He wants to tick off a Western States qualifier in hopes of getting into Western States in 26. Never Summer and that crew, the NAR Runners, they've been producing races in Fort Collins now for over a decade and got some great events, great community up there.
As the 24th hour of Hardrock draws to a close, we are going to be here for another 23 and change.
That's right.
So we will be following all of the stories we can. We just have a handful of runners to hit. Ray. We'll give those names here as soon as I can figure out where the...
Let me just quickly answer Juliana's question.
Sure.
Jamil's pacer is Michael Versteeg, the winner of the inaugural Cocodona 250. If you're wondering about that pack, I commented about that pack. It is a Satisfy pack. So take your normal pack that you would use for one of these and triple the price, and that's that. Just kidding.
And if you are curious about Versteeg, after you're done watching Hardrock, of course, there's a couple of pieces you could see. You can watch Inaugural Year and The Chase. Those are two pieces featuring Versteeg and featuring Jamil to some degree as well.
Indeed. It's
so
both two wonderful films and really good insight into Michael Versteeg. Yeah, we're gonna take a short break here, and we'll be right back. Grab some coffee.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds, feast and nap. These creatures